This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Bonjour, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 7 here at the Dreux Cricket Ground. We have 5 T10 matches coming your way, and we're rapidly kind of bolting into the second half of this tournament, the first ever European Cricket Series in France. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you to take you through all the action on your ECN Sunday. And we're starting with match number 31. This one will see Paris University Club taking on the Grigny Vipers in the first match of the day. A little while ago, the Sheriff was in town. That's Charles Croucher with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Grigny Vipers to call. Dales is the call. And it's a tail.
Well, there you go. The Vipers winning the toss. The old no-look action from the Sheriff as well, as he communicates to everybody that they will bat first. Now, conditions stay in Dreux. I can tell you, always a bit chilly this time of the morning. Currently 5 degrees. Heading for 12 today. I know it will be a little bit windy at times, but there's no rain in the forecast. Hopefully, it stays away. Of course, yesterday we had plenty of exciting action as well, with some real tight games as well. President 11 played in the first 2 games of the day. First, they swept aside the Knight Riders, who couldn't quite drive their way to victory. 14 runs the margin there. Jamshed Nassiri with 31 off just 10. Bit of the instigator there. And Ahmadzai, who had a good day for the Knight Riders, battled hard, but they could only manage 113, not enough to take them over the line. And then President 11 went back-to-back over Balbignon in the second game of the day, match number 27. KG Vithu, once again, the captain leading the way for Balbignon, but the men from Bobigny were not able to put too much of a score on the board. 102, didn't stand up. President 11, it took them all the way to the last over. They got there in the end with 5 balls to spare. Then we had quite an interesting game in match number 28, a low-scoring thriller with the Knight Riders only managing 73 for 9 in a lot of wicket trouble there early. Ahmadzai once again stood up. Waheed with 40 in that 73. Zafar Iqbal with a triple wicket maiden to get that one started. 2 for William Singh and Anwari. Anwari would essentially become the hero in the second innings with 31 off 16. Paris University Club at one stage, they were in big trouble. Looked like they wouldn't chase that down, but they got there in the end. It looks fairly comfortable on paper in the end, but they did lose 8 wickets along the way. Balbignon then, another loss they had to cop in match number 29 as PUC went back-to-back on day 6. Balbignon kept to 85, and PUC then swept all the points. Zafar Iqbal with 41 leading the way, and Murray continued his good day with 3 wickets for the University Club as well. And that left the 2 teams without a win to do battle in match number 30. And in this one, Paris Knight Riders would get over the line, but only by 5 runs. A bit of a thriller, Balbignon. They were kind of ahead in the chase, but then fell behind late in the piece. Waheed Ahmadzai, again, mentioning his name, 56 off 28. The innings of substance there. Real topsy-turvy affair. Looked like we might be on golden ball watch to finish the day. And that's how the table looks. So you can see there with Balbignon having those 3 losses yesterday. They went from 3-1 to 3-4, and although they're in 3rd position, I think there's teams around them with games in hand. PUC, we'll get to see them today, of course. They're top of the ladder. They're hoping to build a bit of a buffer zone between them and the rest. It's going to be a pretty interesting day because we have 5 teams playing 2 matches each. So typically we've had 4 teams every day this week. Today we'll see PUC and the Vipers here first up. We'll also see Royal 94. We'll see CSPT Sarcelles, and we'll see Mitri later in the day. As we look at the teams here for the first game, Usman Shahid and Zafar Iqbal likely to open up. Gulami certainly looks a little bit out of nick at the moment, but you imagine he'd be able to work his way back into form. William Singh, very important player, captain, left arm spinning all-rounder. Wasim Bhatti, evergreen behind the stumps. Sedikula Shazad took some good catches yesterday as well. The Vipers, though, Manik Boa has a lot of responsibility at the top. I think Chowdhury has been important for them. And we haven't seen the Vipers since Wednesday. And in this one, they are going to be 23% underdogs with PUC favoured 77% there. Good morning to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. I see that Rob Thompson beat me to the punch this morning. Had the first comment in the chat, so well played by you, Rob. And also We've got Michael Pocock. He said he's tuning in from New South Wales. Here we go. Oh, the first one, I think there's a little nick on that. And Nick Boa could have been gone for a royal duck. And Bhatti up to the stumps. If there's a big deflection, I wouldn't say it's big, but probably big enough to take it away from the centre of the gloves. Zafar Iqbal was dealing the first over. Next one is hit and won't escape the infield in the end. There's your first run of the day. Hello to Dave B as well. Tuning in from France, of course. And see Zubair Didar is in there. Looks like Loic Erouard is also watching. Happy Sunday. How was your Saturday night, everyone? Hopefully you're well. Gary, that's his first ball. Whacks it straight back at the bowler. No run there. Now is brisk first innings of the day. I think that's part of the reason the Vipers wanted to bat, so they didn't have to field in the coldest part of the day. As this is swept away, chases on. Safi will get on it and get rid of it pretty quickly. The other thing is PUC, I suppose, in that game yesterday, they were a little bit jumpy on the chase, weren't they? But yeah, it should be a great day. Rico's off today. He'll be back tomorrow for day 8. I think he's enjoying his weekend, and so he should. Steps towards the ball. Manic does well, and he beats the fielder. 4 runs. There's your first boundary of day 7. Like the way it's a definite kind of charge at the ball to just break up the length of Zafar Iqbal. Has been extremely accurate. But yeah, what I like about that shot is you can kind of turn that against him in a way, because he is also predictable normally at where he's going to put the ball. Might change it up now, though. Oh, Stibala, this could be gone. Not quite. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Had to come forward, which is never easy. That's William Singh, the captain. Does this carry or not? Again, just feeling for it. I think it probably does, you know. But it will take us to the end of the first over. 6 without loss after 1. Yeah, hello to Kroom as well, who is in the chat. I think this innings will probably get up to 7,000 runs for the series. We went past 500 Maximos yesterday. 12.4 runs per over is the average run rate. And that actually took a bit of a dive yesterday. And so did the Maximo rate on kind of a day for the bowlers. Bowlers fight back. Up to 6 wickets per 10 overs as well. Normally that kind of hangs in the 5. So an interesting one. I looked at the numbers yesterday. Get you a run rate. It was 10.4 yesterday. And to get for comparison, the day before was 14.6. It's over 40 runs per innings difference. Shahid to continue the spin attack. First ball hit down the ground, hit beautifully by Mary. Gets his first boundary. Yeah, I like the way he kind of kept that all the way along the carpet. No risk in that shot. Yeah, look, PUC impressed me with their slow bowling options and the way they were hustling through their overs yesterday. I think they put a lot of pressure on the opposition. It wasn't a perfect day for them by any means, but still 2 wins out of 2. The one that doesn't beat the infield. And yeah, they just seem to get through those so quickly. Before you know it, innings are just melting away. All right, this one in the air, and we'll get over the top. It'll go to the boundary. So, yeah, Mary kind of spots the gap, has to get it over the infield first. Not perfect contact, and that's good power play batting. 4 runs. Shahid goes to the fence for the first time. Well bowled. Well, they're going to have a look at this. I've got to say, that toe looks pretty planted to me. Let's have a look. Bhatti lightning behind the stumps. Does it ever slide out? Let's check it out. I did for a second. Ooh. Ooh. Does that bail off? I reckon that could be out, you know. I think there's one frame back. Probably that's one where it's definitely off. To be honest, I don't think there's anything behind the line there. This is going to be a really interesting decision. Even one frame earlier, I think the bail's already dislodged. It's a good bail knockoff. And yeah, oh, how about this? We're going to go to the super zoom. Yeah, you can see it's on the line. Barty spots something there. That's out. Wow, what a fantastic stumping from Barty. Yeah, Sunday morning party from Wazim Barty behind the stumps. I gotta say, that looked in for all money, but well, the old Mr. Evergreen behind the stumps. He creates the first wicket of the day. And the Vipers lose it. It's Mary gone for 9. It's 14 for 1. I tell you what, that's one that on day one, probably you weren't going to be able to give that out where the camera wasn't quite in as good a spot as it is now, and also the markings weren't quite as clear. But yeah, Shahid, he'll be in debt to the keeper there. Yeah, it's his first wicket of the day. Hello to Steve McVeigh, tuning in from Portugal. And yeah, this is kind of, it's a very foresty surrounding to the Drua cricket ground. Well, he's taking his time here to face up. Umpires, I think, satisfied that he's ready to go. Chowdhury at the number 3. Yeah, Spin doing a job. Oh, he likes it. Umpire eventually gives it out. Has a bit of a look around, so it's a double strike for Usman Shahid. And Chowdhury, he's going to go for a 2-ball duck. We'll have to get Derek out of bed. But yeah, just trying to guide it. Bounced a bit more than he thought. Barty rides the bounce. Look at that, great catch. Again, you can see there, Battle looks guilty. There's for sure a bit of wood on that. And so Chowdhury, the next to go. That's also the end of the second over. Good morning to Derek. Bonjour. 14 for 2 after 2. And what an over by Shahid. He does go for a couple of boundaries, but he bites back with 2 wickets in the second half of the over. Looking at the table. PUC have got just the 2 games today. In fact, everyone you see today will play 2 games. So the potential of them to kind of set the pace and see if the teams below can go with them. Here's the start of over number 3. And stick with the spin, why not? I think this makes sense. Sometimes they'd go to someone like a Tussin or a Suffy in this situation. But if the spin's working, I think you stay with it. You stay with it as long as you can. Because it just, the innings evaporates. Right, walks out, it finds the gap, gets 4. Badly needed at the moment. Manic Boa becomes really, really important now. He's been joined at the crease by Kaksa Amingul. PUC in their traditional purple kit. Hello to Miriam as well, who is tuning in, supporting her Paris Université Club. Jenny walks and goes for that same gap again, but this time we find Safi out there. Deep mid wicket. Yeah, Steve, great to have you tuning in from Portugal. And Terry Richmond also tuning in from down under. Good morning, guys. Happy Sunday. Hopefully you have a wonderful day. Well, certain deities took the 7th day off, but that's not the way we roll in the ECN these days. Cricket most days of the year. Amingul plays a really stylish shot to get off the mark, and he'll get 4. Big foul. Just a fraction short, not a lot. And that's a really good shot of it. Just punched away in front of point. He's a far 2 to go. I mean, again, if he wins the battle with 20, you're really happy out of him. I just got a feeling. Stick with spin. Maybe William Singh to bowl next. This one kind of ties the batter up off the pad. It'll just be a leg by leg. See, kind of slip slidey conditions first up. Always get a bit of a dew factor here, but nice to see the sun out. Last ball of power play. Minute Bower. So he run up this one. Yeah, it does kind of, and flips around the corner. The 2 here. There's the slip slidey conditions. Does really well to kick that to 1. And that's one thing that certainly sets PSC apart from some of the other teams in this competition. They're fielding pressure. So Minute Bower will retain the strike at the end of the power play. It's 25 for 2. 6, 8, and 11. 3 overs in the power play so far. I'll be curious to see who they go to next. I probably would have stuck with Shahid, only because he got the left-hander there, which is a pretty good matchup. He was successful in his first over. You can understand you're tempted to go for some other options. It looks like they're going to go to Abdullah Anwari. So you can put the pace back on the ball. Put the pace on the ball for the first time this morning. Anwari had a good day yesterday with the bat and the ball, actually. Kind of had ice in his veins in the match where he almost botched the chase of 74. Got there in the end. He got him home. He's over 4. Oh, and he almost gets a return catch. Drilled down the ground. That'll end up being 4 runs, but we saw quite a nasty incident yesterday where Wanakula Surya of Balbignon sustained quite a serious thumb injury in that exact situation. Right off the end of the bat. Wasn't quite kind of middle of the blade, but still coming back a bit too quickly for Anwari to react in any serious way. Well, he likes to kind of get in the front foot, doesn't he? Almost kind of daring you, I think, to dig in the short ball so that he can turn across it. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mithri for the first time since day 3, where they had a 1-1 record. Looked pretty strong. Amingo drills this at the long on. It's Charlie Galami. He's going to underarm it in, but no one really backing up with the field back. So that's good alert running to turn a 1 into a 2. Amingo hoping to be a bit of a difference maker here. Nice looking shot. Can only get 1 for it, but he's hitting the ball pretty nicely at the moment. Yeah, Terry, he's mentioning some of the Australian football. I know that the game you're talking about is a pretty spicy one. Normally I've been planning to watch the replay. I'll definitely watch it now. You mentioned the result. 1-2 here. Again, good throw might have him in trouble. Oh, well, just pulled Barty wide of the stumps, but I don't know if I'd be taking on too many of these outfielders from PUC. The time they get away with it. See, throw just pulled him away. I mean, even if Barty had gathered that and flicked it, there might have been an opportunity there. Risky one. Minute Bower gets the strike back, though. Drags underneath this time. Definitely only a single end of the 4th over. And the Vipers winning the toss and electing to bat in the first game of the day. They're 36 for 2. Anwari goes for 11 in the 4th. Looking at the run rate so far. I mean, kind of getting going a bit. I have a feeling we might see William Singh now. Maybe they're going to go back to Shahid now, so just kind of breaking it up with one over of pace, and they'll go back to Shahid. He took 2 for 8 in his first over, finished wicket, not wicket. Manic Boat has over half the run so far for the Grini Vipers. He hits this one, hits it pretty well. That's going to be over the top. Maximal. First one of your ECN Sunday. That was a bit of a tough one for Ghulam. He kind of made a play on it and then realised he couldn't see it, looking straight into the sun. It is one of the issues at this ground. The sun does come almost right behind one end of the pitch. Anyway, good shot by the left-hander. Because in theory that turning away is good for the bowler. He's got great footwork though, Manic Boa. Something that's really clear to me. Just seeing him bat a little bit in this series. See if Amangul can hang in there. Giving a 20% chance here. The Vipers. This time, well, bit of indecision. Turn the run down in the end. At least they kind of communicate quick enough to make the decision to turn it down. Slides this one through Shahid. I think yesterday they were something like 17 minutes ahead of the clock, which is unheard of. PUC. Just the pace of the game, I think, is working in their favour. Pitched up. Amangul takes it on and nails it. Maximo! What a great shot. He looks well put together, doesn't he, Amangul? And hit straight through the line of it. Seeing him for the first time. Obviously Sunday, maybe some other players available that might have had work commitments during the week. Now it goes up and over the leg side and gets the result as well. Maximal back-to-back. And the 5th over finishes with back-to-back sixes. Shahid ends up 2 for 27. And at the end of 5, the score is 55 for 2. The 50 coming up off that last ball. And of course, we'd love to have you as part of our ECN adventure all around Europe. Of course, we're in France right now. Brescia coming up as our next stop. Estonia, then England, Cyprus, Czechia, Romania, and so on through the summer. And in addition to that, we'll be showing some T20 internationals as well as a regular kind of European Cricket Series cricket. You can see there the marquee events in gold, the ECL, the ECC, and the ECCW, kind of punctuating the year. The ECS will take a break for those series. Also, with a bit of luck, we might even have a night series or two for you along the way. Played away for a single. And Dave's asking about Prague on there. Well, Czechia is on the European Cricket Series calendar. I know that everyone is pretty excited about that. Spring at the moment in Europe. It's getting there. It's a bit of a cold snapper across the continent at the moment. It's a bit of a heat wave last week. Amangul goes across this one. Again, good backup. Keep it to a long single. Hello to Kevin, who's watching from the UK. Still got William Singh to bowl. I think for sure we'll see him in the next one. Potentially he could bowl 7 and 9. This is over number 6 you're watching right now. In at the body and just kind of swat across it. Peter does pretty well. I mean, easy 2 there though. Don't see too much foot fielding from BUC. Yeah, the ground in Prague that Steve's talking about, Vinoj. It's quite rural. I didn't know that you've been to the Prague ground, Steve. They've got 2 fields there. The ECC club run a tournament every year there as well. Yeah, you've got the Scott Page field and the Banks field there. We'll be there at in the second half of June, actually. Safi, doing a good job so far. See the rate at the moment, about 108 pace. Computer thinking they might get a handful more than that. This is one, though, that I think Manic Boa would be wise to leave alone. Speaking of extreme weather, have you seen any of the footage from Dubai and UAE? The floods there, where it doesn't rain very often at all. That was some crazy footage. All right, turns this into a low full toss. Knocked back down the ground, but they'll only get 1 there, so Safi bowls a good over, only goes for 7. And after 6, the Vipers are 62 for 2. Yeah, Steve, let us know. When were you in Prague? And I love Steve just talking about some of his Euro cricket experiences. It was a nearby restaurant hotel. There was a wedding there when he went. Ended up in the reception miming cricket in a bid to get directions to the ground. I mean, miming cricket to people that don't really know cricket, that's a challenge. All right, here is William Singh, as advertised. Over number 7, left-hander to left-hander. Oh, and this is a mis-stumping. I'm pretty sure it's going to get past Barty. It's going to go for 4 byes. Well, check it out in the replay. This is one that Barty probably doesn't get a good look at it, and so that's why he doesn't get his head behind the ball. He'd be disappointed, though. Just needed to probably make a wider position. Firstly, so he could see. And I think it's a regulation take, but a little bit of a bat on that, perhaps. Maybe I'm being a bit unkind. So you can't really expect Barty to stop it if there was an edge. And this one isn't an edge. It's going to go straight back over the bowler's head for 4. So Manic Boa flying the flag for the Vipers here. Don't think there'd be any bite in their innings without his contribution. Amingul doing a good job at the other end. So this is a key partnership. Remember, they lost 2 very quickly. They lost 2 in 3 balls. These 2 came together with the score at 14 at the end of the second over. So they put on 56. Maybe just something behind the bowler's arm. Either that or a bit of fielder saying, hey, can you field there? And yeah, you don't see this very much domestic level. And the fielder's allowed to be straight as long as he stays stationary. So you can see Manic Boa saying, what's going on there? Can you have a guy there? And that's what's being communicated to him right now. He says he's allowed to field there, but he cannot move. So again, this is something you might not see very often at domestic level, but something we do see in ECN cricket, that kind of southern crossfield, we call it. And it's Shahid in that position. That is Amwari, though, that does the fielding on that occasion. I've got to say, personally, after seeing it for a while, I would probably say I'm not a fan of fielders in front of the sight screen. I think you can be a little bit, maybe not in front of the sight screen, just you shouldn't be behind the bowler. So you can be on the other side of the pitch, let's say. It doesn't change things too much. Don't be wide. But I just think that's a nice compromise. You can still have your straight fielder, but just moving kind of 2 or 3 metres. It's not making a big difference so that he's not kind of in the batter's eye line. Can still be very straight. No one sneaks in. It's good bowling. William Singh. It's funny, for a left-arm spinner, he doesn't really try and turn a lot. Possibly a lot of these one-finger balls that just kind of curve in. Bowls a pretty good length most of the time. As Steve's saying, he went there pre-COVID for a 4-way series between Czechia, Luxembourg, Switzerland, and then the Czech B team, maybe the Czech Eagles, I think is what they call that team, replacing Poland, who weren't able to participate. Yeah, it's great ground there. I played there. Probably the only time I played last year was actually in Prague. Anyway, this is flicked away for a single. That'll take us to the end of the over. So William Singh, yeah, he'll be happy to only concede 12 there. End of the 7th over, and it's 74 for 2. The ECC is the Euros of Cricket, and this year it's been split into 2 divisions. The Challenger Division will happen first over the first 10 days of action. Check out, we'll just talk about them. They're in Group 2, and remember, Group 1 and Group 2, they will play each other, then play a finals day within their group. The top 2 teams will play the playoffs in the Challenger Division, and that will be a sensational way to start our 4-week ECC window. The top 2 teams in the entire Challenger Division will be promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. It will be a relegated team as well. Stay tuned for that. As this is hit pretty hard. Well fielded. Gulami, normally pretty reliable in the field. This is Anwari coming back in over number 8. Zubair is watching from Dhaka in Bangladesh. Well, I know we've got a lot of Bangladeshi viewers, and good morning to you. Yeah, a team that have come a long way in a generation, haven't they? Bangladesh. Mushfiqur Rahim is probably my favourite Bangla player. As a keeper, I'm a bit biased. Oh, slower bouncer hits him in the face. Now, well, they're both going to leave it for each other. I mean, this has had a bit of everything. It's one of the slowest bouncers to ever hit the target. Now he's probably going to get a bit of a concussion test here, but yeah, that was an interesting one. And then, yeah, look there, right off the grill. Yeah, 1 for the over. Murray completely fooled the batter there. And he's just getting the old, "Are you okay?" Saying, yeah, look, it's barely touched me. There's the 1 for the over. Interesting logo on there, on the helmet, by the way. Yeah, this is kind of standard protocol now. There's Charles coming out, just asking me a few questions. Know any good restaurants nearby? I will say that was a slower ball. So yeah, he's all right, folks. Taking the opportunity as well. I'm going to give him a bit of a drink. I don't think it makes sense. I think there's a lot of education now on head knocks and concussion protocol. So just trying to introduce that into all ECN cricket, not just those marquee tournaments where we have the specialised medics all the time at the ground. Okay, Amari, Dominic Bowen. And he hits straight down the ground. That's a good strike. Maximal. This takes him within reach of a half century. Loves to get the front foot, doesn't he? Gets a good stride. And seis carreras. All right. Well, this is off the end of the bat. And Wari wants it himself. And he's going to grab it. So Medic Boa once again trying to get down the wicket. He won't quite reach his 50 in the end. And Wari is able to grab him off his own bowling. And the Vipers 82 for 3. Good innings though. I loved the way he kind of owned the space, didn't he? He was willing to kind of mix up the length to the bowlers. I think he played the spin, played the pace pretty well as well. It's just a bit of a miss hit down towards the bottom of the bat. So he'll go for 48. And Hamidullah Dolatzai will be the new batter for the Cleanly Vipers. Hello to Dangar, who is watching from Dhaka as well. And hello to T.A. Rakib. And Wari to Dolatzai. Down the side. Yeah, also is a fan of Mushfiqur Rahim. Yeah, I got to think you look at the guys that kind of set the table for those to come. I remember Bangladesh touring Australia for the first time when I was living there. Well, it wasn't in my part of the country. They toured kind of the northeast, tropical North Queensland. It was a bit of a first. Well, this one's hit by Dolatzai up and over the offside, and that'll run away for 4. So it's a good way to get off the mark. I mean, yesterday was a bit of a bowler's day, wasn't it? 104 was the pass score yesterday. Looks like they're knocking on the door of about 110 to 120 here with a good finish, the Vipers. Now, this is going to be kind of skewed away on the offside. That'll be the end of the 8th over. And Wari with a decent little morning at the office. 1 for 24 off his 2. It's 88 for 3 after 8. If you're going at 2 a ball less, you're reasonably satisfied. Once again, you see they've got plenty of time up their sleeve to bowl this 9th over. Just those 2 wickets that fell in the space of 3 balls in the 2nd over before the partnership for the 3rd wicket was worth 68 before Medic Boa went in that last over. Here's William Singh to bowl the 9th. And William Singh is such a useful performer, isn't he? Slides it in time and time again. Hello to Yemen Hassan as well, watching from Bangladesh. Good to see. I've had Bangla viewers being pretty vocal this morning. Goes after this, Dolatzai. He likes the contact. Going and gone. Maximo. Good strike. You can see what he's there to do. I like him as a finisher. Hamid just kind of gets down, collapses that back leg and escorts that one over the offside down to the ground. And goes a bit straight, so a bit faster. But Dolatzai is sitting there waiting, and he's going to put that out of the ground as well. Maximo, back to back. Well, they could be looking kind of 120 plus, maybe even touching 130 with a big finish here. Really good hitting. Feeling good at the moment. William Singh, yeah, kind of changed his line, changed his pace a little bit, but Dolatzai equal to the task. Oh, now he always swings himself off his feet. Now that's going to go as well. Won't be 6, but it will be 4. What a good over this is for the Vipers. And a bit of momentum into the last part of their innings. chases up in the air as well. And that's going to carry the infield at least. They'll run away. So this over goes magical. What a good kind of resistance effort this is from Doladzai overtaken Amangul. Last ball of the ninth coming up. Yeah, see, basically goes quick there. He's going to be run out. So, yeah, they're going to have to agree to disagree in the end. It's a bit of a shame. Doladzai had the hot hand, so he just basically hits and runs. He did go straight to the fielder, so you can see no backing up at all. Then takes off and says, nah, don't think so. The way things were going, I mean, he was just so hot. You'd feel you'd probably rather still have him there. So, nice little impact innings nonetheless from Doladzai. He'll go for 25 off 8, and he's removed from the middle with that run out. Last ball of the ninth over. And with 1 over remaining now, 108 for 4. Well fielded cleanly by Sedikula Shirzad there. I think it would have been out no matter what. But yeah, I think I'll be prepared to maybe innings. Anyway, 10th overtime. Kabir comes out, but first up, we'll see Amangul just showing why he wanted to stay there. Safi coming back for the 10th. This is going to fly away, so there's no outfielder in that part of the ground. It's a good finish from the Vipers. I know Rakib was talking a bit about Musharraf bin Mortaza. I do remember watching him. He's around about my age, actually. He's gone to politics, hasn't he now? There's another trendsetter. Okay, down the bottom. See what Kabir's got now. 113. He's still at 120 plus. It's going to test PUC. Got the heebie-jeebies a little bit with about yesterday when they had to chase that 74. Having said that, they did have 2 successful chases yesterday. Swing and miss Kabir. At the very least has to get Amangul back on strike. And obviously wants to land a couple of blows of his own. Tassin Olasafi impressed us so much at the ECL recently. Once again, we see ball not able to get out of the infield. Can they find this boundary to take them up to 120 plus? A few differing opinions about what should happen to that last ball, the last over. I mean, this is Amangul on strike. Also do the keeping. 2 to come. Finds the gap, finds the boundary. There you go. So 118. Any score here will set 120s now. Safi going for the Yorker. Came out as more of a low full toss. So the Vipers had to work pretty hard for this score. I mean, they've got it. A lot will depend on how they bowl and field. Last ball to 10. Oh, tries to get funky and basically runs sideways. But in the end, it'll be all right. I think it's on the leg. Trying to manufacture a boundary. So we'll stay at 118 for 4 after the 10 overs. Nice innings from Amangul on debut. 31 not out of 16 for him. See, Medic Boa set it up with his 48. Doladzai late in the piece, 25 before he got run out. Last over from Safi, not too bad for PUC, conceding the 10. After that 9th over went magical with 20 coming off that one. Well, Sunday morning, but there was nothing easy about the start for the Vipers. I mean, obviously they had that kind of twin spin attack, but got to say I like Manic Bowen. I like the way he used his feet to break up the lead. Okay, lost Mary to a very tight stumping. Pretty inventive stuff from Bharti there. And then before too long, Chowdhury, he went as well. So 2 wickets and 3 balls, but then the key partnership would take shape. 68 for the 3rd wicket as Manic Bowen went about his work, and Kaksa Amingul was a good ally for him as well. Taking some stylish shots. Well, we saw another finger blown off there. Taking the attack to PUC in the field, taking on some dicey second runs. But yeah, I've got to say, a lot to like about the Vipers, who are they're in the mix, aren't they, for a qualification spot. We saw Manic Bowen get caught and bowled for 48, so just within reach of his half century. But then Doladzai came out and actually kind of went a bit crazy in the 9th over. 2 6s and 2 4s off William Singh. The 9th went magical. And although there'd be a bit of a disagreement about whether there was a run here or not, there probably wasn't. But Amingul said, look, well, I've been here longer, so I'm going to stay. And actually did manage a couple of boundaries in the last 10 coming off that. So, look, the Vipers 118 for 4. Looks got a little bit of an average score for this weekend anyway, maybe under the average for the whole tournament, but maybe over the average we saw yesterday. So, look, I think it's competitive. PUC, I think they'll be pretty confident they can chase it down. But the Vipers, if they can kind of get into the top order and force the University Club behind the 8, you never know. Maybe it is defendable. Once again, not too many extras as well for PUC. Only can see 2 wides in the entire innings. 48 for Manic Bowen, though, leads the scoring. 31 not out from Kakta Amingul, who will also see behind the stumps pretty soon. 25 for Doladzai in there in a nice little cameo. As far as the bowlers went, I mean, no one really letting their side down. With Shahid with 2 wickets this time, picked them up within pretty close proximity to each other. And Wari with the other one that went to the bowlers. And economically, Safar Iqbal was the best of the bowlers, conceding 16 off his 2, but Safi not too far behind with 17. Pretty good effort considering he did bowl that 10th over. So we'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. PUC out to chase 119 for victory. The Vipers would love to knock them off their perch, though. Should be an interesting second half to this one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, back at the DCG shortly for more ECN coverage. We are in France, and you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Dreux Cricket Ground Sunday morning here in the beautiful French countryside, and a pretty beautiful game in progress at the moment. It is the Grigny Vipers taking on Paris University Club in match number 31. The Vipers have put 118 on the board, and what that means as far as the bonus point goes, if they could restrict Paris University Club to 82 or less, then the Vipers would take all the points. Conversely, if PUC could chase down the target of 119 in just 7 overs, and that's not going to be easy. 17 and over would be required to do that, and they could take all the points. Vinny Sandu with Maximo taking you through all the action on day 7, European Cricket Network. And what do you think about this one at the moment? It's kind of in the balance job for me. I think PSC have to be favourites, given that they've only dropped the one game along the way so far. Found a way to win even when things quite gone to plan. PUC, their only loss was to Dreux back in match 8 on day 2 when they were held to 110. Dreux chased it down in the 8th over. Apart from that, they've won all of their games. In fact, they play the 8th and 9th games today. We'll see them on Tuesday night against Mitri in their final group match. So kind of running out of time to put the points on the board. Just has that feeling PUC will be at the top of the table and everyone playing catch up over the next few days. Remember that whoever finishes top in this format, they go straight through to the final as well. So it's a big advantage to finish top under the final 5 format we're using this time. All right, shake, rattle and roll. It's going to be Nasiri to get us going. 119 for victory. Regular openers are out there, and Zafar Iqbal will start with 4. Out there with Usman Shahid. So yeah, both captains electing to start with spin. Now this one is going to sneak past. Yes, here we go. Over the wicket here. This one will sneak through the infield, but will be kicked back into play by Mary. Zafar Iqbal. A pretty good series with bat and ball. Good start's pretty important for both teams here, isn't it? Oh, this one kind of eats up the field, and that's going to be 4. Was hit hard, to be fair. It was just in front of the field. He couldn't deal with it. You could see he kind of thought it might carry. Didn't quite. That was a bit of a nightmare one. Mid off so early. So 10 on the board already. Now lifts it up over the leg side, and that one's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. Nice looking shot. Lifted up, kind of plays on length more than any. So Nasiri not really able to sneak through the over the way they would have liked. Last ball the first. He has to wait, and it does punch it Straight at the outfielder, though, end of the first, and it's 17 without loss. Well, I know a lot of people are on golden ball watch, and to be honest, this series could very well throw one up. We have a lot of entertaining cricket, a lot of closely matched teams as well. The conditions are ripe for it, aren't they? 30 matches since the golden ball. That's the 30 matches in this series. There's Galami. Imagine he'd bat 3 or 4. PUC looking pretty relaxed. So, like I said, 3 matches to go in their campaign. First one misses the mark, Medic Bower. Batted well. Now getting an opportunity with the ball. Wow, that one does not miss by much at all. That was almost curtains. Look how much that misses the stump spike. Very little. Now this one is going to be whacked away by Iqbal Maximo. And you'll be impressed with that result. PUC do get the jump thereafter here. Now lifted up but popped. Field down, can't get it. That's going to be 6 more. Maximo. Seis carreras más. Yeah, it's a tough one. Wanted to be able to turn into a catch. And you can understand that, but result, 6 carreras. Now, nice easy from Iqbal. That's going to go as well. So they're on the hunt here, maybe even for the 4-pointer. Now lifted up, and that one will also go to another teaser. Iqbal, he's on some kind of terror right now. He's got 41 runs out of the 42 in the innings. Now they just tapped 6. Now lifted up and just out of the grass. Another teaser, really. Can't catch a break at the moment, can they? The Vipers just got on the back foot. That'll take us to the end of the over. And what a start from PUC. They're 43 with that loss after 2. And what if they could get that bonus point? Yeah, they're setting a cracking pace. Already top of the table. Obviously, they'll go further ahead in this game, even with a single point. We'll put them clear at the top. But like I said, there's teams that are going to be playing catch up, no doubt about that. Dolat's ready to get going. He starts a bit wide, I think too high. Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah, even with the jump, it was over his head. Now cracked away and very well fielded out there. Didn't get a single there. On that side. Yeah, he's breathing a bit of fire at the moment. Hoping they can turn this into something more. The Vipers maybe start turning over the batting order. Shahid, I think, gets his first run and gets a very good ovation. He's been out there a long time. To be fair, he hasn't really been able to face too many at all. I think it's his second ball he's faced. He has to do the splits to let this go under him. Oh, a bit of a lucky one this time. It's going to be deflected away off the inside edge. It's going to run away. Bit unlucky for the bowler. Just not having that rub of the green at the moment, are they? Steve was wondering, previous to Shahid getting the one, then the boundary, could he have walked off with 0 not out in a successful chase? The way things were going, I think that's possible. No ball called. It must be for the front foot. Yeah, we'll have to have a look at this, see if we can pick anything up. But yeah, anything behind? Oh, it might have been for the back foot. Okay, maybe we can have a look at that again. Must have been for the back foot. Remember, it can't touch. Yeah, okay, there. Does that heel touch that line? Probably does. So, yeah. That's why the umpire right on it. It'll be a free hit coming up. Things going from bad to worse. Now down the ground just for a single. So they won't cash in the free hit. Hello to Emma as well, who is sporting PUC. I'm sure about that. End of the third over, and the score is 53 without loss. And yeah, Emma, I know that you'll be hoping that Mukhtar gets a few runs. I don't need a hit the way things are going at the moment. 17, 26 and 10 so far. Donut's eyes over. Ends up going for just the 10 runs. Rate required 9.4. $16.5 and over required if they're going to get the bonus points. I mean, it's not off the table, is it? Mary coming on. Change of pace here. He's hit hard and I'll set a bit of a task with the field. He's not up to it. Great effort though from Manic Bow out there. Does everything right. Kind of puts his body on the line, but just skated away from him a bit too quickly. Yeah, tried to kind of slide and get the body behind it, but bounced off his leg and over for 4 runs. Chases a wide one. Shahid can't beat the bowler. Clever bowling by Mary there. Premeditated sweep. It actually gets on the full, and with a spin, they'll run away for 4. So interesting shot choice there from Shahid. So he made up his mind. He was sweeping this no matter what. Foot came across. He spotted there was a gap. And gets the result. Maybe this is on, you know, for the 4 points. I mean, they're halfway to 7 overs, and they're ahead of the rate. Now they'll just work away a single. Right, Iqbal, it's on 44, within reach of a half century. This one is going to be called a wide. This would be an interesting one if we've got time to see it. Remember, if these days, well, we're heading towards, at least, if it gets any of the line, it's okay. Now, that was one that might have just missed. It's close. Now, it'll be worked away for a single. Mary battling through his over. Last ball of it here. And that should just be a single to take us to the end of 4 overs. PUC running away with it at the moment. 66 without loss after 4. Beautiful bright day here. The DCG, where we bring you the coverage from today. Sitting well ahead of where they need to be. So what that means, basically, you've got 3 overs if you want to take all the points to get 53. So it won't be easy. It's about 3 a ball, but if you have a big over here, you never know. Maybe you can do it. And you don't want to derail the chase either. But yeah, technically be looking for it. Nasiri comes back for over 5. Down the ground, kind of yorks himself there, Shahid. We'll get a single. Hits this straight and out of the ground. It's 50 for Iqbal Maximo. Having a very good series, isn't he? And he brings up his 50 in just 16 balls. And it looks like he's not done yet. Still feeling he might be able to pull off a sweep of the points here for PUC. Oh, well, he follows him, but then he follows him onto the wrong pitch. So we've got a free hit coming up here. You just see that Iqbal's kind of thrown this area off his plans here. Free hit then. And he will hit it. He waits on it and he puts it over the top. Maximo. Iqbal just kind of presses forward. and smashes it up and over the leg side. This one's a bit too wide. I'll take him. Won't be out. Another one, to be honest, that's going to be a minimo, I think. It's going to run away for 4. So, geez, that's a really good boost for the potential 4-pointer here. Get 5 runs for free. Down the leg side, another wide, so another freebie. So they've got that point down to about 13 and over. Now, he's going to hit this reasonably hard, but just a single. Kind of hanging in there. And Vipers kind of really need to keep their point here if they can at all. Will they manage? That's the question at the moment. Halfway through PUC all over this game. It's 88 without loss after 5. Having a look at some of our upcoming events. I know a lot of people looking forward to them, and so am I for that matter. Looking forward to going to some places that haven't been in a while, and also some places that we know reasonably well, obviously. We've had a lot of cricket in Italy over the years, so it's always great to get back there. And also, you've got things like England for the first time. You've got Estonia for the first time in 4 years. Anyway, right now, let's get back to business. And so, just needing 31 off 2 overs to get this bonus point. I'd say just. Starts with 4 to Iqbal there. Now lifted it up. And that's going to go as well. Maximal. That is another 6 runs. So 4 and 6 perfect start to the over. And really the 4 points really is on, isn't it? Sets up for it again. This time swing straight through it. Doesn't really wait to see where the ball's going to be. That's hit powerfully, and that's going to be over the top as well. Maximal. What a good knock this is from Iqbal. Moves up into the 70s now. The 100 and the 100 partnership comes up.
Make it quick, boys. Make it quick. Come on, boy.
Lifted up again, this time into the gap. That's going to be 4, really. They're in prime position to do this now.
Come on, boy, come on, boy, come on, boy.
Yeah, Steve just reflecting that at the halfway point he thought this game was kind of in the balance, but obviously it's taken a bit of a turn. 11 off 7 now. Take all the points. See. Goes again, this time straight to the fielder. So, not taken by Mary. Spikes it in. They're frustrated. Took so long to get the breakthrough. So Iqbal will fall for 78. And this game takes another twist. Can the Vipers hold on and find their way to keep this point? Into the 6th over, 108 for 1. So bring Mukhtar Ali Gulami to the crease at 3. At that time, didn't quite get the contact. Mary takes it and kind of see the frustration there. What a good knock that is from Iqbal. He'll get a good ovation from his teammates, I'm sure. Because potentially, he's taken them to a 4-point win, but it does make us kind of excited for a bit of a bonus point thriller here, because 11 required off this over for the bonus point. Shahid, now it's his time to shine. Mary. It's Isanullah. Mary finishes 1 for 33. And now Samuel Mary will be bowling. He's going to start with a wicket, so 2 in 2 balls. And yeah, Vipers might just be able to pull a point out of the fire here. 108 for 2. Had to wait a long time for the first one. You might say, okay, well, you know, point or no point, is it going to make a difference? Oh, it can make a difference. We've seen that already. Could be the difference between qualifying for the finals and not qualifying at all. Just played across that one, didn't he, Usman Shahid? Maybe didn't bounce as much as he thought, but it's always a risk if you try to work balls from on the stumps. Tassin Safi, a good guy to come to the crease in this situation. All right, so 11 off 5 now to take all 4 points, PUC. Okay. Tassinullah can kind of finish this with 2 big blows. Might as well have a stab at it here, PUC. Oh, blocks the first one. All right. He's had a look at him. He's got 4 balls now to get 11.
Come on, Sammy, come on, Sammy.
I just don't think there's any possible way that they're not going to get this 11 off. Or is it now 22? So you might as well go 11 off 4. Interesting. That's going to be a minimal. Kind of went the bouncer, but it's got carried away. It bounced way more than he thought, I think. Still on the way up. And keeper not able to reel it in either. That hurts, especially after you've seen a guy block one. Now that makes it 6 off 4. All right. Hit and run job here. They want to. They should get to. They do. So make that 4 off 3 now for the sweep. One boundary will do it. 3 chances. Oh, skied though. Keeper wants it. Fairly regulation catch. Takes it. Oh, it's going to put pressure on a new player, and poor Gulami just can't get down the other end. I mean, he does physically, but he's going to have to go back. Credit to Mary here, despite that 5 wides, which is turned out to be pretty costly. Just hanging in this. Vipers trying to steal their point back. Safi goes 2 and out, skies it. Hamingle clears the area, takes it without too much of a fuss. So, scores now 115 for 3. And for PUC, I mean, this point could make a difference for them. Could be the difference between them, for example, topping the ladder and not topping the ladder. Remember, the top of the group goes straight through to the final on Friday night. If you come second, you have to win 2 games on finals day just to make the final. 4 off 2. Here's Zika. He goes for it straight away and he nails it. Well, there you go. Zika says, no mess, no fuss, Maximo. And PUC do get all the points here in match 31. Galami, he's an interested spectator. He says, yeah, that's what I would have done if I was there. But I never got to face the ball, despite watching 2 batters come out below me and face. Zika, I think he enjoyed that. For the Vipers, they get so close to holding on to their point, but they won't in the end. Final score is PUC 121 off 6.5, defeating the Vipers 118 with the bonus point. So 4 points to PUC. The Vipers, unfortunately, the donut, no points at all out of that one. Just a quick one about the next game, which is coming up. It's in about 35 minutes. We'll get to see Mitri back on the park. They've elected to bat against the Vipers. So the Vipers, they play their games back to back. And they'll have a pretty tough contest on their hands there, I think, as well. It obviously won't help that they don't take any points out of this one. It was all about the opening partnership of Usman Shahid and Zafar Iqbal. Zafar did the scoring early and the strike. Vipers kind of hanging in there, but they just couldn't get that breakthrough at all that they needed to maybe push this game a little bit earlier. The openers end up putting on 108 for 1, despite the best efforts of the Vipers bowlers. They had a bit of variety in there, but didn't have the answers. Siri got taken down a bit. Good clean hitting in there. I mean, Zafar Iqbal, he hit 9 Maximos in his 78. He was dominating, really. He's the reason that they take all 3 points. Eventually, he hit one down the throat of Samuel Ameri at long on. Seemed like a surety that they'd take all 4 points, but then this happened. Very next ball, started the new over, and Samuel Ameri grabbed the ball, knocked the stump out. This one hurts in the end, doesn't it? Attempted bounce up, goes over the keeper, 5 wides. Things were closing in. Needed 4 off 2 to take all the points, and Zika just kind of shrugged his shoulders, slammed one out of the ground, and that's all she wrote. So Zika with the death blow, and all 4 points going to Paris University Club. They go further to the top of the ladder. In fact, now they have a lead of 4 actual points. In fact, with that one, it'll be 6 points over President 11, but they are clear. But with just 2 games to play, they'll be hoping that they can extend that even further. 78 for Iqbal, the critical innings there of 25 balls, 9 maxos and 4 fours in there. Shahid was a good ally for him, 17 for him. That's Noor Safi 2 and out, and Zika 6 off his only ball that he faced as far as the bowling went. They tried hard, didn't they? But no one really had the answers. Samuel Ameri did take 2 wickets in his over. The 5 wides was costly when he bowled the 7th. Noor Ameri, the other wicket there. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about half an hour. It is Mitri who are back for the first time since last Wednesday, playing just their 3rd match in the series. So they've got some games to make up. They've got some catching up to do. They'll be taking on the Vipers. We'll be hoping to take something out of day 7 when we return. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We'll be back pretty shortly here for more cricket from France. You're watching the European Cricket Series. European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back after a little bit of a break to the Dreux Cricket Ground in France. It's time now for the second match of 5 today on day 7 of competition. And the next game we'll see the Vipers return. They're taking on Mitri to play their third game in the series. Let's see what happens at the coin toss a little while ago. Charles Croucher had the two captains.
Mitri Cricket Club to call. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
Go to bed first.
So the Vipers winning the toss and they have elected to bat first. And of course we saw them batting first in the first game of the day. They put 118 on the board against Paris University Club. It wasn't enough to hold on. In fact, Paris University Club chased it within the 7 overs. And for that reason, the Vipers did not take a point out of the first game of the day. This is their second and final game of day number 7. So I'll be keen to make a bit of an impact. For Mitri though, obviously, we haven't seen too much of them so far. We saw them on day 3. They did have 1 win and 1 loss back on day 3. But yeah, I mean, I was impressed with what I saw from them. They could have easily won both of their games. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that they'll be chasing in this one. They can all get out there together. And beautiful Sunday at the moment. Mitri, certainly a reputation as giant killers, I think, on the domestic scene. Let's just see if they can produce it in this one. Menik Boa looked pretty good for the Vipers earlier on. I think that Amingul looked good on debut as well. He'll have the gloves and likely, I think, bat in the number 4 position. Might even go up a slot, but Chowdhury missed out with the duck for the Vipers. We'll be hoping that he can turn things around a little bit. And Mitri, in their earlier games, they put 152 on the board, beating Sarcelles by 6 runs. And they only managed 111 against the Knight Riders. Knight Riders ended up knocking those off with 10 balls to spare. Pretty even, I think, on the win predictor. That makes sense. I mean, Vipers have actually played a lot more games. So that's probably pretty relevant. The Vipers playing their 7th match here. And Mitri playing only their 3rd. I want to welcome back everyone in the YouTube chat as well. ECN, European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico is off today. Hopefully he's enjoying his weekend in Paris. In the City of Love. I know that there's a lot of love for Rico in these parts as well. Menik Boa to open up so we get the same opening combination that we saw before. Amaskawa is going to open up. Rob looks like he's woken up from his nap and he said he's ready for some more cricket. Well, Rob, I'm ready if you're ready. Here we go with match 32. Starting with a no ball. We'll have to check the feet here. Looking down at his foot, wondering what's been happening here. Got to be a front foot no ball, you'd think. Yeah, good call. They stepped over the line. So they've got a free hit first up, not the return to the action that Mitri would have wanted. Menik Boa swings away, but he finds the fielder. So, oh, I got it, dodges the bullet there. Bring Mary on strike for the first time. Basically swings across one, finds the fielder though. Yeah, swing and a miss. Caught a wide. I wouldn't mind seeing this one again. In France, haven't really given too much leeway with that one. Maybe umpire doesn't get a great look at it, but the line belongs to the bowler these days. Anyway, what a shot from Mary. He just sweeps it out of nowhere all the way. Maximo, first one of the game. Yeah, he plays that pickup shot really well, doesn't he? He's looking for it. So, a good comeback. Basically says, all right, you want to sweep? Sweep this. Bit difficult to do that. Nick Bower likes to use his feet. And he kind of goes on the walk this time, but down the leg side, that'll be called another wide. Warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code as well, of course. Day 7 of action, some bright sunshine. That's the way we like it. Hit straight back over the umpire's hat. That's going to be 4. Nick Bower, he's a good hitter, isn't he? He's kind of stood up for the Vipers today. Outfielder was lurking, but couldn't quite cut it off. You know that, Rico is pretty keen to try some of the garlicky delights of the country on his weekend off. I'm sure he'll have a few tales to tell when he returns tomorrow. Back straight. Bowler hangs out the boot, but can't make the stop. That'll be 1 run to finish. Oh no, another. No, this time has he knocked the bails off. Yeah, let's have a look. Maybe we can see some of the reverse camera, but this is a no ball, I think, for knocking over the stumps. Check it out. Yeah. What does he actually hit it with? Was that his hand? That was a strange one. It wasn't his leg. Yeah, it was his hand. So that's why it's a no ball. Again, umpire's right on top of it. Another free hit then. Long first over. Oh, gee, it should have been longer. This almost hits the helmet. Wow, that's a crazy shot. He should have just let it go for a wide. Would have had another ball. But look, sends the keeper the wrong way. That might be the finest sweep in cricket history. But it will take the first over. Magical 21 without loss after 1. Looking at some of the numbers, you can see that actually yesterday was very, very low scoring with just 10.4 and over. The day before was very high scoring, 14.6. Now, if you average them all out in the first 30 matches, which is the first 6 days of action, you see 12.4 and over. So 124 par. Let's see if that moves up or down. Hello to Adash Yadav, who's in the chat. Of course, yes, I do remember you. Nice to have you with us. How are you enjoying your Sunday? 8 degrees currently in Dreux. And the sun's out. Mohamed Shafiq to bowl. The second over for Mitri. And then Bower stays leg side of the ball. Kind of gets cramped here. Just a single. Right-hander to right-hander then, as Mary comes back on strike. Low full toss, worked away, and that's going to be 4. Still in the power play. Only 2 outfielders allowed at this point in time. Nicely struck away. A couple of extras kind of cost him in the first over. Got a 10 ball over to get us going that went for 20. Now Shafiq just slightly. Fraction short. Mary loves it there, doesn't he? Not even that short really, but he's so good at picking up the length. And Maximo 6 carreras. One of the longer chases in cricket there for Arslan. There he goes. When he comes back, nobody knows. Mary 21 off 6. Great start for him. time, we'll get a bit of bat note. We'll get one. Minute by. Big responsibility on him, I think, at the top of the order. Like the left-hand, right-hand combination. But look, he loves to get forward. He's already out of his crease. Probably coming forward again at Shafiq. He does. And Shafiq says, all right, I'm going to bang it in. If you want to shorten the pitch, I'm fine with that. Mitri, they look like a good side to me. Doesn't really ever get too far across, does he, Bennett Boat? Well, it's straight. There's another umpire killer. I think the umpires have had their wits about them in this series. Time to remember your emergency procedures and get down to earth. Bang. Slams off the sight screen, 4 runs. No full toss. Instead of the Yorker, gets banged for 4, end of the second over. 37 without loss after 2. The Vipers, you see they're in 5th spot. This is their last game today, and then just 3 more matches to finish their campaign. Mitri, just 1-1. They've played less matches than anyone in the competition, so they're playing a bit of catch-up. You know, what a good day for them to start their kind of journey up the table, taking on the Vipers here. Also see them a little bit later in the day against Royal 94. Mohamed Kasim to bowl the 3rd over, last of the power play. He starts with a good ball outside the off stump. The Mary can't really catch up with. Kasim. Unleashed in the 3rd. A little bit short, missed time pull, hangs up in the air and gone. Nicely taken, so Kasim basically rolls the dice with the short ball and says to Mary, all right, you want to go that way? Pull this. And you can see he was just maybe a fraction late on the shot. Bat turned in his hand. And a fairly simple catch in the end. Mohamed Arslan, well, he's back from his long journey to the corner of the Drua cricket ground, comes back and he grabs Samuel Lemary for 22. And the first wicket falls in this match. The score now 37 for 1. This will bring Chowdhury to the crease. He'll be keen to make a few runs, considering he did go for a 2-ball duck earlier on today. Chowdhury does like to bat in the smaller pads. Traditionally, these are used by wicket keep. He feels they offer him enough protection. Worked away to the leg side. He has his first run for the day. Remember, for the first time in this series, we'll see 5 teams in a day. Typically, over the first 6 days of action, we've had 4 teams in a day. So 2 teams will play 3 times, 2 teams will play twice. But all 5 teams will play 2 matches here on day 7. Which means for the Vipers, it's their last chance to add to their points tally. This one hits the leg, and McMahon not too keen to go through for the leg by. Backing up though from Chowdhury, looking for the run, but partner wasn't keen. Hits this into the circle. This time he does take off for a run off the bat. Kasim's bowled a brilliant over here. It's gone wicket 1.1. So just 2 runs off the over. The 1 wicket in there as well. It's a bit big on Chowdhury. We're going to run here. So, yeah, what a fantastic over that is. 1 for 2 for Kasim in the third. At the end of the power play, the Vipers are 39 for 1. That for me is probably about a par power play, though. About that 13 and over feels about right. 1 or 2 wickets, pretty typical as well in the power play. Pretty evenly poised game at the moment. Playing 16 and 2. And a bit of chat about the new wides interpretation from this tournament. What's meant to be from this tournament. That wide on the offside, it won't move even if the striker moves around. But I suppose the trade-off is that the bowlers are meant to get the line back. At the moment, I think half of it's being done. I think you also got to be understanding these umpires. The first time in ECN cricket is a bit different. So I think we'll see that take shape as the season goes on. Manic Boa loves to get forward to the spinners. Hits it really hard at Kasim. Makes the stop. Hello to Zishan, who is watching from Malta, saying, I hope all's good. Came in after a training session since 8 o'clock. Now, shake time and watching the game. And I know that he's watching from Malta. Anyway, this is in the air, just out of the grasp of the fielder. I think this is a clean stop. We'll get 2. We'll get fairly easy 2 there. The old emergency foot fielding is used here. Check this one out. Don't think there's a problem with this stop. Just have a look at the foot before he kicks it. That's fine. Yep. Even that one's fine. I'll get 2. I hit down the ground. It'll just be a single. Yeah, he's watching with Wasim and Harun. Wasim Abbas and Harun Khan. Harun Mughal, I should say, from Malta. Hey, yeah, this is the ground you'll be playing at. I've got to say, it's a beautiful ground. It's got great facilities. There's a clubhouse here. There's changing rooms here. Whoa. Tough one. The keeper squeezes between the batter and the stumps. He's not able to gather it. Checking out the replay. It's not an easy one because you've got a lot of kind of distractions, but it was an opportunity. Now Manic Boa is going to make him pay with a boundary. Just kind of turns it into the gap. 4 carreras. That won't impress the captain, Shazad Umar, at all. He's bowling at the moment. Should have had a wicket. Instead, he goes to the boundary. Yeah, so I think you'll enjoy this ground a lot, Zishan. The Malta national team will be here, as well as the Belgian national team, and of course the French national team, the Benina Cup. Traditionally held in Malta, this year will be held in France. Manic Boa, now he's going to hold out. And Kasim, he's fielded very well so far. Mitri will remove both openers now as Manic Boa goes for 17. Shazad Umar didn't have to wait too long to get his man. Just cost him 4, I suppose, that missed opportunity earlier in the over. But the Vipers lose a second wicket now. The score is 47 for 2. This will bring Kaksa Amingul to the crease. He impressed me earlier with his knock. First time we'd seen him in ECN cricket. He scored 31 not out of 17. I suppose the issue here being Sunday, just have a few more players available, perhaps, compared to the Monday to Friday games. $47 for 2 then, after 4 overs. Umar, and he goes for 8 in that over and finishes with a wicket. All right, here's over number 5. And this is Noor, who's coming on. Noor Aslan in over number 5. Yeah, a question from Paul about the leg side wide rule. And yeah, it can't be a wide if the ball passes between the batter and the stumps. So, for example, that mis-stumping last over. That's not a wide. Yeah, I'm liking the kind of energy that Nor's providing. But that one just misses the mark. Yeah, and so there's a few overarching principles with wides. And one is that, yeah, can't be a wide, obviously, if the ball's hit or hits the batter. But it would be a wide if it's down the leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps. Oh, a bit of a dodgy one. Bowler picks it up. It would have been gone. Can't hit the target. Had to rush the throw a bit there, Nor. Yeah, Dave just talking about some of the footage on ECN Plus, including, I had an interview with Zishan when he was leading Gozo's Army at the ECL recently. It's just covering for Daniel, who normally does it in the studio, but he was away for a few days. He was away for his birthday to spend with his family. Which, I think that was a good decision for Daniel to get back. But anyway, right now we're seeing one of the thicker edges going around by Amingul. He'll go maximal. How's this for a way to get off the mark? This pushes forward. And he watches it, and he watches it fly miles out of the ground. 6 runs to the Vipers. Leg side this time, but oh, just a single. Despite the old slip sliding. I'd say it's drying out a little bit. Good news is rain seems to have stayed away. We had a few days where the rain would come in pretty violently and then leave just as quickly as it came. All right, leading edge this time hangs up in the air. Can anyone get there? Not quite. Did pretty well to block it in front of him to stop a second run, but frustration for Nor there. I think the fielder does pretty much everything he could do. Sometimes more of a prod, like a hard-handed prod. And the fielder, Kawak coming in, but not able to turn it into a catch. Oh, slow ball. I don't think that this can be a run. I don't know. Let's show it again because he doesn't play a shot. But the question is he trying to get out the way of it? Let's have a look at it again. So is he trying to avoid it? I suppose in the end he kind of is. So it's a leg by if he's playing a shot or if he's trying to avoid the ball. It doesn't matter why he's trying to avoid the ball. I think in the end they'd say, all right, yeah, he's trying to pull that leg out the way at the end. So that's why he's entitled to take the leg by. It's not the ball that's going to hit the legs via the inside edge of the bat. It'll be 12 runs off the over, 11 plus that leg by. And at the end of 5, the Vipers are 59 for 2. Gives us a chance to reflect on what we've seen so far. I'm going to say I've liked the attacking instincts of the Vipers so far. It's a very even game, if I'm completely honest. Mitri, though, they'll be keen to make a mark and never underestimate the kind of intangible power of momentum in these tournaments. There's a lot of games still to play. If they can stay fit, if they can stay healthy, I think they fancy a run right up into the final 5 and perhaps even higher than that. So we're going to see some spin now with Shazad Umar continuing. 1 for 8 in his first over, thick inside edge, first up. Just a single. All right, this one is in the air and going to carry Maximo. Yeah, the field is down the ground. It's a tough time of the day for them to field when the sun's out, and it is today. You can see that Mustafa Roma just couldn't quite find it. Mustafa's a guy we have seen playing for Byron in the ECL recently. Also, we've seen him a bit for the French national team. Drags this one now, Chandri. Just a single. Uma's been pretty clever here. Pretty accurate. We're looking at this mid-3 side. There's a lot of quality in there. Misses Chandri, backs away slightly. Couldn't access that one outside the off stump. Good to see Wayne in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Another inside edge. Not going too far at all. That's a good spell from the captain. Umar is going to finish with 1 for 17 at the end of 6 overs. The Vipers are 68 for 2. And kind of 113 pace at the moment. Both openers back in the shed. I think Dolat Zai provided some really good hitting when we saw him earlier on. But 4 overs to get a move on. Kasim, he's going to come back now. And wasn't his first over very good as well. Bowled the 3rd over. Came up with the first wicket. Also only conceded 2 singles in that over. All right, here's over number 7. Well handled by Kazim. Once again putting the brakes on. A bit late on that pull shot, wasn't he? Ended up back at the bowler. He goes the hook this time, hanging up in the air, and another good catch. It hits Arslan, who's been busy. He's probably saying, was that my catch? And keeps saying, yeah. I think you're going to get there before I would. And 2 Arslans there, actually. Arslans are far behind the stumps. It's Mohammed Arslan that takes another catch. Just beaten for pace once again. This time it's a bit higher, like a genuine hookable length. And Amingul is going to have to go. Kasim continuing his brilliant input here in match 32. The score now is 68 for 3. And here is Hamidullah Dolat Zai. He lit it up before when he came in late in the piece. 25 off 8. He came in the 8th over. This time he comes in the 7th, but a similar kind of situation. Kind of helped his team get up to 118. Wasn't nearly enough though against PUC. You know he's going to attack. Misses out that first one. Pushes him right back. Oh, would have been run out. Instead, I think we're going to get a leg by here. Just felt it might have been angling down the leg side. The wind predictor. Pretty line ball at the moment. Kind of see 2 stumps there. It's always an indication it might be a bit leg stumpish. Missing leg stumpish. Now, this one is high, but he's got plenty of it. Maximo Chowdhury, his time to shine. Lifts that up and out of the ground. Kassim, first time he's been punished. Now goes over the offside. He likes that too, Chowdhury. Goes back-to-back maximals. So bang, bang, and after 7 overs, it's 81 for 3. Goes both ways. Plenty of cricket around, of course. I know that a lot of our viewers on ECN certainly enjoying the opportunity to go to so many locations throughout the year. Three overs to go then. Vipers, we're hanging around. Okay, great overtime then. Cut away. Vipers wanting that big finish to that size the man. Swing and a miss again. So Dollar side not quite finding the touch he had before. The swing and a miss. No, he's bowled the more accurately shot in here. Dollar needs to find his mojo pretty quickly because this innings is creeping away. Well bowled, full fairly straight. And so, I want to say a quick hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who's watching from Brisbane, I believe. Is that right, Emmanuel? Great to have you here. Chowdhury on the keeping pads, rocking the look. Now, just whipped away. I'll get one. Well, Sam confirming what a few people suspected, including myself. Now middle at Dolezai entered the field of play without a very important piece of equipment. And I can assure you it is important. That'll be the end of the 8th over. It's 87 for 3. Couple of overs to go then. A few people just mentioning some of the lighter moments in the chat, such as Corey banning his own mum. Yeah. Who could forget the great Peacock Friday chat massacre of Rome last year? Anyway, here's over 9. Shafiq comes back. Well hit by Chowdhury. That one's out of here. Maximo. You know, when it gets that external fence, that's a big hit. I like the way he does actually go offside when required, Chowdhury. Dulapala, Chowdhury, batting 3, making up for that failure this morning. Probably forces Shafiq to bowl a little bit straighter. He does, and Chowdhury just kind of can't deal with it. Now he's talked into the single. It still would have been out. I like the way the bowler kind of tries to get like 2 or 3 steps closer to make it easier, but he ends up throwing off the wrong foot here. You can see that Dolezai saying, hey, isn't that a single? Chowdhury was kind of thinking, no, I'm enjoying this. I don't want to go off strike. Eventually, had to go, didn't he? He gets big. Chowdhury, you get down the other end, to say the least. It's going to be called a wide for height. That'd be an interesting one. Bowler can't believe it. Let's have a look at it. They've got this from side on. How high is it when it passes the batter, though? That's the key thing. Check it out here. Oh, don't think it's a wide for height. Right, they're hard to call live, I know that. Again, not really able to get away too far. More chaos and more disagreements between the wickets. So, yeah, some interesting kind of internal power dynamics between these two. Oh, you know what we say on ECN? It all happens in the 9th. This one is just clipped away. Once again, only they've done really well, kind of restricting runs of boundaries here, Mitri, late in the piece. Hello to Alan. Great to have you with us as always. Hello to Marnus as well. Fine for time here as well, as you can see. All right, this is going to be a thick edge flying away. And once again, we see, well, let's call it an educated edge. All the way over the rope. Maximo. The Aximo. Accidental Maximo. So 100 comes up now for the Vipers. Could end up in a pretty similar score to earlier on. They scored 118 against PUC. Knocked out the middle stump. That's how you finish your spell, Shafiq. Probably pretty disappointed that he doesn't have too much to show for it. But I like this bowling. It's full, it's straight. Middle stump. Now you see it. Now you don't. Every bowler loves to see that. Bales almost go to Wales. And the Vipers lose their 4th at the end of 9. They're 103 for 4. Looking at the bowling figures, yeah, Kasim, I think probably best of the lot so far. 2 for 14 of his 2. Kawa, expect him to come back for the last. I might go to a 6 bowler. A bit of Australian football chat in the chat right now, got to say. As a West Coast Eagles supporter from way back. Nice to see them actually winning some games of football. It's been a bit of a lean trot. I think I got sold on the Eagles in the early 90s with those premierships, first time that the Australian football trophy left Victoria. Hello to Monica, who's watching from Italy. Hey, Monica, maybe let us know what part of Italy you are from, and who knows, maybe we'll meet you during the ECS in Brescia, coming up in just about a week and a half. All right, Kabir, he arrives. This is a funny one because the batter's got 60 seconds to face up, but I think it depends on if the stumps are getting fixed up. Now, something's happening to the left of screen. I don't know what this is about. Maybe the sub's coming on. Yeah, that's Ahmed Bilal who's coming on. I'm not sure who he's come on for. It looks like Shafiq is coming off. Okay, so that's what the delay was about. A lot of people talking about Harley Reid, the footballer, but, well, there's only one WA-based Reid that I'm interested in talking about. How about Bruce Reid? Remember Bruce Reid? Actually played against him a little bit when I was younger. All right, end of the bat job from Chowdhury in the air, and it's still going to carry. Well, it just shows you the bat speed he's got. I don't think that was exactly off the middle, but still maximal. 6 runs and a good start to the 10th over by the Grini Vipers. Bit of bite here from Chowdhury. Now he's going to go the old no-look hook shot, and that's going to travel as well. Maximal, back-to-back. Can't get short to this guy. Okay, it's not necessarily the most convincing hook shot, but it's going to fly. Yeah, so when I used to face Bruce Reid, just imagine facing a regular bowler that's standing on top of a ladder. That's how I used to describe it. So he could get the ball because of his height and his high arm action. He could really get the ball, you know, off a fairly full length to still come up and kind of get your chest high, that kind of thing. A little bit disconcerting. And this time, Chowdhury swings straight through it. Go up. Trying to keep this down in the 1-teens. 118 they scored earlier. The Vipers. Well, Chowdhury, he wants his 50 and he's going to get it. Or is he? Well, this will be an interesting one. Gonna hustle back for 2. Is this a great stop? He's trying to say, look, wasn't he over the boundary there? But does he take off? Have to go really slow. The step before he touches it. I think, oh, yeah. Yeah, he stepped out. So it will be his 50. Yeah, so back on field we can see Chowdhury does bring up his 50 then. And he does it off 21 balls. Nice way for him to bring it up. Chowdhury certainly has played some nice shots. I think one of the better innings played by someone wearing keeping pads. Just saying. And before we hang him out to dry, I actually did exactly the same thing when I played a game for Costa del Sol. So I can't judge. Now it goes in that region again. We're keen to try and get back, but we won't be able to. Oh, well, he'll try, and he's going to get run out in the end. Well, it looks like a pad blowout there. Chowdhury does end up with his second half century of the season, And then he'll go trying to sneak attack the strike back. Good innings though. Let's see here. Really like the idea of getting back, but it was never really going to happen, was it? So he'll be run out for 52, and the score, in fact, it'll be 51. If you make that run, of course. Good innings though from Chowdhury. 120 for 5 then. Here's the last ball. Lifted up. Well, this is Isanula. Well, he's going to join the party as well. He'll edge a 6. Everybody's doing it. Maximo, and 1-2-6 will be the score for the Vipers. And so, I know they lose Chowdhury trying to steal a strike back, but they didn't lose too much. It was a perfect result next ball. Mitri have a chase on their hands. 127 will be their victory target. And Mitri, to give you an idea, so far in this series, we've only seen them twice. But we saw them 152 on the board in the first game and 111 in the second. Let's go back and have a look at these highlights then. Once again, we saw Manic Boer and Samuel Lemary at the top of the order. Mary actually was pretty inventive. The umpire had to watch out at one stage. We had a little bit of chaos all around. I've got to say that Kasim, though, took a couple of good catches in there. Certainly, Mitri had the feeling of a team that has been left on the shelf a little bit. Only the 2 games so far. They'll get to make up for it in the next few days. Living dangerously, though, the Vipers. We saw Chowdhury come out at 3. We saw Amangul come out at 4. The kind of same order as before. It's a bit of a strange one. The batter was maybe trying to get that pad out the way. Was able to get a leg by. But Chowdhury lit it up, didn't he, with 6 big Maximos in his 50. Eventually, he'd lose Amangul. Caught pretty nicely. But, well, after kind of restricting them to an extent, they were able to take a couple of those kind of key moments away, weren't they? That was a nice bit of bowling, full and straight. Then we saw this, which looks like it might have been a stop, but you could see pretty clearly the foot came outside the field of play. And then once he got his 50, he thought, well, maybe I'll get away with this. Well, they didn't. But did it hurt them? Not really, because Isanola then goes bang. And he goes the accidental Maximo to finish off. 126 cents on the board for the Grini Vipers. Hoping to bite back after not taking a point out of the first game of the day against PUC. Chowdhury tops the scoring there. Dulipala Chowdhury with 51 of 22. 6 Maximos and a 4 in there. Manic Boer and Mary did both make start, 17 and 22 respectively. Dolat just never quite found the magic while he was there. 12 off 10. Amangul kind of the same, 9 off 7. And Isanula put the finishing touches on as far as the bowlers went. I think Kasim was outstanding, 2 for 14, his figures. Wickets also to Shazad Umar, who put in a pretty good spell, 1 for 17. Shafiq picked up a wicket, but he was a bit expensive. Shout out as well to Noor with his none for 17, kept things pretty tight. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about a few minutes' time, and it'll be 127 for Mitri to go 2-1. Or can the Vipers pull off a defence? Pretty much a par total. I think a 50-50 game could be a good one. Do you have the tingle? Maybe. We'll have our first French Golden Ball. Who knows? But we'll be back after the break. Vinny Sanders here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the European Cricket Series, the longest and I guess the best cricket series in the world with over 1,000 matches in a variety of locations all around Europe. It's great to have your company once again. We're over 3 months into the season already, can you believe that? And now we're getting stuck into day 7, our first ever European Cricket Series in France at the Dreux Cricket Ground, around about 85 kilometres outside of Paris. It's the Vipers taking on Mitri here. Mitri coming out to bat, chasing 127 for victory after the Vipers scored 126 in the first innings. That means that the bowling team can secure all the points if they can restrict the batting team, Mitri, to 88 or less. I suppose outside chance of the 7-over chase. You never know. You're going to have to go at a breakneck speed, though. I think it's 18 and over you'd need to go at. But we do see those kind of run rates sometimes, don't we, in ECN cricket. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And how are you seeing this one? Mustafa Omer opening up. He's a guy we have seen playing a bit for the French national team also. He was playing for Byron, the Greek club champions in the recent European Cricket League. Almost ready for a start. Aslan Zafar. We'll get one down the leg side first up. That will be called wide. Aslan Zafar, the keeper for Mitri, did a pretty solid job in the first half of this game. Monica is tuning in from Italy. Just letting her know. Of course, we'll be in Brescia. What part of Italy do you live in, Monica? I wonder if that's far from you. This one will be wide. I think misses the line pretty comfortably. Dolat Zai opening up for the Rini Vipers. He goes leg side wide, offside wide, start going. Does look like a fast bowler, doesn't he, Dolat Zai? Just hits the body, you know. Umpire sees it well. I think that's a good decision. Just didn't seem like it was an edge. And the other thing is it comes quite slowly. Check it out here on the replays. Through the shot. And yeah, maybe from behind we can see that one as well. But I think he's rubbing where it hits him. See there. It takes a little bit of the kind of torso of the batter on the way through. Much better ball though from Dolat Zai. Good decision from the umpire. Give him some credit there. Right, straight down the ground. Oh, wow. Bit of chaos cricket here. Mitri, haven't seen them since Wednesday. Dolat Zai doesn't look thrilled about it. Just took off and non-striker Omar saying, what are you doing? There's no run there. In a way, it's not really the non-striker's job to overrule the striker, but he felt he wanted to use his veto power. Now this is hit straight, but it's hit very, very, very high. And a perfect club selection in the end. So far, living dangerously. And he will get the first maximal of the innings. But it was higher than it was long, put it that way. Another wide, so Dolat Zai just kind of struggling with his control first up. Now it just punched over cover, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximal. So just the start that Mitri were hoping for. not the worst ball, but nice shot. And nothing sloggy about this shot from Zafar. Hey, just an update. I know that Shane Warnacoula-Soria last night suffered that nasty blow on the thumb. Played for Balbignon in the last game of the day. So a bit of an injury update there for you. There goes leg side. This is good power as well. Going, and gone. Maximo! And right now we're seeing Zafar heating up. In fact, that takes his first over Magical. But yeah, Warnacoula-Soria is confirmed he does have a thumb fracture, quite a severe thumb fracture. And he'll be getting an operation on that. So obviously it's going to rule him out for a significant period of time. Just want to wish him all the best. He's straight, but I think it's just going down the leg side. Let's get him on the back leg. It's not a million miles away. I just felt the natural angle of that. Probably taking it down the leg side. What's your call here? It's wide of the crease. I mean, yeah, it's not a mile away, but I think it's a good decision. Benefit of the doubt. I think for me, it was just sliding down the leg side. End of the over. It's 21 without loss after one. And right now, we are 31 matches since our last golden ball. And I'm sure you know when that last golden ball was. It was last Sunday night, so it's a week ago today. And it was the final in Portugal, the first ever time we've had a golden ball in a final. What an insane game that was. Okay. So Samuel will be bowling over number 2. Omo gets a hit. Force this one. I'm interested to see the height on this one. Is that the one for the over or not? A lot of nodding, not a lot of signalling. Maybe. Is it considered just below? It's over the shoulder to me. How can it take off though? I wonder what the height is on this one. Is that another one that's kind of just perfect? I'm just struggling to get on top of these. That one is kind of more kind of chest high, isn't it? Vipers searching for their first wicket. That one I think has to be over the shoulder. Let's have another look. It certainly is he's testing the skills of the square leg umpire at the moment. This one just seems shorter, so I think at the crease. Remember, it's judged at the crease, not where he meets the ball. That'll be the one for the over. I mean, to be honest, I think the first one was actually probably above the shoulder as well, but it wasn't signal at that stage. Still 3 dots to start the second. Uh-oh. Great decision to not go for the run. Probably works out well, because the bowler does hit the stumps. But 4 dots then to start this over. Roma just gets a little bit of a chat from his partner, saying, look, no stress. No need to panic. Don't throw your wicket away here. Just play the ball as it comes. Now he does kind of deal with the bounce here. And that's going to fly all the way. Maximo. 5th time lucky, as they say in the classics. Again, this is one he has to go tiptoes. Shot. Up and out of here. Well, whatever Hassan Zafar said at the other end, it worked. Mustafa Omer off the mark with 6. It's back. And ball does well to get a hand to it, but they will get a single. Omer will retain the strike. Still a decent over that for the Greeny Vipers. They only concede 7 in it. 6 and a 1, and that's all that was done after 2 overs. Mitri, 28 without loss, and Mitri, you can see they've only played 2 matches. They'll get to play 2 today, and they'll still be behind everyone else as far as matches played. They've got a big run home, Still think they're contenders to push up into the 5 if they can get on a bit of a roll. Time for over number 3. It's the last over of the power play.
Come on, Isan, come on, Isan.
And now it's going to be Isan Meri to bowl. He's a different sort of a bowler to Samiula Meri. He's over 3. Uh-oh. This has byes written all over it. Will it go all the way? It won't. See this one from behind. You'll kind of see the keeper here, Amingul. He just doesn't track the ball at all. This is what you need to do. You need to pretend that the batter's not there and the stumps aren't there. And he never really does that. You see, he says, oh, well, that's probably going to hit something, so I'll just stay here. But as a keeper, you just need to put all those things out of your head, all those distractions out of your head. You can never assume. That's why they get 2 runs for nothing there. A little bit short, but Omar jumps all over it, and that's out of here. Maximo. A bit of company for the crowd. You can see what I'm saying about them being a bit of a unit. And with that blow, they take the lead in this game, according to the win predictor. It'll take a while to get that one back, in fact. It does come back eventually. Tried to sneak the quick one through there, Isan, and Omar was all over it. Pitches up and he takes it on, he pumps it, that's large. Maximo. Now Omar, after a few misses, you can see why Zafar said to him, look, don't worry about it. 3 or 4 dot balls, it happens. You're good enough to make it up. And now, absolutely going to town. A couple of really big hits. He's hit 3 6s since. His son Ula Meri pitching up saying, all right, you want to go after me? Let's see it. Well, he sees it from Omar. Everyone back and set. Yeah, well bowled. This one sneaks down the bottom corner. Good comeback from the bowler. Now goes after it, but it's up in the air. 3 going to chase it, but the ball's going to win the race to the boundary. It'll be 4 runs. Rubio moves into the 20s. This went to an unattended part of the outfield, didn't it, in the end? Pitch is just inside, despite the best efforts. Does get across the line. Hit down the ground, and that's going to be 4 as well. So the 50 comes up off the last ball, the power play, and the 50 partnership. Really heating up at the moment. 50 without loss after 3. And Omar fights back after a pretty rough start. But he's well ahead in the contest now. 2 magical overs out of 3. Heading to the middle overs now. Up to 4 outfielders can be used from this point forward. So going back to Samuel O'Mary. And he went for 7 in his first over. He was the one that kind of troubled O'Merrill. All he's going to have to do with Zafar first. It's a bit of a short arm jab. It's really well fielded down there. That's Dolatzai. Oh no. And look at this, really good running. Okay, it was great fielding in the first place. Saved the boundary, but gives away another run. But I don't know if we got the running here. Have a look how Zafar. I call this secondary backup. So when the ball's coming back in, see, the first one, okay, it's easy enough. But have a look, he's looking for a fumble here. Don't quite catch it now. When he does get back on strike, he's going to put it out of the ground. Maximo. How's that Galami? He's just saving the supporters over there, including Emma, I think. Yeah, next ball picked up, really powerful strike. Beautifully fielded. Yeah, but to the ball before. Yeah, have a look at how. Maybe this. Well, maybe we won't get another look at it because that's going to be gone. It's a little edge, and so it's going to be 6 and out for Arslan Zafar. And the keeper does the rest, kind of round the wicket angle, pushes it across him.
Come on, boy. Come on, boys.
Probably wasn't the best shot. Just kind of wafted into the leg side. And Samuela's pretty excited about it. A disappointment for Arslan Zafar, but he's involved in a pretty productive opening partnership. He'll end up going for 26 off 9 with 4 maximos. Score 58 for 1. Yeah, so the just to go back to what we were saying with the secondary backup, he basically comes down 2 or 3 meters knowing he's not the danger end. So if there's any fumble from the keeper, he's ready to go. And that was smart work between the wickets. So then he whacked a 6 and then he got out. That's ECN cricket for you. He says Sharp, Pandakale coming out in the number 3 spot. He impressed me first time out when we saw them on Wednesday. Slight fumble allows a run.
Come on, boy.
Yeah, John Gray, good to see you back in the chat as well. Back from weekend Liguria and a bit of Tuscany with his students. Can't wait to come down Thursday and Friday. Well, I'll see you at the ground then, John. Saying, hola mi familia. Hello to all of the family at ECN. Yeah, John, that'll be fantastic. Big weekend of cricket as well with the ECIs, the internationals between France as well as Hungary and Romania. Right, that one is a real blast from Omer. He's come good, hasn't he? There's a bit of authority about this shot. Maximo. Again, he seems unbothered by that angle across. This is probably where, if you gave Arslan Zafar his time over, probably try and hit the ball in that region rather than trying to swipe across. Now goes straight again. He's on the charge, but the fielder comes around, can't do anything about it. Maximo, back to back. Romeo putting his stamp of authority on this chase. I was a little bit concerned, I think, that maybe it was going to hang around the field of play, but it just creeps over the boundary. And at the end of 4 overs, the score is 71 for 1. Well ahead of where they need to be at the moment. And Pandakal coming at 3. Still batting to come for Mitri as well. Yeah, well, John, welcome back to the chat. It's a thing sometimes. Some people have to take a bit of a break for various reasons, but you're always welcome back here on the European Cricket Network. Okay. It's going to be Nasiri to bowl now. So left arm spin in the 5th. First one kind of sweeps across it. Just a single. Don't really think the 3 over chase is on, or the 7 over chase. 3 from now. Maybe about 20 and over to do that. You never know, though. Omer. It's a piece of this, but not the whole thing. We'll get a single. Yeah, not a bad location from this area there. Just kind of making the batter reach for it. Only get a single at the moment. They can kind of handle that. Got to find a way to cut off the boundaries. The Vipers. Pushes this through, but fast hands from Omar. Maximo. Oh, yeah. That was hit with some force, wasn't it? Really fast hands there. Not looking too bothered at the moment, Mitri.
Come on, boys.
Just searching for a bit of a turning point. Omar, remember how he started? Started with those 4-dot balls. Now he's going to go. He just goes to the well once too often. They'll feel they're still in this game, the Vipers. They have... Basically goes to the well once too often, doesn't he? Tries to hit across the ball. It's pretty straight. And Naseri will be the man that gets the breakthrough. It's 80 for 2. A good shot of it. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. You can see it just kind of loses his shape there. Hits the ground in frustration. Middle it off. Omar. Disappointed to miss out on the half century. He still has his team in good shape. It's 80 for 2. Ball to go on the 5th. Here's Mohamed Arslan, who's coming out in the number 4 position. That's pretty good over this. Making hustle. Oh, would that have been out? Maybe. Yeah, the ball hurdles towards the outfield, but they only get the one. It's been an interesting replay. I had a feeling, just my instinct was this would have been out if it had hit. Let's have a look.
Come on, boys.
Oh, yeah. Would have been gone. Only just. But. Well, what do they say in Italy? If my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Anyway, here's the end of 5. And the score is 81 for 2. I suppose the importance of taking wickets can't be underestimated in 10-over cricket. You don't tend to think of it that way sometimes. I think what we've learned, if you can get the set batters out, if you can get new batters there, can make such a big difference. You can turn the game around. Here's over 6. Starts with a drag to the leg side. Just a single. And the Kale. The other day, we saw Mitri on Wednesday. I wonder if this gets any of the bat or not. It did seem to be kind of rising a bit. Yeah, it kind of hit him on the back hip, but just because where it hit him, it looked like it must have been going over. I think the umpire's saying there's bat in that. And then they're saying, you sure? He said, yep, I'm sure. Either way, it'll be a run. This just sneaks in as well from Manic Boy, who's come on to bowl over number 6. Right now it's kind of 83-17, so you're basically saying 5 times out of 6, Mitri win from here. Is this the 1 out of 6 though? Pretty well bowled. Gets full. Batter can't do much with it, Arslan. We'll get a single. And goes and fetches this, but he's skied it and he's going to be caught. The Pandakale goes fishing outside the off stump. And all he catches is the trip back to the dressing room. Nick Boat will get the wicket, and Mitri is hitting a bit of a rough spot in this chase. I mean, it's probably outside the tram line. Probably a wide if he leaves it, but he drags it leg side. I was a bit worried the fielder had run a bit too far in there. But Nick Boat gets the breakthrough. Nice catch out there by Nasseri as well. He's been in the game. Here's Hussein Yassir now coming out at number 5. Is there a twist in this? Well, he's just going to come out. He's going to absolutely slam the first ball over the leg side. Maximal. Nothing too wrong with this, to be honest. Yassir makes a statement off the mark with 6, and after 6, Mitri are 90 for 3. Does mean they still need 37 off the last 4 overs. So, looking at this card, not too many extras, so that's pretty good stuff from the Vipers. Remember, the Vipers, they didn't take any points out of the first game. Okay, it looks like they'll get at least 1 here. They're going to have to turn things around pretty dramatically if they're going to get the win. Nasseri to bowl out here in the 7th. I like the way he puts the ball in that area and set the field to that. All stopped out there by Manik Boa. Just a single. Now you saw the intent from Yassir, first ball he faced. Not bowled. I think the foot stays down there. Pretty smart work though from Amingul with the gloves. The foot really never leaves the ground, does it? Still top ball's a win for the fielders. A bit slower this time from Nasseri. That's in the gap. That'll be 4. Nice shot by Yassir. Shows he's no slogger. He just plays this beautifully through the covers with a bit of power as well. Keeps along the ground. Oh, that's a thin edge that's going to run down the hill. That's going to be 4. So Yassir. This one's probably more in the lucky column than good batting column, but hey, they'll take the runs here. Keeps them in control of the chase. Another powerful shot from Yassir. Well, how about that? That was almost like a nice hockey goalie stop from Chowdhury out there. Check it out. He's saying, yeah, well, I just saw a player get a fractured thumb yesterday. I'm not going to risk my hands. So he gives it this one. Boo. What a save. Almost an umpire clothesline just to finish things off. Last ball of the 7th. 100's up. Arslan can't beat the fielder. They elect not to run there. Not a bad spell from Nasseri. He'll take 1 for 20. And it's 100 for 3 after 7. More cricket coming up, of course. This is just the second of 5 matches today. PUC will close out their day 7 with a match against CSPT Sassel. The Sassel have had some interesting moments in the series, that's for sure. They've got a 2-3 record, but they're pretty talented, that side. Amjad Sandhu listed to open today. Zahir Hussein's had a pretty good series. Got Shamshad, the captain, who looks like he's put himself down to 3. I guess we'll see how it actually plays out. PUC took all the points in the first game of the day. They'll want to go big there again. Join us for match 33. It's coming up in about 35 minutes time. Right, 27 to win off last 3 overs. And Nick Moore is going to get a sky ball. It's going to be taken. So there you go. Yasir goes now. They had to kind of pack that side of the field, encouraging him to bowl it outside the off stump. That's exactly what he does. Nice takedown there. Samuel O'Mary with the catch. 100 for 4 then. Still 27 away. 17 balls left. Just feel this game's still up for grabs. Yeah, so PUC winning the toss and batting first this time. So they finally win a toss. Susset will be on the chase when we return for that match 33. But right here, right now, Zafar gets a hit. And hits what he's going to do. Maximo, what a shot first up. Wasn't the worst kind of delivery. Manic Boa. Devane Manic Boa. Just racing balls to his field, but that one goes over the field. It's not quite the Yorker. It's kind of length that Hasnain Zafar is able to get under. That's a better length. Only a single. One boundary and over is really all they need to stay where they need to be in the game, Mitri. Still not there yet, though. A couple of quick wickets could change the face of this. Oh, well. There's one of them. Arslan swings across it. And so maybe a bit of life in this game yet. It'll be a 5th one down, 107 for 5. Arslan just hits across the ball on the off stump. And you can see there, non-striker Zafar, not thrilled with it. Hey, what sort of a shot's that? Look at the game situation. And, pretty expressive from his batting partner. But it's not his batting partner anymore as Mohammad Arslan walks back with the score 107 for 5. Question about why haven't they sent Ahmed Mumtaz in? Probably because he's not in the playing 11. Makes it tough. The mummy. Right, hit down the ground. Kazim comes in and, well, he's not wasting too much time at all. That's out of the ground. Maximo. No sign of nerves there. Just short of the Yorker seat. It's like 1 metre short of the front foot and just lifted up beautifully out of the ground. 14 off 13 now. Hard to see a path back. As Kasim settles any gremlins. He swings himself off his feet, and that'll actually spin back the other side of the pitch. They'll get one there. End of the over, 114 for 5. Still a bit of work to do, 13 off 12, but you imagine they would do it. Need to have a dream over here, the Vipers, to keep themselves in the contest. Otherwise, looks like it'll just be the 1 point out of a possible 8 for their Sunday. Zubayr asking, any casualties as for cars? Yeah, we did see a few cars hit. I think they've just kind of moved the parking zone back a little bit. But, yeah, I wouldn't be parking my car in the car park, considering some of the hitters we've seen. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well, I can tell you right now, that's 5. It'll be 5 runs. You wait for it. It's hit the helmet. It probably would have been 4 anyway. Well, eventually they'll sort this out. But this is for sure. I mean, just watch the helmet go flying. Look, straight through the legs or around the legs. Clonk into the helmet. 5 penalty runs. And so it'll just be the 5. It'll be the same batter on strike. So, oh, just what you don't need when you're trying to stay alive in the game. So, I mean, they need to cross back, right? Because they won't get a run. I know we've got one more replay of this, but the run would only count that they run if they'd crossed at the moment. So maybe we can freeze it at the moment the ball hits at the helmet. You see, they're not even close. Bang, stop there. See, they haven't crossed. So it means that you need to get Kasim back on strike. They won't get the run they run, but they'll take the 5 penalty runs. Let me just make sure the main camera here. Let's see that they've got this right. Wait, there we go. Now they will get it right. I think they need to swap ends again. Maybe we can show that one more time. He's saying that you need to face. Yeah, that's what he's saying. See? So, yeah. Let's get sorted out in the end. But anyway, disaster strikes, really. They'll go down as a dot to the bowler, but 5. Worst case scenario. Like I said, probably was going for 4 anyway, so it doesn't make a big difference. Probably not, but... yeah. Non-standard minimo, as Christopher Ward said. Oh, it's great take. I'll give that guy the man of the match. Amingul. Down the leg side. This is a sensational bit of keeping. Oh, clean as you like. 6th landing. That got me all tingly inside. Not really a golden ball tingle though. 6 to win. They'll do it. Maximal. So Mithri, they're going to do it with 9 balls remaining. And the Vipers have a tough day at the office here on Sunday. And they're saying, is that it? They go, yeah, that's it. So there's 1 point out of a possible 8. Mithri, we'll see them later on. They've got a clash in the 4th game of the day against Royal 94. That one is in about 3.5 hours, maybe 2.5 hours time actually. But in about half an hour time, we will be back with the next game, which we'll see PUC back on the park, taking on Sassel, who we'll see for the first time today. Join us for that. Back in about 25 minutes to take you through to the first ball. Paris University Club, they are top of the table. They want to put some more distance between them and the pack. But Sassel, they've got a point to prove. They're 2 and 3, and they'll be hoping that they can push their way up into a position they might be able to attack from come the finals. Let's go back and look at the highlights of this one. And, well, a few disagreements early. I mean, Omar had a bit of a shocking start, to be honest, but he came good before too long. Started with 4 dot balls. And Toilet Zine, the first over, went magical, so that kind of put the Vipers behind from the get-go. 3 magical overs out of 4 set this up, so there was 71 for 1 after 4. Which didn't really have the answers. I mean, there were some good stops. I mean, this is one that takes off on the keeper. They get an extra run, and the openers doing most of the work. But they did break that opening partnership with the score at 70. That's at 58, I should say. But then by the end of the 4th over, there was 71. And although we saw Omar get pretty close to a half century, couldn't quite get them over the line, but certainly put them on the right course. And then, really, it was just a matter of who was going to finish it off. I think that Rahim Gul Nasseri actually bowled pretty well with his left-arm spinners. This is a non-standard, almost like a split save from Chowdhury, who batted well in the first innings. But yeah, once again, Vipers, they kind of have to work really hard to get to an average-looking total. But then they've just kind of blown away some key partnerships. Yeah, just overhauling the target in the end. And over and a half to spare. I mean, like I said, the Vipers, they will take a point away from this. That was the kind of last dagger in the heart as the ball hit the helmet. They're needing 13 off the last 2 overs. And we saw a bit of spectacular keeping. But with 6 to win, that was all she wrote. Launched out of the ground, and Mithri go to a 2-1 record. They're a bit of a danger team. Plenty of games still to play. I'll certainly appreciate the 3 points out of that one. Mustafa Omar with 46 off just 17 balls leads the scoring for Mithri in this one. That was after He didn't score off his first 4 balls. Apart from that, 26 for Arslan Zafar at the top of just 9. Pair of 4s for Pandakale and Arslan. Yassir with 15. He was a heavy hitter, wasn't he? Hasnain Zafar and Kasim got them over the line with the help of a few penalty runs for the old helmet banger. No one really able to stop them leading too much. Devane Menik-Boat has had a pretty good day for the Vipers, 3 for 23, his figures. Wickets also for Samuel Ameri and Masseri with his left-armers. He bowled a decent spell, 1 for 20. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes then, and we'll see PUC searching for more points against the Southsell team, who would love to knock over the top dogs. Enjoy your break. We'll be back momentarily to the Druid Cricket Ground. More cricket on the way. Still 3 full matches to go on your ECN Sunday. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo for the network. Back in a moment with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the Drought Cricket Ground. Games deep into day 7. So still 3 on the way. So now we have match 33 just around the corner. Paris University Club fresh off their 4-point win in the first match of the day. They're here to take on CSPT Sarcelles. This should be a fantastic game. A little bit earlier, Charles Crouch and the Sheriff had the 2 captains in the middle. Let's see what transpired at the coin toss.
CSPT Sarcelles to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We're gonna bat first.
William Singh wins the toss and he says he wants to have a hit first. Been a bit of an endless cycle of chasing, actually, PUC. Most of the time they've had to kind of bat second and they have done the job. Just the one loss in this game, in this tournament, that was batting first to Drew a little bit earlier. But since then, they've been on a bit of a winning streak. They're 7-1 now. In fact, they're at the very top of the table. Usman Shahid and Zafar Iqbal giving them good starts. Probably likely to see Gulami at 3, but didn't see him face a ball earlier on. But Zika Ali, he came out and he gave them that bonus point win, facing just one ball, putting it out of the ground. Sarcelles, though, yeah, a pretty talented side as well. We've seen they've got some big hitters in there. Zahir Hussain, watch out for him at the top. Shamshad, good open, maybe bats 3 like he's listed there. Wakas Bashir behind the stumps for them. Zulkarnain Munawar has been pretty important as well. And some kind of good pace options as well. Watch out for Jabbar Ali with the ball. But they are kind of pushing against it, aren't they, with Sarcelles, big underdogs against PUC. Like I said, they're on a bit of a streak, aren't they? They won their first game, a 4-pointer against Paris Zalmi on day 2, Tuesday. And they lost to Drew, but since then, they have put together a 6-match winning streak. And here's the thing as well, PUC, this is their 9th match. So actually after this, they only have one more game, and that's Tuesday night. They'll just play their 10th game against Mitri on day 9 in match 45. I want to welcome back everyone in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. And almost ready for a start. No surprises who the openers are. Zafar Iqbal to face up. Usman Shahid at the other end. For Sarcelles, it will be Shahab Bashir to get us going. Here we go with match 33 live from France. This one bites away a lot. The umpire says it's fine. It's an interesting one for width. Really went. I feel like it takes some of the line. It didn't seem like it was completely outside the line. Missing some significant sideways movement there first up. All right, this one ended up. Nervous moment, nervous waiting is taken. Iqbal is going to have to go. It'll be a 2-ball duck. And how quickly your day can turn around. Zafar Iqbal, that previous game, he was able to strike 78 off 25, but he's going to warm Derek up. I'm going to just wake him up from his little lunchtime nap, perhaps, as PUC lose their first wicket without a run on the board. 0 for 1. Good early strike there for Sarcelles. They'll be very, very happy to get that breakthrough. Dangerous hitter back in the shed. Zahir Hussain, by the way, nice catch taken by him. Had plenty of time to think about it. Looked up. Mentioned a few times he's been out of nick, and he comes in the very first over. Gets a good little way ducker again from Bashir. No window of opportunity here for Sarcelles now. You see electing to bat first. Nice shot by Gulami, just clipped away. There's nobody back there. That'll be 4 runs, the first boundary of the contest. takes it from his stump outside off, but just helps it round. Galami. Well, that's the nickname, the Beast. And when I first saw him on the network, he was playing for Seaside in Sweden, actually. In the south of Sweden, in the Skåne region. Now he goes again. Again, it's holding up, but it's still going to go. And looked like that just bounced inside the 4 runs, I think will be the result. Maybe we can just show where this bounces. It goes to this guy, kind of times it more than anything. Longest part of the field. Yeah, really good shots from String Productions. I think that's just inside the rope. Cuatro carreras. Or quatre, as they'd say here in France. Bashir. It's a pretty good over, all up. A couple of 4s, an important wicket. Something for everyone in the first. It's 8 for 1 after 1. And speaking of Mukhtar Ali Galami, you'll see him in the French team. We have the 3-way ECIs. This is next weekend. Mentioned a big President 11 kind of contingent in there, but Hungary, they've got some good players in there. Watch out for Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick in there. Have your own Mars Bayaji as well from the Blue Crew. Returns for Hungary. Zishan Kukikel, key player for them. Romania, well, Sathisen at the top of the order. Mohamed Moyes, the Romanian bear. He's also a very full player. They'll be competitive. Still think France probably go in favourites on their home turf. Jabbar Ali to bowl, number 2. First one just worked down the ground for a single. Maybe let us know. Who are you looking forward to seeing in those ECIs? I mean, 9-match series. Each team will play 6 matches. And whoever is top of the table will get the ECI trophy. Beats him upstairs here. Effort ball from Jabbar Ali. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Luca Petre from Romania. We'll visit Hungary and Romania later in the season, in the summer months. Just opens up offside this time. Galami's going to get 4. So he's got the jump in this innings now. 3 boundaries for Mukhtar early on. Survived a couple of scares. And if your luck's out, for example, one of those plays and misses might have a little edge on it and you're already kind of unstrapping your pads, wondering where it all went wrong. But he's made a solid start here. Now, well, is his luck out? Maybe not, because that's going to fly. And it's going to go for 6. Maximal. But that is accidental. I mean, he's trying to flick this away and he's concerned. Mukhtar straight away is concerned this has gone straight up in the air. And in a way, it kind of has. But it just flies with the pace of the bowler. It's where, if you've got 20 extra metres on the boundary, there's a deep flying leg probably waiting to swallow that. But Galami gets his first 6. Moves up to 18. Thought for a second it might have just grabbed a little bit of the glove on the way past. Let's have a look at it. It's pretty close, I don't think the bowler heard anything. Keeper thought he might have heard something. Again, bit of a hairy moment for Mukhtar. Drives this down the ground, punches it to the long off. Just the 1 to finish the over. Pretty interesting one from Jabbar Ali. It goes for 12. It's 20 for 1 after 2. Yeah, Galami still without a half century on the network in 2024. with a high score of 40 not out against Ljubljana in the ECL. Looking at the table, well, you can see PUC rapidly coming to the end of their campaign. So I mentioned they play this game. They just play one game against Mitri on Tuesday night. It'll take them to the 10 matches. And then I think some other teams are going to be playing catch-up, see if they can knock them off the perch. Remember, the top team goes straight through to the final here in this ECS. Teams 2, 3, 4, 5 essentially play a series of eliminators for the right to join them. Galami hits this one pretty well, beats the fielder. That's 4. Great shot. Powerful strike. Gets in position to hit it through mid-on. So does that because of the footwork and the way it gets across. Just a little bit. I was pretty surprised to see actually Galami only has 150 on the network. I remember he got very close back in 2020 when he was playing for Seaside. And actually did score 49 not out. That's about as good as a 50. It was against Kristianstad back in the ECS in the south of Sweden back then. We saw him again in 2023 for the French national team at the ECC. And also, we're seeing him for PUC in both the ECL and this ECS. Now, Heed is going to get an opportunity. Hasn't had too much of the strike today, especially early in the innings, but he's just going to turn the face on this one and get it up and over the offside for 6. Maximo. Shahid, probably not 100% in control of that, but good enough. But around the corner, and that's going to be 4 as well. So Shahid gets into his work. Bashir just getting a little bit too straight that time. Just beautifully worked to the boundary. Bashir with the comeback ball. Shahid, well, push and run. We'll get 1. On track for 127 at this pace, but the computer predicting 140 at the moment. Last ball, the power play. Oh, down leg side. It's going to be called a wide, I think, probably for missing the leg stump, not actually for the height. Hurried him up, though, didn't it? It was called for height. I'm not so sure it is for height. But I think it was anyway because it was down the leg side. So probably the right decision, even if it wasn't necessarily kind of constructed the right way. Last ball, the power play, take 2. Oh, hit back, and well, the umpire was pretty quick to react and get down on all 4s. Check this one out. Oh, straight as you like. Yeah. Stop, drop, and roll. Well, you don't have to stop, drop, and roll, but the stop, drop, pretty good strategy. The umpire's had to do a bit of ducking in this series. That's the end of the 3rd over. It's 41 for 1. Magical over there in the 3rd against Bashir. Goes for 21. Into the power play, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in time. Change of bowling. Zahir Hussain will be bowling the 4th over. Nice to see the weather playing along Sunday afternoon in the French country. Chilly up to about 9 degrees. Here's Zahir. Shahid inside half the bat. Get a single. Galami back on strike. Well, he's made a good start to his innings. 28 for him. Oh, the Emma. We'll probably be watching live at the ground. Oh, Miriam has been supporting PUC without fail in their ECN journey this year. But Sussel, they're a team that I've got a lot of time for. Turn around the corner. That's going to be 4 as well. So this time you can just see the timing coming back for Galami. It's a reasonably straight ball, but he judges it perfectly. Helps it around the corner. Uses the pace 4 more. Yeah, for Sussel though. Got Amjad Sandhu out there. Well, he is the Eurosport king, isn't he? He's assisted with the playing strips for the domestic teams in this series. I think Galami just gets a bit carried away here. Didn't need to give it the old 2-step. Hussain just bowls a good delivery outside the off stump. Galami couldn't quite get back there to catch up with it. Have a look at those strips, the Sussel strips. PUC looking pretty in purple as always. Doesn't really bounce. See, just lifting his head on it slightly. Didn't quite get that back foot back and across. That's why the lucky bounce did him in. He's still there though, that's the main thing. Run out the sweeper. They want 2 here. I'm gonna take it on. Oh, that's close. That's you know what? Instinct. I think he might be out here. It is very close though. I'll tell you that much. Shahid probably feels like he's in, but it's a tight moment. This will tell the story. Wow, what do you think? We'll have to go back. That's the shot for me. Maybe back 1 frame. I told you it'd be close. To be honest, I don't even zoom in on that first frame when the bails get broken. I got a feeling there's nothing in. I got a feeling he's on the line, not over. Maybe we're gonna have a look one more time. Here we go. See, that's 1 too far. I reckon go back 1. And then if you zoom in, we can probably have a look. Do they think this is too close to call? I don't know. I'm pretty confident that he's out. I have to think zoomage going. Yeah, to me, I mean, is that bail out of the groove yet? I mean, the stumps look pretty disturbed. Maybe this falls under the inconclusive category. You'll see what you want to see out of that. Oh, all right. Does this help us at all? Anyway, yeah, I think we can agree that it was very tight. Anyway, great catch and release. Well, so after they do get away with the 2, the next ball's pumped out of the ground. So, well, Sussel, they can't take a trick. How about that? I love the little handoff, though, as well. Oh, a bit of everything there. End of the 4th over, 54 for 1. Great work by our crew at Spring Media. I suppose with that front on camera, they would have been guessing if they had overruled the umpire's decision on the field. The umpire said not out on the field. So 13 off the over from Hussain, 54 for 1 after 4. So over number 5 is on the way. Maraska to bowl it. So this one turned away. Let's see if this was off the bat or off the pad. I think it is off the bat, considering how quickly it did race away to the boundary. Umat just getting a little bit too leg stumpish and pays the price. 4 runs to start the over. All right, well, that one is hanging up in the air. But again, it's going to disappear. Yeah, easily over the boundary. Maximo time. Just quickly, a bit of housekeeping. The first ball was actually given leg bias in the end. Must have just brushed the bat and knocked the bat. Regardless, 10 runs off this over so far. Pitched up. That's a pretty good ball from Asker. Just leaving the right-hander. You see Shahid also have a bit of a role to play with the ball. Interesting, you have the same opening batters and bowlers for PUC. Zafar and Shahid bowling spin overs 1 and 2 typically. Yeah. Rolls the dice. Oh, geez, this is clever. Might have a chance though. Oh, this is an interesting one. I've seen this from the main camera. They take on a bit of a risk. I don't think there's an appeal or anything, but just a little bit of a fun one. Does Shahid change his line here? He starts running here. To be honest, I think he just holds he picks a line which he knows is probably going to get him in the way. So I don't think you can really hang him on that evidence, but pretty inventive running between the wickets. It'll be a bye. One reason not to throw at the stumps. And good batters, they're not napping. They're not bear stowing when the ball goes behind them. But anyway, it might work out because Galami has skied the next ball. Hanging a long time. Can anyone reach it? They can. The Jabba takes the catch, so they steal one, but they lose a wicket straight away. Galami goes for 40. And Sussel has something to celebrate. Nice catch taken. It was hanging in the air a long time. They did have the mid-wicket in the circle. That's why there is this opportunity. And Jabba takes it on the run. So, second wicket falls. Galami out of the picture. It's 65 for 2. So, a bit of disappointment there for Galami. He would have been hoping that is a score he could have turned into quite a big score. And also, not a bad time for this guy to come to the crease, Tassin Ulasafi. He was just a 6-hitting machine, wasn't he, when he went to the ECL? He's just going to lift this one up, and he's going to be gone first ball. You wouldn't read about it. He's not a bad shot at all. He gets a fair chunk of it. But that's going to be a golden duck for Tassin Ula. Raska comes up with 2 and 2. He's on a hat-trick, but he'll have to wait as Sussel fight back at the end of the 5th. 65 for 3. Disappointment for Tassin Ula. Knows he got a pretty good piece of that. But also, you've got to take your hat off to the fielder. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. It's Shamshad out there who didn't want to jump because he didn't know where he'd end up if he'd maybe jump over the line. So he just kind of had to plant his feet and go with the hands. Did very well. But 65 for 3. Things taking a bit of a turn. We'll bring Zika out. I've liked him. He's hit one ball and he faced safe for 6, but he's not facing right now. Shahid, he's going to pump it for 6. What a shot. Here goes large. Maximo. Very, very good strike. Oh, bang. Yeah, Zika, who's his batting partner now. We didn't see Zika during the ECL, and he looks more than handy to me. High score of 31 against the Villeneuve Super Kings. Turn around the corner, and that will run away for 4 as well. So Shahid getting into his work. Nice little clip away. They're still waiting for things to settle. Shahid, 29 and counting. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. Been a bit starved of it today. He tries to kind of guide one that's a bit too close to him. Well bowled by Hussain. He's hoping he has something to celebrate before the end of the over. .75 on the board, halfway through the sixth. Big inside edge on this one, though. Not get away with a single. So here's Zika. I was going to say before Garris, there was Zika. We're going right back to 2015, 2016. Zika virus epidemic. Yeah, this Zika's also dangerous. He's going to French cut it. Fitting, we're on French soil. And he'll get off the mark. It's pretty unconvincing four. Anyway, swings the bat hard. Gets the result. PUC, I mean, they're a club with an immense history. And it goes all the way back to 1906, so that's pretty much 120 years. Zika kind of teases the infielder. That's a bit of fielding there. Keeps it to 1. He'll retain the strike after 6. It's 81 for 3. Zahir Hussain, he'll finish with figures of none for 29. Yeah, PUC it's a multi-sport club as well. And yeah, some of the sports that the club offers include baseball, rugby union as well, volleyball, athletics, badminton, basketball, fencing, floorball. Floorball's like kind of ice hockey without ice. Football, handball, judo, parachuting, roller skating, skiing and tennis, and not to forget cricket. You see representing France in the ECL 2024 as one of the 2 French clubs, along with Treux, who returned as the defending champions. Anyway, right now in the present, it's time for over 7. And it's Jabbar Ali who's going to get clipped away. Zika showing his power. Maximo. Got to have your wits about you if you're in the support tents over there, because the Grizzlies are flying here in France. Now, this one is also going to go in a similar direction. Maximo, it's over the first row of the spectators. That's car park bound. Talked about the cars being parked there. I wouldn't want my car in the first row, put it that way. Zika 17 or 4. To turn this into a big score for PUC. Finally batting first for the first time in a while. In the 9th match. Now, lifted up. And that's going to go out of it as well. Maximo. Wow. Some hitting here at the moment from Zika. Watch out for the Zika attack. PUC saw them batting first in the first game. They put 177 on the board. Batted first in the second game against Truro, 110. That didn't hold up. They only made 94 in match 10. That was on day 2 against Presidents, but they just got up by 2 runs. All right, it's another one that's going to disappear. Well, Zika's in some kind of mood now. That's going to go a long way. Maximo. This innings down to the box now, 100's up, and they're motoring. Well, without wanting to put the jinx on, this over's gone 6, 6, 6, 6. 2 to come. Could have gone back to Umaraska, who's on a hat trick But instead they went back to Jabbar. Zika, could he join a pretty exclusive club? Fussy Curran in Germany for the Bio Boosters. Hassan Ahmed for Switzerland in the ECC. 6 sixes in and over. He'll have to settle for 4 in a row. That was a classic jinx. Probably shouldn't have said that until he was 1 hit away. Credit to Jabbar Ali. Wow, well, 5 out of 6, not too bad. And this will go supersonic. Maximo. What an over for Zika. Smashes that out of the ground, and a dirty 30 for Jabbar, brought back into 7th in the score. 111 for 3. Well, just a reminder of where we are at the moment on the ECS tour. Of course, we go all around Europe. Portugal was a ride, wasn't it? 3 weeks there in Portugal, finishing our first ever Golden Ball final. Brescia, our next stop. I know Monica's been watching today from Italy. And plenty more locations. Romania and Hungary actually back-to-back, aren't they, in July? So we can see both of their national teams pretty shortly. But anyway, time for over number 8. They've still asked her to come back. I don't think they're going to go to him yet. They're going to go to Asad Mohammed. Yeah, got a guy that's on a hat trick. It's strange you've taken him off, especially after the next over went for 16, and then the over after that's gone for 30. And 3 overs to go. PUC on for 150 plus now, really, maybe 160 plus. Shahid lifts this up, doesn't quite get the timing. It's going to be put down. Rusman Malik running back with the flight, couldn't quite reel it in. See, the timing wasn't there. I have had that mid-wicket in the circle. It has created some opportunities. We saw Jabbar Ali taking a catch a little bit earlier in the circle. This time he had to venture out, but he couldn't quite pull off the catch. Zika, this time this looks disappointed. Gone hard straight away, might have got 2 there, but had a bit of a broken heart that it didn't disappear out of the ground, so it was a bit slow to get going. Electing to go pace off here in the 8th. He goes straight and goes really well here, Shahid. That's pretty as a picture, that shot. Maximo, 6 carreras. Raining 6s last couple of overs here at the Drua Cricket Ground. You see, very good position at the moment. I'm having to build a big score that gives him an opportunity to take all 4 again. Now Shahid kind of throws the hands, gets the gap, gets 4 more. He's into the 40s. Like I said, hasn't had too much of the strike. Now, this one is up in the air. Fielder comes in and, oh, you wouldn't believe it. Bashir drops a bit of a sitter there and Shahid gets lucky. Walked out for a second there. Frustrated that he couldn't make contact there, but does take us to the end of the 8th over, 124 for 3. There you see, hitting more than they're missing at the moment. Still 2 boundaries in that over from Assad. 13 runs coming off that, so it's pretty good compared to the 2 overs before. Okay, so here we go, 9th over. And it will be a hat-trick ball here for Asker. Remember, he took back-to-back wickets. The last 2 balls of the 5th over. Could we have a hat-trick here in match 33? No. Despite the appeal. Not going to be able to pick up the hat-trick. We did have a hat-trick the other day, Zahiri. We will see as part of the French side in the ECI. Able to take 3 and 3. Wild swing this time. And that Zika, you know, he's going to swing the bat. Into the 9th now. We say it all happens in the 9th. Zika, look out how he's caught up. Not just in runs, but also in ball's face. He's been there a lot longer. Oh, gets hanging full toss. He would have wished he'd put this out of the ground. He'll settle for 4. Puts him into the 40s now. Asker just gets this slightly wrong. Again, I've got to question why he was left on the shelf. He bowled the 5th. Was on a hat trick. That over only went for 11. But to be honest, only 6 of those were against his analysis. There was a bye and 4 leg byes in there as well. Well, he takes this off this time. Look at the bat speed there. Pretty well fielded, to be honest. I think of an overthrow, but well backed up by Sarcel. That's Bashir who put down that catch. Shahid survived as a result. He'll be on strike now. Side, this one misses the mark by a fair bit, so I'll have to re-bowl that one. It's a Euro King Sports on the back of the Sarcel shirt. Bit of a nod to Amjad, who's out there. Spent a lot of time working on the kit. There's Amjad, right on cue. Shahid then, 42 and counting. Now this is helped round the corner, and that's going to be 4. It puts him a little bit closer. Again, just too straight, isn't it? More leg stump than anything, and finding up in the circle, you will see typically. Just has to pick that one from the beyond. 46 now to Shahid. Asker hasn't quite been able to reproduce the magic in his 2nd over. Last ball the 9th. Pitched up, Shahid goes for it. We'll have to settle for 1 here, but he will have the strike as we head into the last over. PUC 136 for 3. I'll still be hoping that they could put a 150 plus score on the board here. Usman has batted through. Yeah, he's only faced 20 out of the 54 balls in this innings. Beautiful day. Sun's out. A lot more pleasant than I think sometimes first in the morning. It does get a bit chilly. We're up to 10 degrees now. Heading potentially for 12 degrees at the Drua Cricket Ground today. Pretty chilly minimum this morning of 0. Okay, 10th overtime then. Shahid on 47. Assad comes back to bowl it. Oh, I think he's gone here. So he won't reach his half century. If anything, he just keeps on falling forward. Oh, it's a stumping for Wakas Bashir behind the stumps. Shahid will have to walk off for 47, but he does leave his team in pretty good shape. What an Assad who gets outside the off stump, gets Shahid reaching, and finally they get rid of the PUC opener. I wonder if he ever got back here. Let's have a look. Did he ever get back? No. Almost, but no. He knew he was gone. Thought, I'm just going to keep going. Don't really want to turn around and look at the umpire. Didn't get close enough. Still a decent innings there from Shahid. Has his team in good shape. Anwari will get a hit. 5 balls remaining. Can Sassel just keep this to something reasonable, maybe the low 140s? And then bat out of their skin to chase it. They're going to have to conquer the spin of PUC, particularly early. They've been dominant with the ball. Well, Anwari, he's going to run it straight away. And that, I think, has gone all the way. We'll have to have a second look at this one. It did feel like a chance, didn't it, for Sufyan Ali? Let's see if we can see where this ball hits the ground. Yeah, just over Maximo, but had a little bit more room than he realised. Sufyan Ali down there. Pitched up, and Wahari could go 6 and out. He won't, he'll survive. Move to 7, so Zika happy with just the 1. As he wants a piece of Asad Mohammed. There's big Zulkarnain Munawa. Powerfully built middle order bat. Fraction short, goes and gets it. Puts it over the leg side. Maximo, or maybe Zika, can finish with a half century here. He's 47 now. It's a weird innings. No half centuries, but 3 40s at the moment. Zika hopes to turn it into a 50. Just a fraction too short from Asad Mohammed. Amjad, a few wise words. I wonder what this is about. Amjad, vice captain aside, maybe. Okay, throw it a bit wider, throw it up. He goes fast. Well, whatever he said didn't work because Zika goes to his 50. 53 off 15 balls. What a great moment for him. Zika has been on the attack. Time, well, always seen him at the crease, but he scores his first ever ECN half century, and what a great time to do it. Scoring that 50 off 15 balls, 7 Maximos, 2 fours. Great moment for him. Yes, his ECN journey is only just beginning. Player, to be honest, I'd love to have seen him at the Cartmore Oval. Obviously, for various reasons, it might not have been possible. Anyway, 155 now. Last ball to come. Skied. Well, you can see Anwari pretty keen to get running, but it'll be a dismissal off the last ball as Zika skies it. Gets a good pat on the back from the opposition as well. It's good sportsmanship. But they do get to that 150 plus in the end. It's 155 for 5 off the 10 overs. Last over doesn't go magical, but not far behind as 19 came off the 10th. Sarsell, they can have the chase on their hands. Does mean they're going to have to bat pretty well even to guarantee the point, but they'll feel, okay, they've got some big hitters as well. Like I said, if they can conquer the spin early of PUC, then maybe they feel that they've got a big chase in them. But early on, Zafar Iqbal, what a difference a game makes. He went for a 2-ball duck. Brought Mukhtar Ali Gulami out there, and he just had a bit more of a bright start compared to earlier in the series. They're putting everyone on notice, including the umpires. This was a really tight one in the end. They decided that it was not really conclusive to be able to hang the batter on that evidence, but Jabbar Ali would take a nice running catch to get Gulami for 40. Tassinula then absolutely laced one, but he was well caught by Shamshad on the point boundary. So Mimaraska was on a hat-trick then, but they left him on the shelf for a while. That brought Zika out to join Usman Shahid. This was a really good partnership, wasn't it? They put on a pretty impressive 71 in quick time. 25 balls in that partnership as well, so a missed opportunity there. Bashir really should have caught Shahid. Anyway, as he closes in on his half century, he gets stumped. Nice bit of work from behind the stumps by Wakas. But one door closes, another opens. As Wari was able to get that one to cover the line. And then Zika had the chance to bring up his first ever ECN 50, and he wasn't going to miss out, absolutely nailing it. A half century in 15 balls. Ideally suited to the situation. Last ball got skied, did get caught by Shamshad. But the UC, I think, sitting pretty, winning the toss and batting here in match 33. And finishing on 155 for 5. I see Three Musketeers pretty key in the batting. 47 for Shahid. Batted through most of the innings. Gulami with 40 while he was there. Nice to see him amongst the runs. Zika Ali with his first ever ECN 50. 53 off 16 balls. Out off the very last ball. That just shows you the guys that got out, like Iqbal, like Safi, they both made ducks, but they don't really waste any time. A 2-baller and a 1-baller. And Wari with a blow late in the piece as well. 2 for 17. Best of the bowlers, Askar. Like I said, a little bit curious that they didn't bring him back when he was on a hat-trick. They waited until the ninth over to bring him back. Also, 2 wickets to Asad Mohammed, 2 for 32. And Bashir with the 1 opening up. We'll take a break then. 156 will be the victory target for Sarsell. I suppose they're going to need 109 just to get a point out of this. So PUC, they might sniff an octopus here. Took 4 in the first game. Maybe they could do it again. Or maybe Sarsell with a right reply are going to make this count and can get on top of the Paris University Club bowlers. Join us in just a few moments to find out. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back with some more French cricket action the other side of this break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, it is day 7 here in Dreux. You can see right now, a little bit cloudy, a little bit uncomfortable to start the second innings of this one, but a big task for Sarcelles, who are chasing 156 for victory against PUC. Just a little bit of light rain falling at the moment. Wasn't really in the forecast. 155 on the board means that PUC can take all the points if they can restrict their opposition to 108 or less. And that's a task, and it's a PUC bowling lineup that have been in really... Their slow bowlers have been kind of setting things up. Their pacers have also kind of held their own. I'm not so sure about the 7-over chase with 150 plus on the board. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you, taking you through Sunday action on ECN. There was a time where we didn't play on Sundays. A bit like test matches used to have the rest day. That's fallen by the wayside. Senecola Shazad just getting a bit of an arm around from the umpire saying, hey, you'll be okay. You see, very blustery at the moment. Okay, well, here we go. Zafar. Miss out first ball. But yeah, Zafar, don't forget, yesterday took a triple wicket maiden. PUC, by the way, mentioned before, they have a long and proud history as a club, Paris University Club. This one's not going anywhere either. Dating back all the way to 1906. And actually, they were born from a merger of 2 other clubs. I'm going to say this will be the first run of the innings, and it will actually. And Wari, though, jumps on it, makes sure that it's only a single. Thought for a second we might have found the infielder, and it could have been a third consecutive dot. Well, that's in the zone. Munawar, he likes to whack the ball. This is no exception. Maximo. There's the first 6 of the innings. Well struck. Just going to lean down. For once, Iqbal gets the line slightly wrong there. Yeah, but PUC was born thanks to the merger between the Association Sportive Amicale des Scolaires de Paris and the Association Sportive des Étudiants de Paris. So yeah, the faculty and the student associations. And yeah, I was wondering about this purple as well. So I did a bit of research in the break. Their historic colours being purple and white were immediately adopted upon their creation in 1906. Last ball over here. Launches this, gets plenty of it as well. So Maximo Mamunua puts that into the skies, into the first over. 13 without loss after one. Couple of good blows there for Zulkarnain. There's, yeah, I'm ready to take it on. Talk about the importance of conquering the spin. 1 over in. Just a reminder, golden ball count. PUC have won a golden ball in their first ever tournament. They beat their rivals Drew in the Group D finals day. Well, that wasn't the final. It was the qualifier one, which got them into the final. Drew then fought back to outmuscle them in the finals. Still had a really good campaign, PUC. 32 matches since our last golden ball, which of course was the Portugal final last Sunday night. Interesting this time that they're going to open with some pace at the other end, figuratively speaking. Anyway, Shamshad, well, he likes it. He says, yeah, I'll take the pace. Lift it up and smash down to the ground. Maximo. So something a little bit different to what we've seen from PUC before. Yeah, just going back to their colours, though, purple and white. White symbolises knowledge and purity. And purple was chosen for modesty and personal growth. Nice fielding there in the circle. This one's on length. Oh, what a catch! Oh, I couldn't believe my eyes there, but that's a brilliant catch by Usman Shahid. Well, why bowl the second over when you can do this in the second over? That is some kind of grab. I thought it was past him for all money. But check this out on the replay. You won't see any better than this. Kind of like a flat pull. And he launches himself and grabs it. Oh, that's pure. Holds it up, keeps it off the turf. That is a classic catch if you ever saw one. PUC can't do too much wrong. Shahid, his experienced campaigner, takes it all in his stride, but that was some kind of a catch. Well, look no further. I think there's your HCL play of the day. Crazy catch. Really crazy catch. What do you think about that, folks? That's kind of action we sometimes take for granted on the European Cricket Network, but I'm not taking that for granted. That was special. Duffy likes it. Now, has he got another one? He has. Well, it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Zahir Hussain. So after a promising start, Sarsel going a little bit off the rails. Just a little bit of a scratch on the bottom of the bat. Looks behind. Doesn't really fancy looking at the umpire. Knows he's got a touch on that. So Derek might be enjoying the conditions, but it's a 2-baller. And those 2 wickets falling pretty quickly in this second over. Now 19 for 2. All right. Next one just kind of angled away. What a catch, though. How do you feel about that one? Kevin saying that's definitely the play of the day there. Have a look at it again. Oh. And I don't think anyone else could believe it either. Running from all parts. And 20 for 2 after 2 then. Sensational catch. Anyway. Now we're going to get some Abdullah Anwari. Now, can anyone find a partnership? That's what they'll need to do. That 109 starting to look a fair way off as well if PUC can get on top. Interesting that they have kind of gone more pace options. There we go. Well, the wind's in. Not a great feeling behind you. I mean, Munua, he hasn't done too much wrong since he's been there. Just need to give those stumps a bit of a bash. Wow, that's pretty close to knocking out the stumps. And Wari can't believe it. Shows you how many options they've got though, PUC. This one dragged leg side. You know what? Get away with a single. Throw comes screaming in. See here, expected weather to be a little bit hit and miss. For ball by Anwari. You see stumps blowing over and kind of like a passing shower coming through. It wasn't really in the forecast, but we've seen this happen a few times over the first few days. Expect the sun to be out momentarily. Kind of leans back on that Bashir, but he can't beat the fielder. Anwari with a great follow-up over there. And the end of the over, 22 for 2. Just the two singles off that over. So since we had that 6 off the first ball of the second, we had dot, ridiculous catch, dot, wicket, 1, dot, 1, dot, 1, dot, dot. So if you add all of those up, just 3 runs in the last 11 balls. Things have ground to a halt for Salcel. So, 1 to start the over again. They need boundaries and need them quickly. Munawaz hoping he can be that guy. Fields back, he won't care. There's the sun. Like I said, didn't have to wait too long. That's Shazad getting a bowl here. Technically Shazad, he's been doing a lot of fielding. He's been given an opportunity with the ball. And he'll appreciate that opportunity, I'm sure. He's taken some very good catches in the series. Leg side, Bhatti can't quite get there. That's going to be the dreaded Minimo. You can see Bhatti just a little bit slow to move. Need to take a bigger step with his left foot. Give himself a better chance, but still a difficult one for the keeper to gather. Shazad does have 3 wickets in the series. Took 2 of them against the Villeneuve Super Kings when he took 2 for 17. So again, I don't think another kind of spin option here. And Manoa takes it on, and he's going to pump it. Oh, that's cube bound. Ravi, let's go pick that one out of the back of the net. Maximo. Shazad tossed it up. Manoa says, yeah, I'm ready for the challenge. I like that he hits that straight as well. Oh. Rule number 1, protect the equipment. Shouldn't be too much in there. With Rico having the day off, though. Won't get a run here. So have a look at that rate required. It's kind of crept up. Get out of control now. Up above 19. Shazad searching for a wicket. Slides this one through. Oh, doesn't quite pick the pace. It was short, looked cuttable, but Shazad gets it past the big man. Goes above the offside again. That's going to be 6 more. Maximal. So a tough over for Shazad on his return to the bowling crease. He'll end up going for 19 in the over, including the 2 sixes, the minimo, and 2 singles at the end of 4. It's 41 for 2. Yeah, the weather's very strange how it can just change so quickly. See, blue sky now. No real dramas. That blue line, you see, is what they need to stay above just to hold on to their point here. Sarcel, they're ahead of that at the moment. A lot of work to do to get back in this contest. William Singh, though, he's going to bowl over number 5. Just so many options for PUC that they can go to. Bashir tips across and punches this. That'll get through the offside. That's going to be 4. It's a smart bit of placement from Bashir there. That deep point was more of a deep cover. So he knows if he goes sideways here, and there's a big gap there, as long as he can get away from that man in the circle that he does. 45 for 2 now. Now, William gets a little bit too straight and he pays the penalty. Maximal. 50 comes up as well for Sarcel. Something brewing here. We have seen some big run rates in this series, and Sarcel themselves, you know, they've gotten some good runs. Can they sustain this and maybe still challenge for the win? William takes a little bit off this one, and just a single. And what do you think of that catch, though? It's going back a second. Usman Shahid. Best of the tournament so far. There's been some good ones. Hit down the ground, but that's trouble. And Shahid's not going to drop this one pretty much straight at him. And looks like I just kind of roused the fielding gods and mentioned Shahid's catch. This time he takes it and takes it fairly easily. I couldn't get the middle of the bat near it, and so he's going to go before he puts together a pretty hard-hitting 26, including 4 maximos, but as he departs 52 for 3. New batter comes out. It's Amjad Sandhu. He's actually shown that he can clear the ropes as well in this series. Amjad spent a lot of time developing some of the playing strips here for the teams in this European Cricket Series. That's going to be another minimo, I think. William just gets it wrong, and poor Bhatti, he's been given a bit of a working over here. Well, that'll help. Batting team trying to get it up to at least that point total. A few more of those, maybe they can challenge for the game. But yeah, Bhatti, same thing. Just couldn't make that position in time. It's probably the most difficult thing to do as a keeper consistently. It's just kind of hanging high. I do think it comes down just below the waist. I mean, Amjad is not a tall guy. Well, he'll be pretty keen to bowl the next one before they can have too much of a look at it. And now, fraction short, Amjad is going to pound it. Maximal. Well, that's how you finish the over. After 5 at 63 for 3. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with Amjad. He's got power, doesn't he? One goes miles over the boundary. Blue skies, that's the way we like it. And hopefully blue skies ahead as we kind of head into the summer months, or the first bit of summer, the last bit of spring coming up. Of course, we're already 3 months deep into the season. Plenty still to come. Still, I think 8 months left in the season as well. Brescia, our next stop in the north of Italy. But then we've got plenty more happening, including the Medina Cup featuring the French national team as well as Malta and Belgium in a T20 International Tri Series. Right, to get a point 46 off 30. I mean, you imagine they're in good shape to do that, but we could change everything. Oh, well, Shahid comes out and he's going to be absolutely slammed out of the ground. Maximal to start the 6th over. It's too short that time from Usman. He knows it. That's what I mean about Sarcel. They've got a lot of power in there. They've got a lot of hitters in there. Bashir wants to bash. Goes again, doesn't get it. High in the air. Fielder's coming in quickly. Takes a fantastic catch. That's Safi. And so Bashir is going to go 6 and out here. Liked what he saw from Shahid. Wanted it to go again, but love the way he protects that through the catch. PSC, they're known as a good fielding side. That can make such a difference. The 4th wicket falls, 69 for 4, and Shahid brought on a little bit later than we have seen him previously in this series. He takes a wicket. 2nd ball. I think he'll take the trade-off. There's 6 for the wicket as Umar Asker comes to the crease at number 6. He'll go straight away. Up in the air and, well, put it in the book. It's 2 and 2. Shahid's on a hat-trick. William Singh deputising down the ground for the bowler. Usman Shahid and William never going to drop that. So a golden duck for Asker. 2 in 2 and a hat-trick opportunity. Asker comes. Asker goes. 69 for 5. He'll be replaced by Asad Mohammed. Mentioned that we did have 1 hat-trick so far in the series. Here, Zahiri for the Presidents against Royal 94. Did that on Thursday. 4 for 18, his figures. Here's a hat-trick ball for Usman Shahid. Won't be a hat-trick, just worked away. Those 2 as well, just kind of solidifying PUC's belief they might be able to take all the points out of this. Lovingly, we call it the octopus. If you can get 8 points out of 8 available in a day, that's 2 bonus point wins. They did it earlier against the Vipers. Bit of a bonus point. It's real like Zika was able to hit ball 6.5 out of the ground to take them to the victory target of 119. Right now, though, it's a pretty good shot, but a pretty good bit of fielding as well. Probably want to have a look at that. Check this one out, the replay. I think he takes off from inside the boundary. Saw one of these early where fielder stepped out, but check the last foot. Yeah, no issues there. Throws it away in time. Shahid, he gets bagged first ball, but bites back with some ferocity. As we get to the end of the 6th over, 71 for 5. Shahid 2 for 8 in the over. And that over went 6 wicket, a 1-1 dot. Munawar, a couple of big hits early. 26 for him, 20 for Bashir. These 2 kind of left holding the baby. Rate to win the game is 21 and over. With 5 wickets down, you just can't see that happening. So I think for Sarcel, might just be about making sure you get that 38. Well, pitched up. Well, this is an interesting attempt. Would have been out by a lot, but just have a look at how he actually throws this. Kind of an inventive bit of fielding. It's the old back flick, I think. Hopes for the best. Definitely had time to set and throw. The old indoor cricket style back flick. I've seen it done from time to time in the outdoor game. Right, this one's in the air, not going to carry. Safi coming back to bowl his 2nd over. close, you know. Where does it pitch? And also, might be out anyway. And, well, he's already walking off. So Assad's going to be the one that pays the price here. There's a couple of things to look at here. Maybe last thing first, we'll look at the run out. But also, LB was pretty tight. I think Assad knows this hits, he's gone. It doesn't extend the bat, does he? Blows up the stumps. There goes the sand. No real doubt about that. This one, I think it just pitches outside the leg stump. I don't know if you can show where that bounces. I think it's a good decision. So it would have been leg by. In the end, it's a nothing. It'll just be a run out. As Assad will have to go. And the score is 73 for 6. Nice bit of fielding, though, to hit the stumps. Now, to have a fight on their hands, I think, to get the runs, to at least keep their point. Sarcelle. So they've got some matches to play. They've got hitting power and they've got potential, don't they? You can see that. But they look like they might be sliding to a 2-4 record here. Safi. It's worked away. Bashir, the new batter. This is Shahab Bashir. Gets off the mark with a single. The thing with Sarcelle, though, it's only the 6 games. There's still 4 more matches to pick up some points. Safi muscles this one past Amjad. Picked up by Sandhu this time. Won't be able to get it past the fielder, though. Just a single. Takes us to the end of the 7th over, and Sarcelle 75 for 6 after 7. So this is what's coming up in the next match. Royal 94 on the park for the first time today. They'll play in matches 34 and 35, starting with match number 34 against Mitri. We had a good win earlier today. They have a 2-1 record now. Got a lot of games to make up. Royal 94, so do they actually. They've won the toss, selected to bowl first, so Mitri will get the chance to bat. Join us for that one, which starts in 40 minutes' time. I mentioned those 2 teams have some ground to make up. Royal 94 played 5 games, so a few less than the average now. Mitri with just 3 matches played. Anyway, Amjad's going to turn on this one. This is an interesting one. Has this gone for 6? What happened so fast? Almost missed it. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it bounces once, so that's why it hasn't. I thought for a second it came on the full. It's extraordinary, but it had to be an easy call before runs. Into the sun now. Yeah, so you see what they need for a point here. 30 off 17 now. Dorlatzai being given a bowl here. Slides off the pad, gets past the keeper, Barty. That'll be 4 leg byes. Another handy boundary. And, okay, we talk about Sarcelle trying to save their point. But for PUC, I mean, the value of getting this point, like I said, it could be the difference in the end between them finishing at the top of the table and finishing second, for example. Now, if you finish top, you go straight through to the final and you don't have to worry about playing any eliminators on finals day. If you finish second, you actually have to win 2 games just to reach the final. So I hit him on the arm, I think. Okay. This will be a leg by. Yeah, so if you think about it this way, if you finish top, it's almost like you have 2 extra wins on finals day for nothing. Like I say, we'll probably try a couple of different Final 5 formats before we settle on one. The teams. Oi! Well, Amjad has hit 2 balls in a row. This time it's some friendly fire. Oh boy. don't know if we can see this one, the reverse angle, because, well, we'll be able to see what he didn't. Bang. There's just no getting out the way of that one. Rolling cutter. Got plenty of it, and sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think they can see the funny side of it. But, hey, what are you going to do? Gives us a chance to shout out to EuroKingSports.com on the back. That's Amjad's company. So, yeah, well, how many layers are we going to go down here? I don't know if that's helping or not. Oh, here we go with the spray. Let's get right. Let's see, maybe get it. Usman Shahid's obviously got his magic spray license. That was a nasty one. Worst thing is also cost him a run. Oh, it looked like kind of top of the shoulder blade. Ouch. All right, 2 to come in the 8th. Bashir. It's a piece of it. Pretty well picked up, though, on the bounce. Could be another point thriller. But, yeah, like I said, PC. I'll be chasing the octopus. 8 points out of 8 here on day 7. Cricket will see of them today, so ourselves will see them a little bit later on. We'll be taking on Royal 94 in the last game of the night. And Judd turns this away. They want 2 here. It's not really there, though. Actually, with a broken shoulder. That'll be the end of the 8th over. It's 86 for 6. After 8, 23 required off the last 12 balls for a point. See, right now they're ahead of where they need to be. That blue line, if they can stay above that, they'll get to keep their point. I want to say it all happens in the 9th. Let's see what happens here. Slides into the pad. Amjad's been hit a lot in this innings. (22 off 11). Well, slides past. This is Shabir Haras getting a bowl in the 9th. Again, showing how deep their bowling is here. Now, goes off to the races and absolutely smashes this out of the ground. Maximo. That'll help. Now, hanging, full toss, it's hit, and it's hit out of the ground as well. Maximo. And so, that's 10 off 8. Haras tosses it up, but pretty solid strike there by Bashir. So now, a lot more reasonable. PSL was still hoping they can have a big finish here, maybe restrict them to that kind of 108 or below. Now, high. Now, this looks like it's catchable. Oh, Kalami. Oh, he had plenty of time to think about that. Couldn't quite hold on in the end. Into the over then. 101 for 6 after 9. Can they get the 8 runs they need? Anyway, here we go with the next one, and that's going to be a nice start to the over. Shazad will get his 4th wicket of the series, so lift it up. And pretty nice catch taken out there by Harris. So, all right, we got a bit of a not gold ball thriller, bit of a bonus point thriller here. All right. Takes it on. End of the bat. Well handled there. William Singh has found a home down there. So now we're talking, what's that? 7 off 4. Like I say, for PUC, probably means more to them, I think, at this stage. Sarsell struggling. Well, you never know. Could be the difference between Sarsell qualifying and not qualifying when push comes to shove. This one is lifted up handsomely. Well, that'll help. A left-hander making a really nice strike over the leg side. Bashir to get the strike back. Yeah, so credit to Sufyan Ali in the first place. So now, for PUC, they're going to need 3 dot balls to go all the point, and they're not going to do that because that is a huge strike. Massive strike by Bashir. So Sarsell will get their point here, and there won't be any octopus on the menu tonight for PUC, but still, they'll take 7 points out of a possible 8. All right, still 2 balls to play. Shazad will just be happy if he can grab another wicket or 2 here. Just checking that ball. Might have actually had a bit of the stuffing knocked out of it. Not great timing with 2 balls to go. Half an hour away from the next game. Umpires have done a great job in this series as well. Quite a big contingent. Wow, this has been some hitting from Bashir. He's going to pump that one. That's a big daddy 6, really. 23 off 10. Hey, maybe they're regretting not sending him out a little bit earlier. Batting what? Number 8 here, Bashir. 5 big Maximos. See what I mean by Sarsell? They've got hitters. They'll miss out in the last one, so it'll be a pretty comfortable win in the end for PUC. 35 runs between the 2 teams. And they don't get the bonus point. Still, pretty successful day for the Purple Warriors. They'll end up winners in this one, 155 to 120. Sarsell with the 1 point that they will hold on to. We'll see them again into the last game when they play in match 35 against Royal 94. Royal 94 on the park in the next game. And they'll be taking on Mitri in match number 34. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with that one. Royals winning the toss and bowling first. So Mitri will be out there. Mustafa Roma after a slightly dodgy start. Hit a lot of sixes earlier on. They've got batting in there, don't they? But Royals, well, I'll be hoping that they can really make an impression, as we'll see them playing the last 2 games of day 7. Let's go back and have a look at this chase. It was a monster of a chase required, wasn't it? 156 for victory. I like the moxie of Zulkarnain Munawar out there, but how about that for a catch? Absolutely ridiculous catch by Usman Shahid. There's your play of the day. Before you knew it, Safi had 2. So slightly different tactics here, slightly different bowlers used. The Cube was under attack. Cube's just trying to have a day off. Can't leave that alone. But, yeah, look. They kind of entertained thoughts of pulling off this big chase for a while, but PUC, again, how much of a difference does their fielding make? I mean, talk about fielding making a difference, especially when you've got this team, this competition in France where a lot of the teams, their batting's kind of quite equal in that they've got lots of guys that can hit boundaries. This was a little bit of an interesting one. Wrapped Amjad on the pad, but it resulted in the run out of Asad Mohammed. Really nice direct hit there by Dorlatzai. He's a bit of a lurker in that position. And the question would become, okay, they're not going to win the game. Can they at least reach 109 and keep their point? And Amjad was a victim of some friendly war games there. I tell you, Bashir wasn't really impressed with that, but he would make up for it down the stretch. Succession of big sixes, 3 on the spin in the last over. Gulami spilt what he should have taken here. A rare blemish on the PUC fielding scorecard there. But you can see they take way more than they drop. These are the 3 sixes in the last over. But I suppose you've got to ask yourself, how's Shahab Bashir batting so low? But I think the short answer is because they have a lot of guys that could hit. Just happened that they went for some other options, and at least he was able to take them past that line to at least hold on to finish on 120. And Shahab ends up actually top scoring from number 8, 33 off 11 for him. 26 up front by Zulkarnain Munawar. 20 for Wakas Bashir in there, and 15 for Amjad. Probably a few more extras than PUC would be accustomed to, but still they had the runs to play with, didn't they? I think we'll remember that innings for the catch from Usman Shahid. What a catch that was. And I bet that we'll remember that for a long, long time. 2 for 8, Usman Shahid also came to the party with their figures. But then 2 wickets also for Tassim Safi in the second over. You saw Anwari just used the once, only went for 2. Tried a few different options, don't mind that. Siddiqul Shahzad picked up a wicket. William Singh picked up one in there as well. But Dolatzai gets a bowl. Haras gets a bowl. It's just about managing your resources as well in a 10-game campaign. You do want to kind of give guys opportunities to show what they can do. You never know when you might need them. So we'll be back in around about 20 minutes with the next one. Royals are back on the park. So it'll be a right royal finish to day 7. Their first opponents are Mitri. Match 34 on the way. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back the other side of this break. Live from the Durant Cricket Ground, it's Europe's DCG. And we're back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
To the ECS France, where 11 teams go head-to-head over 12 days of heart-stopping action. Ultimately, we will have our first ever ECS champion in just under a week's time. Right now, we're into the fourth match of day number 7 on a Super Sunday here on ECN. And coming up next, we have Royal 94. They've made their first appearance here at the ground on day 7. They're taking on Mitri to play their second and final match of the day. A little while ago, Charles Crouch and the Sheriff was in toss. Let's see what happened.
Mitri CC to call.
10.
Tails is the call. And it's ahead.
Field first.
Loving the little bit of pantomime there at the coin tosses today. And so it is Joseph Tharoon that wins the toss for the Royals. And he says, yeah, we'll have a bowl. That means Mitri will get first use of the facilities. We did see them a little bit earlier in the day. Haven't played as many games as some of the other teams around them. But Mitri were able to chase down a target of 127 with 9 balls to spare. That was against the Grini Vipers in match number 32. Royal, it's our first chance to see them since Thursday when they had a big day of action. They did finish with a win, but did lose 2 games before that. Had a bit of a tough draw, taking on PUC and then President 11. Did get points out of those games, but weren't able to get the win. They did finish the day, though, with a win over the Villeneuve Super Kings. Watch out for John Mary. I think he is a guy that brings a lot to the table for Royal 94. He's listed to open the batting there. Also, I just think that you look at the points. Uta Kumar is a guy who they'll be relying on. He's listed to bat in the number 3 position. Mitri, though, they're given favouritism by the supercomputer. 71% against 29. But look, an opportunity for Royals to kind of get their tournament back on course. They did start with a win over the Vipers on opening day. We saw them play back-to-back. They were able to chase 115 against the Vipers in match 3. Then in match 4, they were 70 for 5 in the 9th over before the rain intervened and maybe saved them, you could argue. They took 2 points out of that against Balbignon as they could never get back on the park. All right, here we go. And we're starting with Mariatas, who's going to start with a wide. Arslan Zafar out there with Mustafa Omar for Mitri. So the same combination we saw earlier. And Royals, loving the kind of old Australian one-day kit vibes about their kit. Haven't had a chance to call them yet. They have been watching them. Nice stop there. That's Konstantin Onasias. That makes the stop. At Mitri, they'll feel, okay, we had a good win already. Took the 3 points out of the earlier game. They'd love to have another win here. Royals, though, this is where the rubber hits the road as far as their campaign goes. They've got a 2-2 record with 1 no result in their first 5 games. Don't fancy their run home, though. This time, Mustafa Roma's on the run. We actually saw him swallow 4 top balls before he got going earlier. I like the little micro adjustment from Sajith there. Goes a little bit shorter when he sees Omar on the charge. Let's see Jules in the chat for the first time today. Hopefully you're enjoying your Sunday, Jules. John Gray is in there as well. Marnus was in. He might have just popped off. Hello to Wayne as well. There's this next one. Here's a long single. Bit of a hot potato there. How about those ball control skills? Commanding looking drive, top of the bounce here. And that'll run away for 4. That's a really good shot by Zafar. This ain't no half volley. He just kind of steps and hits straight through the line. That's great batsmanship. A lot of encouragement there, Royals. You know, it's a big afternoon for them. I mean, just imagine they win both the games, they have a 4-2 record after today. Otherwise, it could be 2-4. It goes the other way. This one is going to be a wide, just misses the line. Remember, bowler should get the benefit of balls on the line now. But I think this one does miss. Conditions right now in Drew. He's kind of overcast. Had a fair bit of sunshine today. Another ball that's going to be called a wide. Yeah, currently 11 degrees, but windy. The wind tends to come and go. It's a very kind of foresty area. On the ground, just a light breeze, but it'll pick up at times. This one is just hit to the leg side, and that's going to run away for another boundary. So Zafar gets a couple away in the first over, but not the worst from Mariatas. That'll be the end of over number 1. Or will it, actually? I've miscounted because of the extra wide. So there'll be one more ball to go. 13 the score at the moment. Now it's a hanging thick edge. That's going to fly all the way. So in the end, it'll be a very good finish to the over. A bit more by luck than design there, but Maximo to take us to the end of the first. 19 without loss. The ECS Tour heads all around Europe, starting in Cyprus this year on the 17th of January. Finish up in Spain and Barcelona. That's the plan at least before we head to the Carter Oval for the second European Cricket Championship. W, of course, England 11, holding both ECC trophies at the moment. I suppose they won't be able to hold all 3 by the end of the year now that we have the 2 divisions in the men's ECC. Anyway, join us for an exciting year ahead on ECN. I should mention also the ECCW that now also has 2 divisions, a Premier and a Challenger division. This is lifted up, and it's a great effort, but I think that's gone for 6. Maximo, goalkeeper style. John Mary Alliston coming in now, and yeah, let's see what that bounce. Did that actually hit the rope? I thought it went over the rope, but yeah, at worst it hits the rope. Yeah, it does hit the rope. Again, like the efforts from the fielder. Great camera work as well by our crew at Spring Media. Some of the bravest broadcasters in the world as well. Ever got up in that camera tower when the wind picks up. Slow ball, good variation there from John Merry. Yeah, great to see the Royals back on the park. Yeah, what do you think about the shirts? They're giving me strong kind of Australia pseudo 2006 vibes. Leg side. I really like this. To be honest, I didn't see it's been given out. Okay. Well, there must have been a deflection. They were certain. To me, it just looked like a regulation down the leg side, but I guess it means we need to take a closer look. I mean, it's an acrobatic catch by a T10 behind the stumps. Is there bat on this? Wide of the pad. So if it does hit anything, it's bat. And how about the old cartwheel job? You can't really tell much from this, can we? But he just must have got a little edge on it. It definitely wasn't pad. So then he's just shouting at anyone that will listen. And to be honest, by the batter's reaction, I think he does get a little feather on it. So, no merit. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. This is the ladder. And the score, 25 for 1. You've got to love that enthusiasm, though, from the gloveman. He was sure there was an edge. No, Liston, a little bit overexcited. Loses this run. Time to mark it out again. Don't have too much time, though, in the European Cricket Series with the clock always a factor. Hello to Chris Smith. Great to have you with us. Pandakal, the new bat. Jeez, that's a beautiful looking shot for none. Well held there by Sajid in the circle. It's going to be a competitive game. It's pretty clear. Royals playing from behind here according to the win predictor, but they've had a bright start. Asking the right questions. This one's wide-ish. He almost drops that into his discarded glove. That would have been 5. We already saw a 5 earlier in the day when a ball banged into the helmet at a pretty crucial stage of the game. Once you choose to take that glove off, you've got to make sure the ball never touches it. Anyway, it didn't, so all's well that ends well. Fastball the second coming, with Alestine only conceding the 6. And he gets pulled, and he gets pulled hard. And so doesn't get out of the over after all. After that run of 4-dot balls that included a wicket. That's a powerful strike from Pandakale. So he concedes 6 in the over. Off the first, he concedes 6 off the last. In between, no other runs. 1 for 12 off the second in the score. 31 for 1 after 2. Looking at these two teams, and actually even Sassel, who we'll see in the last match of the day, they're occupying position 7, 8, and 9. So will there be like a breakout team from the teams we see completing the action on day 7? Remember, the top 5 will make it through to the finals day. The top team goes straight through to the final. So it's a big if can finished first in this format. Manasias with the ball. And it's short, it's wide, it's hit, and it's 1 bounce and 4 runs. Not the greatest start from Constantine. The old 21 jump cut about that. Zafar. 19 off 5. He's made a very good start to his innings. There goes leg side, picks out the fielder on the fumble. They'll get one. That's Ramanan Indran, expecting to open the innings in the second half of this game. Interesting one in the chat. With some of the counties, maybe to shift base. What do you think about that? Says Chris Smith. I caught a little bit of Middlesex playing in the break against Yorkshire, I think. I suppose the only constant is change. As I say in the classics, this is a really nice from Pandakale, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Nasias kind of sticking to short. And short doesn't normally work out too well in ECS cricket. Okay, he's got the line right. I just think he's got the length wrong at the moment. A bit short again. Mandakale throws the hands at this, and that's going to also disappear. Maximo. Another 6 to the total. Cannot bang it in so short here. Hey, just thinking if Lords is free, maybe it's a suitable venue for the European Cricket Series England next year. What do you think? Some of the boundaries I saw in that county match look like it's probably short enough. Yeah, ball straight over the line. I think it's a good call. There's no call there. Let's have a look at this one again. And yes, he does actually kind of read the room and get it fuller. Yeah, it's a good example of a ball that it shouldn't be called for wide anymore. Good spot. Slight change in the interpretation of the wides from this series. Foolish again. Glove comes off in a jiffy. No need for the inners for T10 behind the stumps. He's a bit of a live wire, isn't he? End of the third over, and it's 48 for 1 after 3. Mitri, they do lose that 1 wicket, but I think they'll be pretty satisfied with where they're at. After the power play, 19, 12, and 7 pretty productive overs. Well, 94, bit of a Sri Lankan flavour about their team, I suppose. Mitri head into the middle overs then. Still feeling in charge of the game. Logesh Augustine is going to bowl the next. He's a guy we have seen a little bit before in Switzerland, actually. Oh, that one gets big. Yeah, so Augustine's a guy, yeah, I remember I've seen him playing for Alton. Yeah, we've seen him playing at the ECL. Jeez, he got that one to get up quickly. This guy's got 13 wickets on the network. Picked up a best of 3 for 3 against Zeytinburnu Zafer, the Turkish champions, back in ECL 22. So nice to see Logesh out there. And he's hit straight, he's hit true. Mate, Zafar, Maximo. That one heads over all the structures. Just kind of in the slot there from Logesh. It's a really pure swing of the bat there. Zafar, looks good so far, doesn't he? 50's up for Mitri as well. It's going to be a wide, I guess. As long as it doesn't hit the pad, doesn't. So the umpire does say that's a wide. We'll see. Oh, it looks like he's going back to getting the inners on. Maybe when he whipped his glove off the inner fell and keeper at T10. Well, that's belted. That's absolutely belted by Zafar. He looks on here. Well fielded off the field. He's 30 off 9. He's just got a really good, simple technique, doesn't he? Sees the ball, hits the ball. Sam Williams, that's some good clean fielding there. Fairly brisk day. Drew. Now Zafar opens up the leg side. That's going to travel as well. Maximo. Augustine, just a good paced bowler, but right now Zafar looks organised, doesn't he? There's no real variation in the pace either from Logesh. Might be a good time to try a slower ball, maybe a rolling cut or something different. So he's gone for 17 at the moment. Nope, he's going to go the same pace, and he's going to go the same way. Just, that's big. Pace in, pace out. Magical 4th over. Geez, this is some hitting. Like I say, it's an economy of movement. It's just timing. That one disappears into the trees, a bit like my golf. So far, it's not finished with him yet. Toying with his prey. 3 sixes, a 4 and a wide in this over so far. But that one absolutely motored, and even the club room's not really in any danger there. Went well over the top. Zafar to 42 in quick time. Now in the air, that's going to fly as well. Maximo, what an over. Sam thinking that was an opportunity, but he just didn't see it in time. But Augustine gets taken to the cleaners in the 4th, and it's walking stick 77 for 1 after 4. 29 runs come off that Augustine over. With .6 wide, 4, 6, 6, 6. And well, Sam's saying maybe in this subfielder needs to concentrate more on trying to take the catch rather than running the helmet out. 77 for 1 though. That's the over that might just ignite this innings. Over by over scores so far. 19, 12, 17, then 29. Mitri looking very, very dangerous. All right, the captain says, give the ball to me. Let's see if we can sort this out. Joseph Tarun to bowl the 5th. First one crashed into the stump, so we're going to run. Good fielding by the alternative 12th man. So it's got an interesting action. Maybe we can slow it down a little bit after this ball. Kind of pushes out the front of the hand. That's thick edge. That's going to run away, and that's going to be 4 more, so nothing really going right. Pandakale getting his share as well. He moves into the 20s. He's kind of got a slightly bent arm, but it kind of stays bent all the way through. So I don't really see too many issues with his action. But it's just something a bit different. This one's lifted up by Pandakale and nicely taken by Onasius running in from the long on boundary. So Tarun does come on. The captain takes matters into his own hands, has pretty much immediate impact. Has 4 and out to start the 5th over. Pandakale departs for 22. Doesn't waste too much time though. Score 81 for 2. There's Hasnain Zafar coming out. He can bang a long ball as well. Yeah, change of pace, doing the job. So we've got the Zafar combination out there now for Mitri. And that's just called getting your eye in ECN style. That's a great shot of the Grizzly running through the air. It's almost like a back spinner there. As Lane says, well, I've been waiting for this. Look at that Grizzly fly. It's a really good shot of the ball. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. It actually kind of went seam up, didn't it? Just be it over the sight screen for 6. Oh no, could be gone. It is gone. 6 and out for Hasnain Zafar. Well done to Tarun. Maybe bowled that one a little bit quicker. Fooled the matter. Subtle variation in pace. You can see he's late on the shot, and Joseph cleans up to his left. If you can't be good, be quick, as they say in the classics. Mitri lose 2 wickets in 3 balls with a 6 sandwiched in the middle. It's 87 for 3. Hussain Yassir will come to the crease at number 5. Well, that's in the air, and that's a... Oh, no, it's not. I think he had plenty of that, Subaskar, but just as he's preparing to hit the ground, the ball slipped out of his grasp. How much of this does he have? Oh, yeah, it's just that extra step. Really should have been 3 in the over. So close. Still a great over from Tarun, the skipper. Takes 2 for 10. Could argue it should have been 3. 87 for 3 after 5. Time for some in-game analysis. Well, my analysis of that over. It's just nice to see the captain stepping up when his team look like they're kind of having some things turn against them. It's good captaincy, brings himself on and delivers. Setting a good example for his team there, Tarun. And perhaps just changing the narrative slightly. Still with 87 for 3 on the board after 5. Mitri, they'll be still keen they can put something on, maybe around even the 170 mark or something like that. There's Prelaxan with Kumar is going to bowl for the first time. Yeah, so spin in over number 6. Kumar, an off spinner, so he'll try and just kind of spin the ball out of his fingers. He'll probably turn left to right on your screen. No, it kind of goes a bit of a flat bat job here. You see he's off the mark with 6. Maximo. Mitri really trying to send a statement. Yeah, pretty well known here in France. I know we haven't seen too much of them. Only the 2 matches going into today, but yeah, I did see them bang 150 earlier. That was against Sarcelles. It looks like they can hit the ball pretty well. Just a single this time, though. We'll get Arslan Zafar back on strike with an opportunity to bring up his 50. 49 of 13 is a really good strike rate. 377 strike rate at the moment. We'll get that opportunity to bring up the milestone now. That's exactly what he'll do. Hit down the ground. Just a single, but a great half century from Arslan Zafar. He brings up the milestone. 14 balls, and that's quick going in anyone's language. He was actually a bit of a star in that 150 plus total against Sarcelles. He scored 64 not out in that game. He's having a good series. Also, he's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. Now he's going to get stumped, throws it away really. It's just a premeditated charge down the wicket. Supercharged down the wicket. And well done to Thea Kumar. Kind of holds his nerve. It's been a pretty good over from him. Only conceded 10. And now he gets the big fish. Check this one out in the replay. Keeper saying, hey, give me the ball. And yeah, economy of movement there from T10. His second stumping of the series. Kumar 1 for 10 in the 6th. 97 for 4. Yeah, sometimes they say you don't know where the line is until you cross it. And I just think, yeah, there's no need for him to really have that big premeditated smash out of the ground the way that he was batting. And he was going at kind of 370 strike rate, batting normally. But anyway, 50 off 15, still a pretty good return. Gives Kasim an opportunity. Won't be facing though. Start of a new over. Tharun, the captain, to bowl out in the 7th. Another big swing and a miss. I like Tharun. Got a bit about him. This has got a bit about it as well. That's another one that's going to fly through the air. Max or large. Stand and deliver job. When you do charge, there are some benefit, mix up the length. But also, typically, I mean, you saw it the way that Arslan got stumped. Just kind of gets your head moving, gets everything moving. Sometimes you're better off just standing still, trusting your eyes, trusting your hands. That's pretty well bowled by Tharun. Kind of hits the spot wide, but not wide enough to be called. Like the length that Tharun's bowling, although this is a really good shot by Yes. Smashed through extra cover for 4. All right, this one is up in the air as well. And once again, it's going to clear the rope. Maximo. Great hitting from Mitri here. Royals on the back foot. You see there the keeper at the T10 saying, yeah, well, I actually think that was a pretty decent ball, and I think he's right. Still disappears. Yes, yeah. Impact innings here. Yeah, cut away. A comfortable one. And that will take us to the end of the 7th over. Mitri, 114 for 4. Plenty of cricket coming around on the network, with this current series culminating in finals day in the ECS, then of course ECIs featuring Hungary and Romania, as well as the French national team. Brescia in the north of Italy, starting in just over a week's time. We're there for 2 weeks as well. Looking forward to the Menine Cup as well, back on this ground. It'll take place between the French national team as well as the national teams of Malta and Belgium in the T20 format. Estonia for the first time since 2020. England for the first time ever. Cyprus for the first time since January. What more could you want? This is ECN cricket. It's going to continue now with Uthai Kumar dragged away for one first ball of the 8th. Let's see if they can get Yassir here. I suppose Kasim's a good hitter as well. Maybe they can keep it down to kind of the maybe 140 or something like that. Doesn't seem that likely at the moment. Well, this is in the air. It's going to test the fielder, but he's up to the test. So it's going to be a first ball duck. It'll be a golden derrick for Kasim. And Uthai Kumar slightly puts the ball in areas where it does turn it a bit there. Puts the ball in the batter's court and says, all right, go for it. It's a nice catch. So, golden derrick mode activated as Uthai Kumar chips in with a second wicket. Nicely taken out there as well. Kapuraj Thevan holds on to it. Abbas Kawa comes to the crease. And he's going to go for it straight away. I mean, this could be out as well. It's got a lot of hang time. A lot. But it's away from the fielder. Now, we'll take it. Running away. Just thought it was so high. Someone might be able to reach it, but he kind of picked the open field perfectly, didn't he? Nice chase down there. Celestine doing the work. Looking at the batting of Royal so far. And we saw them chase 115 of the second last ball back in match 3. And apart from that, they scored 111. That was against PUC. They scored 107. That's against Presidents. They scored 136, chasing down 131 with 8 balls to spare. It was against the Super Kings. I do have some back. Love the enthusiasm out there from John Mary. So I suppose, yeah, high score of 136. That was with 8 balls left in the innings. Shows that they can stick them. This is flat batted and just over the fielder. Maximo Kawa will finish that 8th over with a bang. I like that spell though from Priya Uthai Kumar. Well, he won't be happy with the note that it ended on. And he'll finish with figures of 2 for 21 and at the end of 8. Mitri, 125 for 5. He said, I suppose been curbed a little bit as the wickets have started to fall, but still a very healthy run rate of 15.6 through the first 8 overs. Ball hammers in the 9th. It's going to start with an attempted leg side shot that ends up on the offside and gets fielded just a single. Sajid Thiran Rayatas comes back. He bowled the first over, remember. It almost went magical. 19 off the first. Hit down the ground this time. Just a single. Can handle that at the moment if you're Royals. Just don't want a flurry of boundaries here. Big swing. That's going to be a lucky one. I think for Yassir, he'll get 4. But Mariatas will be filthy with the result. They got options to come back. Probably, I imagine the last Alistine will get it, so you can bring back both your openers in 9 and 10. Back foot drive there, not handled cleanly. That's going to go for 4 as well. It wasn't an easy one, but it's one that the fielder would have hoped to have stopped. Great recovery from the batter. You can see a slight Tortuga perhaps. Down the ground. Just a single this time. That's pretty good bat speed there. That's going over the top. Maximo. What a way to finish the 9th over. Kawa showing a burst of power. And that'll take us to the end of the 9th. 17 runs coming off that one. And the 140 is breached. 142 for 5 after 9. So they'll be chasing a lot here. They know that already. They're going to try and close out. Here we go with the 10th. And it's going to start just a single down the ground. They do go back to John Mary Alistine to finish off. Seems to have just brightened up a little bit during the innings, but you can kind of see the wind. Bit of a factor. Slower ball, really smart. Bounce off the keeper though, can't handle it cleanly. Good alert running. Gets Yasir back on strike. Both these two going great guns at the moment though. Well bowled from Alistine. What he's bringing to the table here. Going to chat about some other cricket going on at the moment. The English game. Yeah, talking about Emily Arlett's figures yesterday for Central Spark in England. It's a slower ball. The keeper wants this. Will he reach it? But he will. It's a really good catch. Had to do a lot of work to get there. T10, he's been dynamic behind the stumps. And Kawa, his innings will end on 16. See the bat turns in his hands, kind of slices it up in the air. So 2 balls remaining. Alistine will get his 2nd wicket and score 145 for 6. Yeah, so Emily Arlett's figures 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 5. Yeah, that's very economical stuff, isn't it? I've got a lot of friends going around the game. I remember playing against Marcus Harris a fair bit back when I was playing grade cricket in Perth. It's originally where he's from, although he moved to Victoria to further his career. He's played a little bit of Test cricket as well. So Shazad Umar comes out. I don't think he's going to win the debate to get 2 because I know that Yasir wants the last ball. And Nat Skiver-Brunt named Women's Cricketer of the Year. Well, that's well deserved. And Chris Ward's comment, looks warm in Drew, but I bet it's cold. I bet you're right there as well, Chris, as this last one is going to be cooked. A really good catch. And Tarun, he's kind of done everything after him. I was looking to the boundary to find this one. Throws the hands at it, but how about that? From Joseph, go gadget hands. So a reasonably good last over there, actually. Alistine only concedes 3 in the last, picks up 2 wickets. And they do keep it in the 140s. 146 for 7. Mithri in the end, 147. The perfect break will be the target for all 94. Well, try a little bit of the old foot fielding, which you will see in the European Cricket Series. But, yeah, looking at this Mithri batting lineup, They've got a lot of depth in there. That was the old strangle to get Omar early on. Stuff for Omar. Caught behind down leg side for 7. But then Aslan Zafar and Sharp Underkale kind of went about kind of building a big score. Got to say, Aslan Zafar, he scored a lightning 50. He copped that one, but he also gave a bit back with interest, didn't he? Just 15 balls in his 50. Actually brought up the milestone of 14 before he was out the next ball. But yeah, Pandakal played some nice shots at the other end as well. And Sam just trying to avoid the cameras, but you can't do that too often when you're part of the blue crew. Renasius was able to get Pandagale for 22. Caught down the ground. Tharun brought himself on. He did a pretty good job. Soon he had 2 as Astain Zafar went 6 and out. Hussein Yassir, though, he was also pretty aggressive. He'd go out there. He'd go 39 off 19. Eventually, Aslan Zafar's got a bit carried away there. Just wildly charging down the pitch, was stumped by the proverbial country mile. But Yassir, he just kept going, kept doing what he was doing. Late in the piece. 3 4s, 3 6s. 4 all 94, though. I mean, they did kind of bring it back to an extent towards the end. The last 3 overs went for 11, 17, and 4. That was a really nice catch, Ken. I like what T10 is bringing, his energy and his skills behind the stumps. Tharun took an absolute blinder off the last ball of the innings. And that saved 4 runs. Just remind yourself of that if this game gets close. So I thought that was going to be 4 that would take him to 150, but with that catch from Tharun, it keeps Mitri at 146. 7 wickets lost along the way. Zafar top scoring with an even 50 on 15 rocks. Hussein Yassir with a pretty entertaining 39 off 19. Pandakar was good while he was there as well. He scored 22. And Koa with a hard-hitting 16 with 2 maximos late in the innings. With the ball, Alistine, best of the lot, I think. 3 for 15, bowled a brilliant last over. Only 3 and a bye came off that. 2 wickets each for the spin twins, Tharun and Utaya Kumar. I think held up their end of the bargain. Just a couple of overs got out of control, including Augustine, who went for 29, the only over that we saw him. So we'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. 147 for Royals to pull off a big chase. Mitri, though, I just feel that they'll be hoping to get into the middle order early, and maybe they could even secure a bonus point with the 100 plus required for the Royals to save their point. But still plenty of cricket to go. Still second half of this match, and then match 35 just around the corner as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back shortly, intro, with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Dreux Cricket Ground in France. Beautiful ground on the outskirts of the Paris area, 85 kilometres away from the centre, just outside of the beautiful little town of Dreux. Now, right now, we are looking at Royal 94 taking on Mitri, with the Royals about to come out and bat in the second innings. 147, pretty imposing total. It could have been more, though. It wasn't for a decent fight back late in the innings. They'll need at least 103 to stop their opposition. Mitri taking 4 points out of this one. The Royals, they'll feel they've got a bit of momentum going into the second half of this match 34. But still, there's a lot of cricket to be played. Here's Ramanandran, the opener. And, well, that man, he's one reason they're not chasing more. John Mary Alistine will be facing up as we get ready to go. Shake, rattle and roll. Second half of match 34. Still listenings and a whole match to come after this. Royals will be playing back-to-back. CSPT Sarsen are waiting for them. Sabas Kawa, that's ready to get us going. 147 runs required for victory. Wow, that is wild. That is about as bad of a first ball as you could deliver. This has gone very wrong. The release point was just all over the place there. Rabas just giving up 5 for nothing, really. This one goes the other way. It would have been another wide, you know. Instead, he's going to swing the bat. He gets the thick edge and gets 4 runs. This one actually moves. He's a swing bowler, Kawa. That one did move. Exactly how it's been scored. Unhaved 5 wides, and then the 4 runs. For some reason, we've got 6 wides in there. Probably deserved to be 6 wides. Anyway, Alistine is going to go leg side this time, and this has turned into a very, very good start. Just kind of flicks across it. So score 16 on the screen. I'm pretty sure it's 15 though. That would be the 16th run there. Yeah, just the start you want though when you're chasing a fairly imposing target. I think partnerships are key. Conditions and all that, but again, just gets that release so wrong. Second bounce, pretty hard to handle. Arslan Zafar has to watch it disappear, especially when Arslan was pretty heavily involved in building the first place. He's seeing it shrink before his very eyes. Already you've taken a whole point off the required rate. Another wide. This one is cut off. Just cannot get it right. So that one go out, and so maybe he's trying to get that outswinger going, but when he actually aims it down leg side, it's not happening. 2 minimos in the first over. Ouch. We might have taken a little bit of the pad, actually. I felt like it hit something. Not handled by the keeper. What did the umpire say here? Oh, he says, oh. Cut to the replay, so have a look. But Kawa needs to sort it out sooner rather than later. Leg bye given for that last one, by the way. Thick inside edge. Well cut off in the circle. It's a bit more lucky than anything. First over's really made this a bit more of a reasonable proposition for Royal 94. This one won't beat the fielder, so end of it. Pretty average first over, really, from Kawa. Goes for 23 in the over. 23 without loss. 33 matches since the Golden Ball. And suddenly this is looking a little bit more Golden Ball worthy, isn't it? Good news from John Gray for Gibraltar Cricket as their ladies side won their first ever T20 versus Estonia. Scoring 147. They're 20 overs, bowling out the Estonians for 47. We'll be in Estonia soon. Estonia, it's good things happening with their women's cricket as well. But they'll be disappointed to not be on the side. And time for over number 2, and that's a great carve away. I think that's gone all the way. You know, it went so fast, it has. Maximo. Indran throws a lot of bat speed at that. Indran really had that one rocket off the stick. It's going to be a big chase if Royal 94 could pull this off. This is going to beat him outside the off stump, though. Oh, now it's called. All right. I know the umpires have had their own kind of taking it, but this one, it's not completely outside the line. Might be getting some of the line. It's a tough one for the bowler. Can't get this one back off the pitch. Shafiq bowling this second over. He's a zippy kind of customer. Right, tries to heave it leg side. Hangs up in the air a long time. Fielder's capped back, but can't quite pull it in. Good chase by Kasim. That'll be a simple 2 for the Royals. Indram hoping to continue this good power play. Short, kind of darting back a little bit. He plays that with soft hands. That's going to run away for 4. That's a really good shot. Kind of made something out of nothing there. I think he liked the idea of kind of originally getting across and pulling this, but in the end it turns into kind of like a back cut with almost a straight bat, but soft hands. Gets away for 4. This one, another shortish one. Indran can't cash this one in. Leg bite, off the thigh pad that time. Just trying to bring it back to normality here, Shafiq. This one is off the hip, and it's a fair bit of bat in it. That's going to run away for 4. So Palestine, that's been good while he's been there as well. And these openers putting together a decent opening partnership at the end of 2 overs, 41 without loss. Having a look at the table. PUC have put some distance between them and the rest, but when you look at Drew, for example, they still have 4 games in hand on PUC to make a run. President 11, he's still in the mix as well, potentially to top the table. But you can see the team's on show for the rest of the afternoon. They're going to have to play really well to make their way into the 5. And Mitri, they'll probably feel they're the team most likely with the amount of games in hand they've got to make a run at qualification. Yeah, good to see some updates about that Gibraltar-Estonia series. See Estonia finding it tough going there. But, yeah, Gibraltar. Good individual performances with Amy Valverde hitting 68. Izzy Ferrari with 27 and taking 4 wickets. They'll be very proud of themselves. Still, I think it's just great that they're playing. I mean, Estonia haven't had too much experience. T20Is either. A bit of the old, it's not a toy, it's the old-fashioned propeller airplane there. It is Sunday, don't forget, so have a chat. Aviation enthusiasts getting involved. And when we get to Prague as well, it's quite near the recreational airport as well. Well, that's a good shot. That's a fraction short. Alston jumps all over it. Uh-oh, cars, kids, everything. Nobody gets hurt. That's the main thing. Maximo. A little bit concerned here. Does pay to pay attention when you're at the cricket. Celestine, 21 off 8. Had a great start here. It's a good cricketer. This time short again. Indecision. Oh. Almost hits both sets of stumps. This is going to be an interesting one from side on. My feeling is he just gets the bat in time, Indran, but it's a big moment in this game. Eventually they decide to go just in. Now, what was funny here, actually we saw Karan Pollard do this in a franchise game a while ago. This actually almost hits both stumps. Look, goes the direct hit, gets glove off quickly. Deflects down the pitch, but doesn't hit the other set of stumps. Couple to go on the power play. Just the power play they needed here, Royals. Steps across here, Indran. He's going to get another boundary. Just spotted the gap there, so kind of favoured that side of the field. Kasim's gone for 12 in the over. This game is very much alive. Kasim sticks to kind of banging it in. Hasn't really worked for him too well so far. Rule 94, need 94. 43 balls left in this game. Ahead of the rate at the moment. Sticks to the short ball again, and once again he's going to go to the boundary. That one looked a bit higher. That's the one for the over, but it's also dealt with really well by Indran. And after 3 overs, what a power play. 57 without loss. I mean, that first over was a bit of a shocker. No other way to say it. Kawa swinging the ball all over the place, but a lot of the time went to the boundary. 24-18 and 16-3, really productive overs. Time for the fourth. And it's going to be the captain with a change of pace, Shazad Umar. As this hangs up in the air, just gets over the fielder. Not two here, quick turn, has to be quick. Oh, another close one. He's going to get applauded, even though Indran has no idea if he's in or not. I feel he's just in. I feel it's pretty similar to the last one. Checking out the replay thanks to Spring Media. But he had to hustle. Did get a good turn in. Let's have a look. Has he made it? He has just. Was the risk worth taking? Not so sure, but I guess he puts everything in his favour. Gets a good bat slide in there. Now he's going to smash this one over cover for 6. Maximo. That's why I wanted the strike back. Sits on this middle length. Plays it from the crease and makes great contact. 6 more. Royals are up and away here. Dean. 30 off just 11. Indran coming to the party as well. Had a bunch of extras help them out up front. That ball travelled so far past the boundary, that's why it's taking so long to get back. Look, they've got it down to 12 and over. What a start this is. Umar, I think, needs to draw Alistine forward into an error. Maybe tempt him a little bit. That's risky, though, if he tries that as well. He does the opposite. Just watch, he doesn't go onto his stumps. He edges it onto his leg and pops up. That was a bit of a gift, to be honest, from Umar. I can't believe he's missed out on that. Now goes straight. That's a really, really good shot, good option. He's either fired up at the moment, Indran. He's just saying, yeah, come on, let's get into these guys. Yeah, 10 overs ago, they were all over us like a rash, but the tables have turned here. Yeah, look at him. He say, yeah, I'm liking what you're doing. Backs away unnecessarily. Misses out. Remember, 5 overs into this game. Or even, let's go 4 overs into this game. Mitri were 77 for 1. Going at more than 190 pace. They brought it back to an extent, didn't they? 194, kept it in the 140s. Now they made a cracking start. It's probably going to be a wide. Actually, I think he's got to watch his back here. Shazad Umar. Probably to me got a bit of the line, but the way they've been umpiring, they're going to call it. No issues that time. This is hit back past his partner. The foot fielding tempts him into a second, but they say, no, we're happy with the 1. 4 overs in, 73 without loss. So both these teams having a very good first 4 overs, 77 in the first innings, and yeah, 73 here. Gives us a chance to have a bit of a chat, and it just shows you that old adage, momentum can take a while to build up, but can be destroyed in an instant. You kind of saw that with that first over. One thing to swing the ball. Yeah, Kawa's put his team behind, and to be honest, that's a lot of runs still to go. If this partnership keeps going, Mitri could lose this game. Well, this is lifted up in the air and will be taken. So, some disagreements about whose catch that is. I think in the end it's happy gestures as Kasim skates to his right, takes the catch and breaks the partnership. It'll be the end of Alistine for 37, and the score is 73-1. All right, is that a turning point? It's funny, in the first innings we also saw a couple of wickets falling in the fifth. That's when Tarun entered himself into the attack. Good knock though. Team putting over 37 off 16 with 4 maximos and 2 fours. Wow, that's dangerous, and it's going to be 4. I'm just glad. I think he gets some bat on this. It's going to be no ball plus 4. And I know there's nothing kind of intended there by Nora Aslan, but this is a scary one. It just goes into self-preservation mode here. Kapil Raj Thevan, welcome to the crease. He will get a free hit, though, for his trouble. That's precisely why those high full balls are outlawed. Never used to be that way, you know. All right, free hit then. Nor to deliver it. Missed. All right, still get 5 off the first ball. We'll take it. Yeah, so maybe an attempted Yorker. Obviously pretty excited about the wicket of Palestine, but then big no ball plus 4 non-standard minimo. Then a dot ball. What's next? Get down the ground, the push, but just a single this time. Okay, Indran, let's see if he can kind of pick up the pieces after he's lost his opening partner. Indran faces up. Yeah, kind of plays this in between, but what a shot. Finds the gap. Gets 4 runs. Kind of forward, then he was back, but he was on the attack. Makes good contact. Kind of sends it through the covers, follows through in that direction. And they're 83, still in the first half. Goal ball, clever bowling, hangs in the air. But no justice. This is also away from the outfielders. Indran's going to get 4 more. And despite the wicket of John Mary Alistine, still got all the momentum on their side, don't they? They've got it down to about 11 and over required. Last ball to 5th over. Now, in the air, to the fielder. Oh, that would have been out if he hit. It's a pretty tight one. That'll take us to the end of the 5th over, 88 for 1. It was kind of uppish, and then kind of made up their mind they were going. If that hits, it's lights out. See, they're well ahead of where they need to be. But to be honest, they're in a pretty similar position in the first half. It was 87 for 3 in the first half of this game for Mitri. We're all 94 right now. They're 88 for 1, so they're 1 run ahead on the comparison. Well, they have to really have a good second half, Mitri, to come back into this contest. Kasim to bowl the 6th. And this is a cut. And that's going to find the boundary as well. So Kasim would like to bang it in. But Indran's been very good off the back foot, hasn't he? Just wait for the ball to come. Uses that pace, and the fielders not even bothering to chase that. That was always screaming away for 4. Indra under 34. It's a brilliant chase if they can pull it off. Let me just remind you, there's still 55 runs away, and that could change. The game could change with that many runs still. They just haven't been able to deliver their best effort, I think, in the field with the ball. Now big wide down leg side, so you can see does go fuller. That's smart, but loses his line in the process. Steve talking about that run out that was close. He does veer off for his own safety, but yeah, you're better off holding your line there as a batter. Now, a little bit of a lucky one. It's going to be deflected away past the keeper. Indra living a golden life at the moment. That could have easily caused the stumps to blow up, but instead it's going to be 4 more to the total. How about Indran's innings? 38 up 14. A bit of a jump in the background. Is that Sam? $50 off 28 required at 10.7. Again, the old hit and run here. Just a single. The big run of dot ball is going to kill you from here. It all dates back to that first over. That first ball in particular, I think. 10 runs in minimos in the first over. It's going to be called a wide. Again, we have seen the umpires still being pretty harsh, giving that line to the batters. It's pretty much straight over the line. But I can say they've been reasonably consistent with it. This one doesn't really bounce, almost takes out the stumps of T10. We have a blockbuster finish coming up here in match 34. The Royals just getting their day started. Don't forget, we'll see them against CSPT Sarcel. Last game of the day. Hits this strongly over cover, but well handled out there, Mustafa Roma. We haven't actually seen bowling too much. Actually a pretty decent bowler. Hundreds up then for all 94. They've done the hard work. Can they finish it off? Nice looking straight drive. It's pretty straight. That's going to beat the fielder. That's 4. Indra into the 40s. What a knock he's playing here. Make them feel invincible, Royal 94, if they could pull off this chase. Into the over. 104 for 1. And suddenly, just 43 required off the last 4 overs. But we've seen this, we saw it with Balbiniol last night, for example. You can be ahead in a chase, but if you lose a key wicket, even if it's just kind of a run of dot balls, you can see the balance of power change very, very quickly. Who's going to step up for Mitri and kind of turn this game around? Need to do it quickly. They go back to Noor Arslan here then. Over number 7. 104 on the board, 43 still required. Pretty good bowling though, full and straight, and Kapil misses out. Good length though, from, I think in general they've been far too short in this innings, Mitri. Even if he gets to the other end at the moment, even there, and that's fine. Indran's up and ticking, isn't he? Well, he wants a bit more than that. Turns this round the corner. We'll just have to settle for the one, though. Nice contact, though, from Even Theron. Indran, though, putting a good shift for Royals. And imagine they lose him at this stage. Suddenly, that win predictor could get right back into the balance. Downward side tries to spear in the Yorker, but misses, and Indra will get a free run. Mitri had a pretty high scoring game when we first saw them. They beat CSPT Sarcelles 152 to 146. They were able to hold on in the end on that occasion. A slow ball though, straight at the stumps, lifted up, but a couple of hops down to Kasim. Nice lunch, trying to bring things back here. We haven't seen a boundary in the over yet. We had dot one, wide one. So just 3 off the first half of the over. Now, it's a wild swing from T10 and skewed up in the air, and he's going to be gone. So Aslan gets the breakthrough, and this could be the over where it's turning around towards Mitri. T10 just kind of wildly playing a cross-bat shot at that. Hussein Yassir does the rest. The partnership is broken. Not really the man doing most of the damage, but still a wicket nonetheless. Royal 94 are 107 for 2. Those two still managed to put on 34 in just 2.5 overs. Here's the keeper, T10. He was full of energy, wasn't he, in the field? 2 to come in the 7th. Well, he steps across, and he's going to start with a boundary as well. I think they're waiting to see if this is 4 or 6. Let's have a look. Makes a big step. That dares him to go at the stumps. Flat and... oh, I think that's 4. Because it bounces, you can still see the rope. Don't think it actually hits the rope. Because you don't see the rope move. Yeah, 4 runs given. Eagle-eyed umpires. What a way for a T10 to start. Kind of guy, got ants in it, doesn't he? Now he's going to pick up a knee-high full toss, and that will go further. Maximo! That will take us to the end of 7. 4 and 6, pick up 6. And right now, Mitri only just hanging on, 117 for 2 after 7. Coming up last game of the day, Royals will get to go around again against CSPT Sarcelles. Royals potentially going in with 3 wins if they can pull off this chase. That game starting in about 35 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network. Tannan Chine comes in for the Royals. Zakaria Atik comes in for Sarcelles. Join us. Maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat for the Sunday night match here, match 35. The last match of week 1 here in France. Indran grabs the strike and go back to the captain, Shazad Umar. And I think he's caught behind first up here. So that's a critical wicket in that stage. Indran's going to be caught behind for 44. You can see Aslan Zafar was about to take the bails, but he said, well, hold on. I'm pretty sure that's caught. Probably would have done it anyway, just to be safe. Premeditated here. I see a fairly healthy edge on that. Actually, don't think his back foot ever quite leaves the crease. But anyway, Indran, he'll be frustrated to get out at that stage in the game, but he does contribute 44. 117 for 3 in the 8th over. Onasias gets a hit at 5. Get some bat on this first up. It kind of jumps over it. Might open the opportunity for 2. We'll get 2. Oh, do they? Oh, he was on the treadmill there. I got a feeling that's out, you know. Onasias looked like he was running up Mount Everest there. This will be an interesting replay. I got a feeling that keeper beats him. Oh, yeah, we'll have to slow that down. It was pretty quick work. But, yeah, I mean, is the ball in the hands first? Maybe we'll wind it back one more time. I'm sure the ball is in the gloves. Yeah, it is. It's already there. He's gone. Oh, slightly lazy running. Onasias didn't realise the speed he had to go. And so it'll be a golden 1 for Constantine. He will get the 1, so it won't be a duck. Oh, Derek, back in your box. He's gone first ball, but it's a golden 1. We don't have a golden 1. Maybe that's a graphic we need to look at. Because you do get the run for the 1 completed. It's just the second one won't count. And the score now is 118 for 4. Uthaya Kumar, I liked him with the ball. Let's see what he can do with the bat. Had a few questions. What's a golden 1? Well, a golden duck is normally a first ball duck. But I suppose, we've made this up, but you can be out first ball, but not make a duck. So you made 1 there, and it was out first ball, so that's why I called it a golden 1. Anyway, Uthaya Kumar is going to start with a cut 4. And always good to get 1 away early. It's more of a thick outside edge than anything else. I think the main issue with that run out is I just don't think the batter realised how quick he had to hustle. And it was lightning work from Aslan Zafar to get the bails off. That's another little edge. I think it takes a little bit of the keeper on the way through. Does it slow it down enough? I think it does. Bumps it around a little bit, but get back for 2. I don't think you can really call that a real chance. And just make sure he steps back in the field of play. Do think that foot was probably in the air by the time he picks it up. Maybe they want to have one more look at that, but I don't think you can actually see where his foot is. It's probably when the first one's fine. That's fine. But then when he comes and touches it again, is that foot in the air already? I feel it is. Yeah, see, that foot's in the air by then. Yeah, no problem. Then fumbles it around a bit, but that's all good. If there was doubt, goes to the fielder anyway on those ones. All right, 23 or 14, game on here. Now, hit in the air, Uthaya Kumar at risk. And he's going to be gone, takes it easy as you like. So, this game taking another turn, Mitri fighting back. This is why, go back to Indiran's dismissal, kind of wildly charging down the pitch, and then going to take a little piece on the way through to the keeper. It has set off a chain of events where Raw's now, okay, in theory they're in charge, but you just feel the tide's turned against them. Okay, Kumar is the next to go, going for 6, and the score is 124 for 5. This isn't going anywhere either, so Umar brings himself back, and we have a crazy few balls there, don't we? We have 3 wickets in the over, including a run out. 7 runs come off it, and the score is 124 for 5 after 8. It's amazing how these 2 lines have correlated. But yeah, if you look at the 8 over scores, obviously 124 for 5 in this innings. Mitri, they were 125 for 5, so neck and neck at the moment. Big 2 overs here to finish off. T10. It was good. And we've seen him so far, 4 and 6, had to watch that over. I don't think he liked what he saw. He hits this. Oh, he gets away from the field of 4 runs. Oh boy, Kasim. He's been so cool in the field. This one skating towards him, he didn't handle it cleanly. He knows straight away that's going to beat him to the rope. (19 off 11). All right, uncontrolled in the air, but flying away. Oh, collision. Oh, boy. You hate to see it. Midley right now, a bit of a rabble. You can see, he's saying, well, you know, I called it. I thought I was going to get it. He's saying, well, I called it. I thought I was going to get it. Right now, they got to kind of come together as a unit. Under Kale and Hussein Yassir, the difference of opinion. Big finish on the cards. Top ball, 18 off 9 now. Regan is the batter that's got to face the music now. Like I say, T10, he looks very, very capable. I think Regan doesn't want to use up too many balls here. Like them putting the third back here, I think that makes sense. Regan yet to score. Oh, that's a nice shot though. And it's up and out of here. Maximo. And, well, come the moment, come the man. All right, 12 off 8, creeping closer. Wow, it's a good shot as well from Regan, but he's found the fielder. Oh, what a catch. Oh, I couldn't have picked him out any better. And it was kind of catch it or be knocked out by it. And now everyone's friends. But yeah, this was actually going to be 6. I think he's just had the fright of his life there, but Regan, I suppose he does get the 6, gets them closer. Timed that to perfection. Bang. Takes in the breadbasket in the end. And he is flat out down there. Regan will be disappointed to go for just the 6 in the end. 135 for 6. This game takes another twist. Mohamed Aslan taking that catch down on the deep backward square leg boundary, but it almost took him. All right. Action aplenty. Kamal Sabaska comes out last ball of the 9th. Oh, ouch. It's another beamer. It's going to be a no ball plus 1, 2 free runs. The last thing you need at this stage. The other thing is it gets T10 back on strike. First one that Shafiq's bowled, so it'll be a first warning, but yeah, it's a terrible follow-up really. Both times it's been after wickets. All right, free hit coming up. Athi wants to send it out of the ground. 10 required, 7 balls remaining. Free hit, Horn in play. Oh, doesn't get it, he'll have to settle for 1. So we go to the last ball. over at least, maybe the last ball. And so 138 for 6. They just beat the clock as well. So you know what this means? We're going to the wire. With 8 runs required to tie, 9 runs to win in this last over. If it is 8 runs, we'll have Golden Ball 58 live from France, the first ever Golden Ball on French soil, though we did see the 2 French teams at the ECL play a Golden Ball. Last one was in Portugal in the final on Sunday night. If we do get a Golden Ball, the batting team, in this case, Royal 94, get 1 extra delivery to score 2 or more. Now, Abbas, he's coming on now, Abbas Kawa. Remember, his first over went magical and really missed a barn door first ball. Doesn't have too many to play with this time. All right, here we go. Last over coming in match 34. Just outside the line, I think. T10 will get 1. Subaska will get back on strike. Kawa this time does find the middle of the pitch. Loves to go leg side there, doesn't he? Loves it at T10. Just exclusively looking for that. Subaska, though, I mean, the real crime here is the dot ball. Needs to at least make sure he gets something. Doesn't want to swing and miss. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And I just think he's making sure that the box is still where it needs to be. Uncomfortable blow. His cricket instinct took over and he took off with the 1. Don't know if we got that one again, but just an uncomfortable one, put it that way. It was actually given a run in the end. Okay. Subaska just giving him a bit more time to get nervous. He's yet to score. He's batting 8. His team are 8 runs away from a memorable chase of 147 against Mitri. Kawa waits with the ball. He does well. And there's no doubt they were running there. See how there's so many runs there if you don't hesitate. Hit that really well, hit it straight at the fielder, but Atithan showing no signs of prolonged discomfort there. Gets through for 1. All right. Can tie the game up with the Maximo here. I also think you're looking for 2, but you don't want to run yourself out if you're a T10. Maybe if it's down the ground, you take it on. You're willing to sacrifice Subaska. Like this. But it goes pretty quickly to the fielder. I think, well, now with a slight fumble, they can take it on. Yeah, it's exactly how I called it. So it's actually a decent result. Subaska nobly will sacrifice his wicket to get the set batter back on strike. It'll be 1 and out. Make it 6 off 3. So 141, I should say. Now, for 7. This is where I think because of the slight fumble from the fielder, cost him the chance to throw at the keeper's end. He's a longer throw, obviously. Well, I guess Augustine comes out. He'll be on striker's end. They're probably saying something like that again if we need to. Obviously, the run's super helpful. Every run you get close to the target at this stage is huge. So, for example, the difference between needing 6 to win and needing 5 to win, for example, means you can tie the game with a 4 if it's 5 to win. Because right now you do need a 6. 3 chances, though. Kawa found his accuracy at the right time. 6 to win for Royals. That'll do it. What an inning from Atithan at the death. He stole the strike back and he steals the game for the Royals. They'll pull off this chase with 2 balls to spare. And really, nobody gave them a prayer. They conceded 77 runs in the first 4 overs of this one. Ended up being able to pull things back at the very end. I mean, cast your mind back some of those key moments in the first innings as well. Augustine made sure the score didn't advance to 150 plus. Only 4 runs off that 10th over. And then his team off to a good start with the bat as well with 37. Indram with 44. But Atithan, he came out and when the game was on the line, he delivered. Mitri fall to a 2-2 record. Again, good feelings between the two teams, but I think Royals, they'll be feeling really good going into the last game of the night. CSPT Sassel will be batting first in that one after winning the toss, and we're about 20 minutes away from a start there. The Royals will be flying after that. I don't think they'll mind chasing after pulling off a bit of a monster chase here, given the context of the weekend. 147 done. Well, time to get the bugs out. I tell you what, that was an awful start to the innings, and it actually comes back to haunt them. There were 2 minimos in that first over, and just put them behind the 8 ball. Credit to the batters, though. A few close calls, such as this one. But that opening partnership really set things up well. They put on 73 in just over 4 overs. And yeah, you can see the kind of energy that the Royals are bringing to the table here. Mitri, I just think they kind of took their foot off the gas. They could never turn it around. That was a nice catch by Kasim. A few on-field lovers' quarrels there while we're there. A couple of beamers hurt them as well. And I just think that Royal 94, they deserve to win. I think they outplayed Mitri in the end. And T10, come the moment, come the man. Like to go for that leg side, but then we saw the wicket of Indran just kind of set off events. Then we had that golden one on Nasias. Sharp hands by the keeper. Had a bit of tap dancing on the boundary line as well. And there's some strategy in it as well. Okay, that one hurts. So look, Mitri, they kind of made their own bed. They had to line it to an extent. And, well, thanks as well. Didn't mention this at the time, but I know that Chris said that plane was a Rhyme Cessna F177 RG, Cardinal RG, taking off from Tucson Lenoble. But how about that for a catch? It was catch or be taken out. And then, yeah, a bit of strategy late in the piece. We saw Tubaska willing to sacrifice himself to get Ati back on strike, and he didn't let him down, did he? Nagarjan Atitan, the keeper. I loved his energy throughout the game, and he had the perfect finish. That ball disappears. And the win disappears for Mitri as Royal 94 pull off the perfect break, 147. And they do it with 2 balls to spare. Foundation from the openers was important. Alistine with 37 off 16 in there. Indram with 44 off 18. But it was Atitan, 24 not out of 8 at the end. That got them across the line of 9.4. As far as the bowling went, Nur Aslan with 2. Shazad Umar with 2 and a wicket for Shafiq, but no one really able to stop the bleeding. Shazad Umar, probably the best of the bowlers, with 2 for 23. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back with the last game of the night. Match 35 on the way in about 15 minutes' time. Can the Royals continue their run here on day 7, or can Sassel steal the win in match number 35? Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? We'll be back very shortly for Game 5 and the last game of Week 1. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
For the final game of day 7 here in the European Cricket Series, France. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you, as we'll conclude the first week of our 2-week French adventure with this one, match number 35 between Royal 94 and CSPT Sarcelles. Now, I've been told, watch out for this coin toss. Bit of shade thrown, I think, before the opening ball. The Sheriff was with 2 captains. Let's see what happens.
CSPT Sarcelles to call.
Yeah. Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Okay. We're gonna bat first. Thank you.
Wow, there you go. Charles refusing the handshake until the official signal was made that they'll have a bat. I'm loving that entertainment. So let's see if Sarcelles can put some big runs on the board. They went down earlier to PUC, 155 to 120, so they did score 120 against a strong PUC side that is top of the ladder. But yeah, Royal 94 just came off a bit of an epic chase, 147. They were able to steal the game from Mitri just moments ago in match 34. Now, T10, the keeper, was the hero in that one, but it was the opening batting of Indran and Alestin that kind of got them going in the right direction in the first place. I don't think they'll mind chasing Sarcelles, though. They'll want to put some big runs on the board. Amjad's listed to open in this one. I'm not sure if they'll do that. I think Munawar looked pretty good at the top before. They might stick with that. And look, they've had some ups, they've had some downs, but really when it comes down to it, they won't want to slip to a 3-3 record. Not too much in between these two teams either on the win predictor. 45-55. Sarcelles go in as slight favourites. I want to welcome back everyone in the chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone that's watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. I was just cruising through, looking at some of the other cricket around during the break, including that Gibraltar versus Estonia series, which is taking place this weekend. So great to see some of the internationals starting to crank up around Europe. In fact, we'll have some T20 international cricket here for you. The Medina Cup in May, featuring France as well as Malta and Belgium in the T20 international format. Remember, rankings points up for grabs there. This is what we like to see. Plenty of sunshine here. And hopefully it continues all the way through this game. Currently 11 degrees. Here we go with Mariatas. And he's going to bowl a no ball first up. That's going to be hit in the air. And, well, we're going to have to check this one, but I'm sure that won't count as a legal delivery either. Check it out here on the replay. Okay, it's high. So, worst possible start, really. No ball called on the field. Rightly so. It disappears over the boundary as well. So, the good old-fashioned 7-up, and we're away. Royal 94, well, they were helped in their batting innings last time against Mitri by a bit of a shocking first ball. Now they respond in kind. Free hit then for Shamshad. Perfect start. Really. For him. Can't be out, even if he's nicked it. I love that. Mariatas has no idea why this appeal's been turned down. Eventually, yeah, let's watch his face here. He's now going to realise that it's a free hit. I want to see him walk past the umpire. The umpire say, hey, you realise where you went wrong there? I mean, my guess is he does get a little edge on that. But of course, free hit, he can't be out in any of the ways that are credited to the bowler. Hit flat, and a brilliant bit of fielding. Oh, this guy is some cricketer. John Mary Alestin takes it kind of goalkeeper style. And so he might have been caught 2 balls in a row, but this time it'll count. And Mariatas will have plenty to celebrate, but he can thank his fielder, John Mary. Bang! He's flying through the air. Throws it away. You've got to love the team spirit from the Royals today. And might get a little bit of a kiss better from Constantine, but what a start. action aplenty. 7 up to start. Then free hit missed out, and then that one was belted at Alistine. But he takes the catch. 7 for 1 after 2 balls. New batter comes out, Wakas Bashir. And Sassel. An interesting one earlier, didn't they? They had Shahab Bashir come out late in the piece. Actually smashed 5 sixes in 33 not out, but Wakas was reasonable while he was there. He scored 20 off 11 in the earlier game. This is out on this though, Mariathas. He's kind of gotten in the groove now. Pitched up, Bashir takes it on but can't get it under it. It turned out to be a brilliant first over. I mean, think about it. The 7 runs came before the over really got started. Since then, he's bowled 5 dots, including the wicket. Well, that's in the air as well, but carrying over the infield. Will knock it back, but they'll concede 2. But 5 dots in the middle. 7 and 2 at either end, and at the end of the first over, Sassel, 9 for 1. We're looking forward to the ECIs, which will take place next weekend. 9 matches featuring 3 teams. Who haven't I mentioned on there? How about Anandrad Shekhara for Romania? He's a guy, I remember we really took it to Carlton of Scotland in the ECL back in 22. And start the second over. That's going to be into the gap. That's going to be 4, so decent start to the second for Sassel. I was going to say, decent start to the second, but that's Mariathas bowling. And I've got a feeling, that won't count. Because it's a 7th ball of the over. Let me just confirm that for you. But yeah, I had it as the end of the over. Now, unless they've miscounted. But yeah, the rule is that if over's called, if a 7th ball is bowled in error, then that result is cancelled. So I actually think, yeah, that 4 runs won't count. So here I was thinking it was a really quick change over first ball to second, but no, it will be no action. So it'll be as we discussed. So it will stay 9 for 1 as we head into the second over. Now that's a playing condition that we altered a little while ago, a couple of years ago now. I think it makes perfect sense in such a short game. As this is lifted up, and that's going to be 4 runs to get the second over started. Well, still 4 runs to start the second over. Nasius has kind of bagged it in sometimes today, and he's a cut risk. Yeah, I think in a 10-over game, it's really important that both teams have the opportunity to face the same amount of deliveries. It's a good example of how you do need to have different playing conditions for different formats. So, for example, in a first-class game, that gets through as well. That's going to be 4. So back-to-back boundaries to start the second over. The umpire might feel that, but how about checking the Tortuga out? Get the old side spin there. So, yeah, what I was going to say is that in a test match, for example, you're just kind of playing more time than anything. So, you respect the ball if it's bowled, then you respect the result one way or the other. But here, it would be patently unfair if one team gets to face more than the other team. So, yeah, as long as it gets picked up before another ball's bowled, then the result is cancelled. So, good comeback from Onasius this time, though. Hussain facing up. Hits straight. He likes it. It is high, and that's going to carry as well. Maximo. Decent start. It's another one. I don't know how many balls have been hit seam up today. Check this out in the camera. Seems to be perfectly seam up around there. Tattooed by Zahir Hussain. Now hit straight. That's another good one. That's flying away. It's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo back to back. And this over has gone magical now. Oh, 94. Coming back to earth with a thud. A bit like that Grizzly ball. Enjoying the contest though. Great having your company all day on ECN European Cricket Network. Yes. Can he just win this last ball? Well, he does. Let's see, Hussain wanted a run. Bashir said, no thanks, I'll take the strike. That will be the end of the second. It's 29 for 1 after 2. You see, both these teams, they have some making up to do, don't they? Raw 94, probably best place to challenge for the top 5. In fact, even a point out of this game will take them up in the top 5, but they've also played more games, for example. They will have played an extra game compared to the Knight Riders. I'll keep an eye on that table as it develops. A really entertaining series. Still, these teams, they love the short format. They're suited to it. That's a slow ball, actually, which drops, but Bashir picks it and he's going to hit it for 4. Look straight away, look at that. Could be a beamer, you know, but you could just see the drop in it. Interesting option up from Alistine. Does bowl that one well. Gets it a bit too full. By the time it reaches the bat, you can see it's well below. Coming knee high. I like Alistine, though. Well, overcommits, but he's able to get back. Well, it is the last game of the day, so feel free to shoot a few random questions through. Hit straight, kind of in the slot, and that's going to go out of the ground. Maximo. Sarcel pride themselves on their big hitting. This example of the ball, which is Yorker almost, but not quite. Alistine, maybe slow ball. Yep, does. Got a shot off the hip. Big chase there for Damon Theron. Hustle back for 2. I love that inventive little attempt to flick back onto the stumps from the keeper. T10, he's a live wire, as I've mentioned a few times today. What a way he finished that last game off in match 34 as well. All right, goes for this and gets plenty of it as well. That's out of the ground. Maximo. Well, 20/20 vision. Both these two on 20 now. Again, that kind of length. Easy pickings, but still got to hit it. Hits it very, very well. Topsy-turvy start already, but Sarcel are out of the blocks now. Last ball of power play. Come back from Alistine, but his over does go for 18 after 3. CSPT Sarcel are 47 for 1. (9:20 and 18). Second and third, very productive overs. But can they carry that momentum through to the middle? So fourth over, as this ground bathed in sunshine. I hope that continues into the second week. It starts tomorrow. Rico Full will be back on deck. I've got a little bit of a mini break for the next 3 days. I've got my birthday on Tuesday. I'll probably lurk in from time to time. I'll be back with Rico on Thursday, take you through the rest of this ECS and then, of course, the internationals. Now, here's the captain, Joseph Tarun. He kind of changed the game earlier on with a couple of wickets. He'll be hoping to do that again. And the first one kind of drops into the hole. Hussain just plays it out carefully. And goes for this. That's flying through the blue sky. That's out of the ground as well. Maximo. Good swing of the bat. Free swing of the bat. And again, clears the ropes comfortably. Here, pretty even teams winning batting first versus batting second. 18-15 at the moment. Another one. Yeah, it's going to go even further, I think. Oh dear, that didn't sound too good. It's gone over the club rooms. I did notice a few broken windows on the club rooms. And to be honest, I'm not surprised seeing some of the hitting here. Yeah, Chris Ward saying not a bad power play. All right, this one's in the air though. How far is this one going? Not quite as far. And it's gone. So once again, Tarun cops a bit but gives a bit back and he gets Zahir Hussain. Nicely struck up into the air and Constantine Onasius takes the catch, spikes it in. So the second wicket falls and it's 59 for 2. Change of pace doing the trick. Tarun, he's been outstanding today for the Royals. He's led well. You see the way he's marshalling his troops out there. Left-hander comes in now, Amjad Sandhu. Now that forced some field changes. Great day of action. In fact, we were already gone over 1,000 runs in the day. Amjad. He's coming out to face for the first time. Just knocks the first one back past the bowler. Sarsell. An inquiry. What does the CSP stand for? I think we can help in the chat. Thanks to Shazam. That's out. Couldn't be more out. See you later. And Bashir gets done. And what would you know it? Tarun gets 2. And if you can find a reason this is an LBW, I'm probably going to call you a liar because he's caught it right on the crease here. Look at this. Oh. He's just kind of sat there, almost accepting his fate. We've had a lot of LBWs in this series, but Wakas Bashir, that was dead in front. Tarun gets 2 in the 4th. Bashir goes for 20. Wakas has to walk back. And he faced 11 balls at 60 for 3 after 4. Yeah, so the CSPT apparently stands for Culture et sport pour toi, or culture and sport for all. That's nice message. CSPT Sarcelles. Well, a bit of pie chat in the YouTube chat. I like that because it does bring us on to a good random question, which is also food related. So extra points for Kroom. Saying, what's your favourite pie? Good question. Mateo Kumar with some more spin attack. Right, this is turned to the leg side by Amjad. He'll get 4. Mateo Kumar, he was also pretty good in the last game. Laksan goes wide of the off start, but Amjad still good enough to take it to the leg side boundary. Yeah, so what's my favourite pie? I don't know, actually. Maybe apple pie? Okay, meat pies, yes. Or rat coffins, as we call them sometimes, where I come from. Amjad with a blast there. That's also going to disappear. Maximo. He's very good at fetching that from outside the off stump. Nothing wants a word with the bowler. It's just really good time and good eye. Yeah, I don't mind it, like a beef and Guinness pie as well. I'm a bit more of a savoury man than a sweet man. But let us know what your favourite pies are. Dave says steak and kidney. Chris says steak and ale. I don't mind something spicy as well. I'm trying to think of how many pies I don't like. I can't come up with too many. Yep, tries it one too many times this time. He misses out. Hey, when we do have the European Cricket Series in Czechia, we have a daily pie that we get for lunch. So he goes offside. Shows you not a one-trick pony here. As Amjad will get 4 more. This is probably the prettiest of the shots, though. Hit pretty well down the bottom of the bat. Kind of the half middle. So he's gone for 14 now. Well, John Gray asking, does an empanada count as a pie? Good question. Yeah, I don't mind a good old Cornish pasty as well. Is a pasty a pie? Probably not. Good food chat, though, making me a little bit hungry. Oh, the LBW. Oh, would have been run out, though. Zamchad kind of took off and then asks his partner, why'd you do that? Because he would have been run out. In fact, Nuska would have run himself out without facing a ball. Pitches outside next up by a mile. But I want to know whose idea this run was. Amjad, to be honest, he's the one that called it. He kind of blamed Uska for not running quick enough, but to be honest, I don't think there's a human alive that would have beaten the throw there. Last ball, the 5th. Oh, almost takes out his face. But the good news is he doesn't get hit. So, well, for Utha Kumar, this is one, you're doing the right thing to get out the way. Your life's more important than the catch. Oh, yeah. Self-preservation in the first degree. End of the 5th, and Sarcelles 76 for 3 after 5. All right, well, I might play a bit of a game. Let's have a random number. And it's telling me 19. So that would be Denmark. Well, look, Denmark in Group B, they are the kind of perennial bridesmaids, never the bride, Carden Roval, in both the ECL and the ECC. Nikolai Darmgaard, really hope he gets picked. Last year, didn't get picked. Couldn't get an explanation. But Denmark, they can put it together. Magnus Christensen, love to see him back as well. And they'll definitely challenge in Group B. Some good teams around, like Germany, like Hungary as well, especially if they get AS Deploy in there. It was mentioned in Group B that everybody's a contender. Because, yeah, again, you throw kind of Austria in there. I mean, they're a good team. Romania, we'll see them this weekend in the ECI as a confident-looking team. As Tarun comes back, 2 wickets to his name. pretty accurate. He's got a slightly unusual delivery, Tarun. Later over to the leg side. Runs all the way around that. Probably two there if they'd run harder the first time. You see again, a proper teapot job from Amjad saying, hey, what's with the running? It's probably not a bad thing. He gets the strike though. Chris likes steak and kidney as well. Minced beef and onion from Chris Smith. Okay. All right, this is hit straight and it's hit very well. That might be why it wasn't a bad thing for Sandhu to have the strike as he picks experienced Tarun up. And he hits straight. He's already shown he can hit boundaries pretty much wherever he wants, Amjad. Chris saying his favourites are all steak pies. Even a chicken and vegetable. All right, uncontrolled this time. It'll get away with it. It's going to go over the fielder, running away towards the boundary. Oh, that's what I hate. Trying to step on the ball. It's going to be 4. Let's watch the ankle here. Don't do this at home, kids. Goes the stomp method here. Oh, could have been really ugly. Could have been ambulance the clock again, especially injured. He's such a key player with the bat. If you are going to foot field, don't step on the ball. Anyway, Amjad now after getting 2, he's going to get 4. Teases the fielder. Kind of fair enough to try and go for the catch, but it was a difficult one. Doesn't carry in the end. I mean, I like the idea. Amjad has been destructive, so if you get rid of him, maybe you save more than the 3 you give away there. But he loses the gambit. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 93 for 3. Good to see some blue skies. The forecast is more okay for week 2. Tomorrow expecting 10 degrees. It's not going to, so it's going to be boiling, but hopefully a minimum of interruptions with the rain. Maximums around the 9 or 10 degrees at the start of the week. Towards the end of the week, more like 15 or 16. Rhubarb and apple pie, says Dave. Blueberry pie. I like a good old-fashioned apple pie. There's some good strudels going around at the moment as well. One of the things we get to see in Europe. Kumar, he didn't have everything go to plan his last over. Went for 16, but I'm going to go back to him in the 7th. Gets the first one past Asker. I think that Amjad will be pretty keen to get down the business end again. Kind of won that battle in the last over. Just Kumar. Asker might not give him the pleasure though, because that's down the ground. That's going to be 4. Nice straight hit. Turns it into a half volley with some good footwork there. Sarcel on for 147. According to the computer, that's the exact score that the Royals were able to chase down in that previous game. Kumar pulls length back a little bit this time perhaps, or maybe just plays it from the crease. Now we'll get back to the Sandhu versus Kumar battle. Did hit 2 4s and a 6 off him last over. Did Amjad. This time he skies it very, very high and almost taken. The bowler was forced to go for it himself. Good effort. Also kind of running, looking straight into the sun. The bowler identified. If anyone was going to get there, he was going to get there. He grasses a very tough chance. Just a single though. Now Askar slices this up. That is traveling, going and going. And so Askar takes to the skies. And frustration at the moment. See that one just kind of teased the fielders. Hundreds up now for Sasa as well. Now he's going to be stumped. Now look how long he's going to take. I mean, it's almost crossed. So he says sooner or later I'm going to have to take the bails off. Be interesting one from side on. I don't think there's any issues with it, but yeah, imagine if you got in front of the stumps here. It'd be pretty comical. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue. David kind of stares him down and say, hey, you want to try and get back? All right, I guess I'll just do it this way. But clever bowling. He speared it in when he saw that the batter was on the charge. Askar stumped for 14 as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 105 for 4. Coming up tomorrow, Rico Full will be back, refreshed hopefully from his weekend in the French countryside. Villeneuve Super Kings are having a big day tomorrow. They'll play 3 times. Mitri also are on deck first up in the morning. We've got to see Zalmi as well. They'll play 3 times. And the Parish Night Riders will make up the program tomorrow. Day 8, start of week 2. Starting at the same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. As Mariathas comes back, bowled the first. He's bowling the 8th. I like that length that he bowls there. Gets it up first up. Yeah, Rico will be back, and hopefully with some tales to tell. Saji, too cool for a number. That looks like a big edge, and it is. So Sandhu gets undone with a reintroduction of pace. Just tries to swat across this one. Healthy edge through to T10 behind the stumps. He's been good, hasn't he? And so a decision to bring back the opener pays dividends. You see, just a big swipe across the line. Kind of in between lengths. So Amjad with 31. Pretty useful contribution in quick time. Just 13 balls used up. But Saji was able to grab him in the end. Thusset, 105 for 5. This guy really impressed me earlier on. Shahab Bashir whacked 5 sixes in a losing cause against PUC. 33 off 11 he scored. Let's see if he can come up with a big finish here. This one's hit pretty hard, almost reeled in. It's a great effort. Actually, I think he saves the boundary there, deflects it towards the outfielder, Anasias. Check out this for some acrobatic work. Launched. And that could have kind of stolen HCL Software Player of the Day. Usman Shahid probably had it locked up with his catch earlier. Kevin Theran almost taking a worldie there. Now lifted up into the sky. That is high. That is disappearing. Uh-oh. Well, that's the thing with these nice structures around the ground. Sometimes you can't have nice things, because that is another one. I think it's landed on behind the tree, so I can't really see, but it might have gone onto the clubhouse roof. A big day tomorrow. Look at the table. The way it's looking, it might be the 4 teams in the bottom 4 positions come tomorrow. Can somebody make a run out of that bottom 4 into the 5? The 5 teams will make the final. 6 will miss out come Friday. Mariathas, he's done a good job, 2 for 17. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Swing and a miss. And yeah, very good follow-up over there from Saji. As that 8th over only goes for 8 in the end and picks up a wicket as well. 113 for 5. 2 overs remaining in the first half of match 35. Well, you know the expression we like to say, it all happens in the night. Well, I guess we'll find out. So, it's over to get bowled by John Mary Alistine. He's got a killer slow ball, don't forget. Manuart faces up, coming out pretty low. And he does hit the ball hard. This is very, very high though. Immediately Alistine does the trick. Manuart tries to muscle him up over long on, but he skies it. The catching's actually been pretty decent. I mean, some have gone down, but they've been pretty tricky ones. The regulation ones have pretty much been taken, and Anasias does the job there. Another big hitter goes, and fighting back towards the end, a little bit like they did in that earlier game, remember? They had a bit of a horror show start, didn't they? Raw 94, conceding 77 in the first 4. Alistine himself actually had a key role in bringing it back towards the end. Mitri only able to gather 4 runs in the last over of that innings. Took them from 142 to 146. In the end, Raw 94 would chase it down with 2 balls to spare. Hassan Mohammed comes out to bat. We'll just find Constantine for a single. Ten balls left in the innings then. Slow ball, there it is. I'm going to slow-mo of this slow ball. I'm curious how he bowls it. Feels like it. He puts the ball back in the palm of his hand a little bit, kind of rolls his wrist from left to right. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's kind of actually held, I think, between the kind of thumb and the forefinger. Back in the hand a bit. Now he puts the pace on. You can see Alistine, he's a really clever operator, isn't he? Use of those variations. It's one thing to have them, but to know when to use them. This one is kind of paced back on, so he just kind of bowls it then normally. It appears a lot quicker than it is then after you've seen the slow ball. Great work from our crew at Spring Media as well. There's the slow ball again. Now this is whacked high. Now they've caught well, and they're going to continue to catch well. That's a great catch out there by Sajid there and Mariathas. Where he pays it forward. Alistine rocks out the slow balls, hit into the sky. And that could save you a lot of runs as well. Shahab Bashir whacked 5 sixes earlier, but he won't hit any here. And that's thanks to a brilliant catch taken out there. He just takes it and falls to the floor. Contending with the sun out there as well makes it even tougher. Great catch. Holds his composure. And has just enough room, doesn't he, to work with. And yeah, what's one thing I've liked all day. Love the way they've encouraged each other, and you can see straight away Alistine's over there, and he's not alone. Everyone says, right, well done. We're going to tell you how well done it was. Dangerous hitter goes, 1 of 5 for Shahab Bashir. Atik gets a hit. He gets the slow ball first up, but he picks it and he's going to send it out to the ground. Well, this is ECN cricket, isn't it? Wicket, sixes, catches, everything. You betcha. End of the 9th, 120 for 7. Still a good spell, I think, from Alistine. All things considered, he takes 2 for 25 off his 2 overs. Wonder who they'll go to in the last here. Got a feeling they might go for a sixth bowler. Onasius is available. He did go for 20. Maybe they'll trust him to come back and bowl out. It's been a bit short today, though, Constantine. Plenty of greenery around this ground, as you can probably tell. They do go back to Onasius. 10th overtime. Seatbelts on. And the first ball gets met. 6 runs. Maximo Sassel. Fighting all the way to the death. So they kind of pushed everyone forward and they said, all right, we'll leave the 10th over open. We'll see what happens when we get there. Now they're there. Onasius has to rein it in. Could be gone. He throws the glove on, I think, but he misses. Rati. I wonder if there's a little scratch on that as well. It's clever. A bit of bowling from Onasius. Yeah, I think it was an inside edge into the ground. Has a good look at them. Natik was a sitting duck there. I'll get a single. Slow ball's working pretty well against these guys. They like to swing hard. And they both just arrived, these two, but they both hit sixes already. Wonder if they go pace on now. Just try and surprise Atik, or do you stick with the slow ball? It kind of goes pace on. It's not a wide, not even close. Atik was hoping it would be a wide, that's why he leaves it alone. Good come back here from Onasius after getting pongoed first ball. Oh, wow. Can't even sneak a run there. So, here's the thing. They did chase 147 earlier. I think Royal 94, they fancy their chances of chasing. Well, it'll be about 130 here. And this time they think about running and changing the strike, but don't want an easy run out and have a new batter have to face. Onasius kind of got out of jail a bit here. 6 off the first ball since then. 1 ... wide. Here's the last ball of the 10. Pad going down the leg side. Good leg by. They might think about 2, but the keeper smart there. T10, he runs it in. Make sure they don't even try. Not on his watch. So 129 for 7 in the first innings of match 35. 130 even for the Royals. Can they pull off another chase here on day 7? Big match for both these teams. Hard to see room for both of them in the final 5. And it was kind of an innings of ups and downs in the end. They take 76 in the first half. Just 53 in the second half. As once again, Royals able to rein it back after staring down. Potentially big total against them. Sassel, though, well, they lost their earlier game. They're desperate not to make it an OFA here on ECN Sunday. Well, that was an awful start, really, wasn't it? 7 up, but then before too long, they had their highlight. Alistin with an acrobatic catch. That was something else, wasn't it? So Shamshad had to go. He essentially went for a 6 and an out in the first over. Zahir Hussain and Bashir then went about trying to build a bit of a score. And the power play actually pretty productive. And despite that first wicket going, it was then 20 and 18, 47 for 1 off the power play. But then Tharun once again does the trick. Not once, but twice, and twice is nice. That was about as plumb LBW as you get. 2 for 13 in the 4th over, just changing things. But despite that, middle order continued to kind of build solid overs. I think Amjad was good while he was there. We saw Umar Askar almost done for 3rd-degree manslaughter after was decapitating the bowler there. Luckily, Laksan could get out the way of it. But Amjad, yeah, he struck the ball pretty nicely during his innings of 31 off 13. 2 Maximos, 4 4s in there. But one thing about the Royals, they never seem to give up, and They just kind of found a way to get wickets. This is one of the world's slowest stumpings, actually, in the end. Asker went for 14. And then when pace was reintroduced, Sandu just swung across one. So this is where things just kind of slowed down a bit. That would have been an incredible catch if that had been held. But despite the odd kind of blow and anger, never really recaptured the magic of those kind of second and third overs, did they, as we got to the conclusion of the 10. Some really good catches in here as well, though. That was Anasius. This one, though, this was something else from Saji. Battling the sun, battling everything. He found a way to hold it. He had plenty of company out there. Who knows? That might have saved him 10 to 15 runs in the wash-up. And they're saying, is he over the line there? Spoiler alert, he wasn't. And then, yeah, despite that one going for 6, it was a pretty clever last over. Huthi missed an opportunity for the run out there. And just this one off the last ball took them from 128 to 129, setting a nice even target of 130 for the Royals. But they'll know they chased 147 earlier against a fairly strong Mithri side. I think they're quietly confident they'll need a good start. Nobody able to reach 50, but we saw 4 batters reaching double figures there. 32 for Zahir Hussain, ends up top scoring. 31 for Amjad Sandhu, 20 for Waqas Bashir, and Umar Asker chipping in with 14. Not too many extras there as well for the Royals. That's pretty important. The first one was a 7-up. That was a bit of a shock, but after that, just 1 wide in the entire 10 overs, as Sasa will end up 1-2-9. Bowlers did their job, I think. It was a team effort. Mariathas best of the bowlers with 2 for 17, but 2 for also for Alistin and Tharun, with Kumar with the other wicket. But you see that nobody went for more than 30. They win the battle with 30, all 5 of the bowlers. Now they're near enough, they're good enough, but I also think that Sassel, they have the bowling to kind of take those early wickets and put Royal 94 on the back foot. Stay tuned then, the exciting conclusion of Day 7 is just around the corner. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, concluding the Day 7 action when we return. 130 the chase for the Royals for a right royal day in the sun. Or can Sassel fight back with their only win of ECN Sunday? We'll see you just after this break for the last innings of the day right here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Last innings of the daytime. Not just the day, but week one. Well, what a week it's been in France. Seen some of our old favourites, such as Dreux, the 2023 surprise European champions, and also PUC that we saw in the ECL recently. But also we've seen 9 brand new teams to the network. Right now, watching 2 of them go head-to-head in match number 35. Royal 94 chasing 130 for victory. They need at least 91 to guarantee their point. They got on a real heater. Then perhaps they could do it in 7 overs. Oh, I think they're just concentrating on the win. They did manage to chase down 147 in the last game against Mitri. And well, this guy, happy he didn't snap his ankle when he tried to step on the ball earlier. Ramana Indran. And at the other end, there's John Mary Alistine. He's been a real standout. I love his bowling skills, you know, with that slower ball. Obviously, he's a real key player with the bat as well. Took a great catch early in this game as well. All right. Well, if they can do 147, they can do 130, I guess. But yeah, anyone's game here. Here we go with the reply. First one's off the thigh pad, running away for 4-leg buys. Well, there you go. You can't hit him, kick him. He looks filthy, doesn't he, Marcus Bashir, because he knows that was in his range. Just got done by the bounce. Kind of got yorked, I guess. Hello to Moho. We're having a chat. We in the break. He asked me about an ISPL update. I just sent him a link to the Wikipedia page. Oh, right off the end of the bat. Well, somehow this is going to get to the boundary as well. This is completely accidental. He's threw the shot early. It's right off the end of the bat. Look. Maybe it's just kind of like a late edge. But 2 balls, 2 boundaries. And, wow. There's 8 of them already. Looks like we're all 94. Get a big first over. To be honest, they were assisted a lot by some wayward bowling early in there. Chase earlier on. Austin will push. They'll run straight away. See, that's the thing. If you run straight away, put all the pressure on the fielder. Had to pick up, throw, hit one stump probably to get the run out. Indran then will get to face. Yeah, Moho said he's been watching European cricket since it started. Well, we're happy to have you here. I know we've got some viewers that probably don't get to shout out to too often, but I hope everyone knows out there how much we appreciate you supporting ECN. Indran tries to launch one at 200 metres back over the sight screen and misses out. A little bit of a way movement there. Nicely bowled. Shahab Bashir opening up here for Sarcel. Oh, I reckon that's a little bit inside edge as well. And can you believe it? The 3rd boundary behind the wicket. It has to be off the bat. If you can't be good, be lucky. There. See that deflection. Right now, you might be reconsidering your outfield choices. Maybe you want to kind of go after the horses bolted, but the old-fashioned fine leg in 3rd might have come in handy this over. One does bend away significantly by Bashir. So, a kicked 4, an edged 4, and a different type of edged 4 in the first over. And a single. And all that adds up to 13 without loss after 1. I've got to say that this total, though, is right in the golden ball. Goldilocks zone. 34 matches since the golden ball. This is match number 35. That means we've gone exactly a week since the last golden ball. It was Sunday night, and trust me, it was hectic in Portugal. Some of the scenes after the game as well. A lot of feeling in it. And it was dark. By the time we did the trophy ceremony, it was completely dark. Golden ball and fading light was whacked by the Rock Amir Zaib to take the trophy back to Marlow in Portugal. Anyway, Chamarali starts with a good ball, full and straight. Einstein keeps it out. Like the look of some of these teams in this European Cricket Series. They love to take the game on. Steps across, gets the wide. I often say, okay, moving around the crease has risks no matter what you do, but I think stepping across means that you're going to make sure you get your leg side wide. That's a good example. If he kind of stands still, it probably clonks into his pad. I suppose the issue with stepping across too far is you might lose your poles if it goes behind your legs. Now, swing and a miss. This is more on target from Jabbar. Looks like Dave's putting a bit of food chat in the chat as well. I hope you enjoy what you're having there, Dave. Muscled by Alistine, and that's going to be 4. One bounce and over the rope. I feel like this opening partnership can really set the game up nicely for Royal 94. See, earlier we saw a bit of a finishing job from T10. It's probably depending when they lose their first wicket, or if they lose their first wicket, of course. He's a guy you might be tempted to throw in a slot higher. Came in at 4 earlier. Right, chases this one around the tram line off the end of the bat. That's running away. And, well, I mean, to me, it looked like it might have got some of the line, but we'll have to try and freeze this. If there's doubt, it'll go to the fielders. What's your call? I think that's 4, because, okay, if the ball isn't hitting the line, the foot is. So that'll be 4 runs. Pretty clear in the end. Again, use of the feet will be debated by scholars for many centuries to come, I'm sure. Swing straight through this, but it's missed by the keeper. Well, this is just a regulation take. Maybe it swings a little bit on Bashir after that passes the stumps, but he can't believe it. He looks back incredulously. Does it swing at him a bit? It just keeps low and yorks him, really. Oh, Royal 94, they've been given plenty of favours today with the bat. French isn't great, Dave, but yeah, I did pick that as raisin bread that you put in the chat. One of my favourites, by the way. Last ball, the over. Swing and a miss to finish the second. I don't know. This chase, interesting so far. Chasing 130, which of course is 13 and over. We get 13 in the first. We get 13 in the second. And score 26 without loss after 2. Yeah, so these two teams kind of hoping to break into the 5. Tomorrow we'll see the Knight Ride as well as Mitri, Zalmi and the Super Kings. So the way this is going at the moment, it could be that they're basically the bottom 4, close to, heading into a really important day in their campaigns. Rico full back on deck tomorrow for the start of week 2. Here's Zahir to bowl over 3. And there's the hesitation coming in. But to be honest, it probably wasn't a run. I think they turned around just in time. It's one thing to say you run no matter what, but I like the kind of attacking cover they have in there. I actually think that if they actually run here, it's going to be a run out because look, he grabs it. He could have gone straight to the stumps. Probably could have beaten the batter there. Now, next one, carved away over the top, straight to the field. He's gone. So Indran's going to have to go. Taking catches is going to be so important here. They couldn't take the run the ball before. And a really nice catch taken down there. Again, the sun's a factor down in that part of the ground. good grab. Indran goes for only 4. Zahir Hussain with the breakthrough. 26 for 1 in the third over. They will stick with T10 Thiran at number 3 out there to join John Merry. But yeah, I like that field placing. And it's Sufyan Ali that takes the catch down there. Just got to hop to his left. He was excited about it, so he should have been. Well, T10 Thiran's not going to waste any time. He just pulls across this one first up. And that won't be able to be stopped either. Aska gave it the good old 2-footed challenge, but that's going to run away. Cuatro carreras. Get the effort here. You'd like to see him getting off his feet, but couldn't quite organise the dive. It's not that natural for some of these guys to kind of go down hands first. Now, T10 Thiran is going to go downtown. Maximo. How about that? Just stand still. You see why I like him at 3. Didn't really fire in the last game. From memory, I think he got 7 off 8 in that chase here. 7 off 8. But, I mean, you can see why he's in the number 3 position. Taking the lead in this chase at the moment. Royals. Now, what a shot that is. Backs away, cuts and cuts well. Maximo. Wow, some start there from T10 Thiran. Classy shot. Helps it away. That wasn't easy to cut because it was pretty straight. Kind of created that width, didn't he? Sarcel on the back foot now. They're staring at back-to-back losses here. That could be critical for their campaign. Everyone just playing the bail off there, but they're saying, I want to see the back of T10 Thiran before he can hatch. He just gets carried away this time. Annoyed at himself. But he survives to tell the tale. End of 3 overs. Finishing power play. 42 for 1 off 3. Yeah, so I suppose we've had 13, and 16 off that over. It just takes 1 or 2 good overs to get Sarcel back ahead in the game, though. See how they're scoring a bit heavier in the first half than the second half. In the first inning, 76 off the first half and just 53 off the second. Camarali to bowl over number 4. This is hit and it's going to be in the gap. That's going to be 4. Alistine gets back in the driver's seat and keeps Royals on course. Little length to work with there from Jabbar. But by luck of design, that placement was perfect. As he bisects the infielders out there at long on and deep mid wicket. Now he's gone. He backs away and it's a nice one for Jabbar. Gives it the old chuck of the butt there. The stumps are all over the place. Alistine, I know hindsight's 20/20, but didn't have to do that at all. He backs almost like he's bored of playing the same shot twice. Hops away. And yeah, credit to the bowler. I think you've got the guy dancing around the crease. Keep it full, keep it straight. And the umpire knows straight away he's got some work to do. So Alistine gets cartwheeled for 17. Credit to Jabarali for picking up that big wicket. The score 46 for 2. Sarcel flat, fighting back here in the 4th over. John Gray just agreeing that the the pain au raisin. I'm saying that right. Raisin bread is his go-to. Me too. I love raisin bread. I've always loved good food chat there. T10, he was the hero in the last game, wasn't he? In that 147 chase. Kind of held his nerve at the end. 24 off 8 he scored then. But he's also a little bit crazy with the bat. See what he's got here. Well bowled. Smart as well by T10. No, that's not the one to go after first up. Good Yorker from Jabbar Ali. I think Chris Ward appreciating that Yorker. The over. Evan Theron's had a good start. He's 16 off 4 now. 2 sixes, a 4 and a dot in his innings. Again, good length from Jabbar. It's likely to be a single out there. And look, those percentages kind of coming back to parity. 57-43 now, Roars. Noses in front. Push and run, T10. He's happy to have a look at a couple here. Slightly different situation to when he came in before. And that time he came out with 20 balls left in the innings. This time it's more like 40 balls left in the innings. So just be a little bit more careful. So keep them on the money right now. Pretty much bang on that red line. We see that red line in a minute. Last ball for Jabbar Ali in his spell. He goes after this, goes high over the offside, coming down, but there's no fielder there. Great effort out there by Amjad just to make sure it doesn't go for 4. But they will run 2, and that takes us to the end of 4 overs. 51 for 2. 50 comes up off the last ball, but how's this effort? You'll love it. Pulls it back, knows he's got some support. Falls over the line. This will show you how close this game is. They're slightly ahead of the rate. They're kind of right back at the rate. Could be another thriller on the cards. Chris has got an early tingle. I can understand that. 130 or 129, the actual first inning score. It does feel like it's in the zone, doesn't it? Keeper coming up to the stumps now, so getting all helmeted up. We're going to have Asad Mohammed bowling in the 5th over. Standard for keepers to be wearing the lid if they're keeping up, which I think is very sensible. Also, all batters in ECN cricket now have to wear helmets. He's given him out. All right, this will be an interesting one. The impact for me. Where does it hit him? Does it hit him in line, or does it hit him just outside the line of the stumps? But it's pretty straight. Probably shouldn't have missed it in the first place. See, kind of sneaks outside. Does he? Oh, where does that hit him? I'm still kind of umming and ahhing it. My initial reaction was it hit him slightly outside the line of off stump. It's probably coming back to hit. Let's have a look now. Oh. What's your call? That doesn't freeze at the moment. It hits the pad, but well, good enough. As we'll have one last look. I mean, it's pretty close. I think the more I look at that, the more I think probably is hitting in line. Just a bit of the ball has to hit in line with the stump, remember. So 51 for 3. T10 gets careful, but he's never able to really attack. There's a crazy quicker ball. And Nasia's the new batter. Yeah, I think it's a good call, I think, in the end. We had several looks at it. Umpire has one chance. And he probably replayed it in his head. He thought it was hitting in line. And the pictures disagree with that analysis. I think it was going on to hit stumps. Don't think it was too high. Chance though, Anasius, for him to to make a meaningful contribution. Got run out first ball in the last game. Did score 1 run though before he got run out. A little bit of lazy running really cost him his wicket. But all's well that ends well. Royals got home in the end. Swing and a miss. Stephen Thea has just gone off the boil a little bit here after a very strong start to his innings. And have a look at how the percentages have changed so quickly. Suddenly Royals are big underdogs here. 35%. Seems like 5 minutes ago they were kind of the other way around, those percentages. Now just a single out to deep point. Hello to Jamie Dodger. Good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. What have you been up to? Healthy side of lurking. That's one thing I think umpires will get a bit sick of setting up the stumps, especially in this format where they're going down every minute. Last ball, the fifth coming up. It's been a good one from Assad. Goes the quicker ball here, lifted up in the air and gone. So Nasius, it'll be another one for him as he can't really move the needle. What an over from Assad with 2 for 2 in the fifth. That's the over that swings things heavily towards Sassel. And after 5, it's 53 for 4. He picks it's going to be the quicker one. Just runs in. Doesn't really try and disguise it or anything, does he, Assad? But yeah, nice catch taken there by Zahir Hussain. It's 53 for 4 after 5. As we have a quick peek to what's coming up on the network with this French series. Still got a week to play. Brescia in Italy. It'll be a new ground in Brescia. We haven't been to it before, but it's a Gina Brescia ground this time. I heard there's 3 ovals there as well. Bonita Cup back here on this ground, a 3-way series featuring France, Malta and Belgium. Estonia for the ECS, finishing with men's and women's ECIs. The Netherlands for some T20 cricket. 3 different series there. England for the first time. Hey, Jamie, you're in England, aren't you? You're going to come visit? Bank holiday Monday, the 27th of May. Put it in the diary. Stephen Theron becomes really important now. It's going to be a wide to start the next over. It's Umar Askat bowling over number 6. Ruthar Kumar has joined Stephen Theron at the crease now, but he's not facing just yet. Step away, can't access this. Once a wide. Spoiler alert, it ain't a wide. The old interpretation. I mean, it's fine for height. And he wanted a wide for width. He felt it was wide, but no. Picture tells 1,000 words. It's well inside. Oh, rushed up here. That's a good bounce there from Askat. And you see there, obviously no one wants to see anyone get hurt, but I think that's got him in the lid. Just pinpoint where this hits him. Oh yeah, got him in the grill. And we were just talking about helmets, weren't we? How important they are. So many injuries have been avoided. And we'll get the quick concussion tents. French version. Maybe you have to pick out certain pastries from a lineup. He's going to get the follow-up questions, is he? Maybe Charles Croucher's going to come in and just ask a few questions of his own. Probably not the worst thing for you to take a few moments here. There's Charles. This is a responsibility that's been taken on. Responsibility by the manager at the ground or the tournament referee. Just to say, look, how are you feeling? Just the basics of a concussion test will be done. And he says, yeah, I'm feeling pretty happy that my helmet saved me. It was a good bouncer though, wasn't it? Got up. Let's have another look at it. Tried to turn the head, but only partially got that done. The grill saves him. A little bit short. Well, next one, he's going to hold out. You would not believe it. He was sweating on the short one again, T10, but he doesn't quite get it up and out of the ground. And Asker, well, he shakes him up, then he knocks him out. Nice catch by Sufyan Ali. He's been around, hasn't he? He caught Indran earlier on. That was a good one. This is a good one as well. We'll catch it here. I like the way he gets down to ground level, gets those knees down on the ground, gets low. And so, 194. Sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're not. It's really hard to see a path back for them now. With their top 5 batters all dismissed in the 6th over now, 54 for 5. They were ahead. Emphasis on the past tense. Regan gets a bat at 7. Now he'll get a little edge. That's flying away, and it's going to beat the fielder. Munawar down there. Well, how's the hurdle job? Wouldn't mind seeing that in slow-mo. Munawar just auditioning for standing high jump there, getting over the barrier. Check out this one. All right, I was worried that the banner was going to collapse at this stage. We can't even show it to you. It was too good. But anyway, Asker won't be pleased with that. They need a partnership from nowhere, don't they? Nathan Regan faces up again. Now this is pretty much going straight up in the air. Can anyone reach it? No. It's a classic Bermuda Triangle, and then Bashir throws it wide. Just a single though. Here's the thing. To even keep their point, they need to make 91, and I think Sarcelle, they're feeling that they might be able to take all 4 here after the disappointment of going down to PUC earlier. Now in that one, they did Sarcelle, so they could still take a possible 5 points out of 8 today if they could restrict the Royals to 90 or less here. That'll be wide. Misses completely. But the actual game's crept away pretty quickly, hasn't it? Just started to unravel when those wickets started going down. 1 wicket in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. Consistent wickets falling. With that, Kumar. Well, almost we have an overthrow. Almost we have a run-out opportunity. But right now, the Royals a long way behind. 60 for 5 after 6. 20 for T10. He was dismissed after getting littered. Palestine 17, but you look back at his shot. I think he crosses the line from the aggressive into the unwise. 7th over then. Need a big over from somewhere. Can Regan be the one? Regan playing for the Royals. It's got a nice ring to it. Wow. That is a big, big swing. And it's going to carry Maximo. Oh, Regan actually pins the ears back with a right royal strike here. Bang. Too much of Regan, but put every ounce of effort into that. Fielder doesn't have a play on it. Asker coming on. Quite Muhammad actually. That's bowling at the moment. It doesn't look like Asker. So it hasn't clicked over, but yeah. I'm still having a crack at this. We've seen these kinds of run rates achieved, but really testing the depth of the Royals batting. I wonder if they're able to go at that kind of 3-a-ball required. Assad as well. He bowled a really good over in the 5th. Only conceding 2 singles. With 2 wickets in there as well. I think it's worth gambling for the win here. Yeah. Well, now they're going to think about an overthrow. Well backed up. Backing up has been good from the sides in this tournament. I do have to say that. Again, goes for it, goes with the spin into the gap. Jump shot. Oh no, we're gonna have a run out here. Oh, what's going on there? Well, we'll have to see the running here. There's a good stop in the first place. As we saw, the captain Akib Shamshad trip the light fantastic. Regan's going to be run out. Just wasn't on the same page as Uthaya Kumar. That is disastrous for the Royals. He found the hole, kind of found the gap. But it was quick work from Akib to come around the boundary. So he wants it. Just looked at him and said, well, when are you going to start running? He said, well, I'm not. That's such a disappointing end for Regan. I'm just checking he doesn't step on the line, but I don't think there's any doubt that he stays inside. Just had to go around his teammate. That was the hardest bit about that bit of fielding. So Regan run out for 13 off 5, 4 and a 6 for him. 69 for 6. You see, Assad, he just kind of, he's not really disguising his quicker ball. Sometimes he just says, right, I'm running in and launching one. It's different. It'll throw out your timing. There's that off spinner again, but it's hit high and it's hit out of the ground. Maximo. Well, is this game still alive? Uthaya Kumar survives the run out. And that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. 75 for 6 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, 4 teams that desperately need some points. Mitri, probably kind of the odd one out there because they haven't played so many games, but the Super Kings, Zalmi, and the Knight Riders, all very, very important days for them. Hey, all you IPL fans out there, I know there's a few. Are you looking forward to the Villeneuve Super Kings versus the Paris Knight Riders in match number 38? Super Kings and Knight Riders. They'll be locking horns in another part of the world as well. And this time of the year. But join us. Rico Vull will be back in the Cube tomorrow. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Right, 16 off 18 to get a point. I still think they might fancy their chances of getting the whole thing. Right, it's a good shot. And he's going to find the fielder well. Nubaska. I like the way that he kind of hit through the line of the ball, but just never got the contact that he wanted. So that's 7 down now. Umaraska with a good catch. I like the shot. I suppose it was down towards the bottom of the bat. Rahab Bashir being brought back. Bowled the first. He's bowling the 8th now, and he starts with a wicket. 75 for 7. And yeah, still 16 required to get that point. Running out of batters here. Mariatis, the pace bowler, comes in at number 9. And he'll hit down the ground. So, I'll have to hustle through for a signal. You see how much the sun kind of starts at kind of deep third, ends up at long on here at the Dura Cricket Ground. So you can see that the keeper's struggling with the sun collecting that ball. Wow, what a shot. Again, we're going to see a ball banged in, and he just kind of manufactures this. I can't believe he's cut this away because he's got no room to work with. Look. He leans back. 4 runs kind of gets them close to that 91. Just don't think that they're going to make the 90. How much it is now to win the game. 50 required in 2.5. Anyway, this one is going to fly away, and I think that's gone for 6. Maximo! Oh, maybe I'll be eating my hat if Uthaya Kumar can have a heater here. I mean, once they make this 91, they've got a free crack at the game, basically. This one comes down just the friendly side of the border for Royal 94. goes up and over the top. The field lurking around. How to stop this one? I think so. Oh, another fumble. It's been an interesting one. I don't think he ever touches the ball while he's over the line. The last touch is just about to cross the line. See here, that's the last touch before he disappears over. Then a fumble of a ball that's ready in his hand, but no boundary. So pretty much guaranteed now to get the point. Can they get all the way? He hits this pretty well as well, but fielder will cover it. Without Kumar, he'll be flying the flag, facing up at the start of the ninth. 8 overs down, 89 for 7. So you see, they need 41 off 12 to win. There was a pretty epic chase earlier to chase 147 against Mitri. This one I think would be even sweeter if they could win from this position. They're 7 wickets down. They need 2 more runs to secure the point. I think that's a given, unless we get a hat trick or something like that. Chris Ward's off for the day, but you can always watch this finish back, Chris. Hope you have a lovely night with your family. Thanks for being part of our ECN family. All right, biggest over of the game so far. Just a reasonable over puts this game to bed, doesn't it, for Sassel. Hasker comes back. What a shot to start the over. Well, maybe this game is alive. Well, it gets them the point, but they want more. Time to get greedy for Royal 94. Maximo. That's gone miles. Somebody fetch it. Wow. Just a little bubbling of belief now in the Royal 94 bench. 35 off 11. I mean, if they could do this, it's going to be scenes. Sassel, they don't want any late day drama. No, I guarantee he's trying that again as well. Wow, maybe not. He's going to nail it straight, but he's going to find the fielder. Goes 6 and out. Bashir with an important catch. He spikes it into the ground. He's fired up. Sassel, they want to take something away from day 7. Going down earlier on. Now surely that's the nail in the coffin. Uthaya Kumar actually gets a fair piece of this, but that's an important catch, isn't it? They don't get too much more important, because if this bursts through the hands, you're talking back-to-back Maximos. He robs him of the 6. What's even worse for Royals fans is he ends the innings of Uthaya Kumar. Can't believe it. Flips the bat. A lot of passion, a lot of emotion on display. 95 for 8. There's one thing he does there, Uthaya Kumar. Does guarantee they take a point out of this game, but they want more. They kind of need more as well. If you look at the tournament situation. All right. Here's the captain, Tarun. Backs away. It's not very smart, really. That would have been a big wide. Would have been a tough take for the keeper as well. Paul just saying this particular series in France is probably the hardest to predict result, because the teams are so evenly matched. Just one down the ground. Dave's got a question about the umpire, Anton. I'm glad you asked. Don't worry. We haven't given him the boot. It's just there's a large umpiring crew. So I believe that Anton will be back on tomorrow. That's the last roster that I saw. It might have changed. Now, don't quote me on that. But hopefully Anton, what's the word? Some people are calling him the robot umpire. The very expressive signalling umpire. I think he's back tomorrow. I'll be tuning in. Right. Swings hard, but end of the bat. Holding up in the air. And Mariathas, he'll get away with it. I mean, that's a real steepler. There's a few tired bodies around at the moment. He loses his shape there. Needed to carry the boundary though. Hamzat couldn't quite find the handle. Last ball the ninth. Going to miss though. Well, we'll need to do it. A Charles Packard of the Calpe Giants in the ECL with 32 required off the last 6. Sarcelle, I think they put this game to bed now. Score is 98 for 8 after 9. Bowling-wise, it's a pretty good team effort, I think. All 5 bowlers have picked up wickets. Hassan Mohammed with 2 for 17 was great. Asker with 2 for 16, even better. 1 wicket each, the rest of the bowlers. They'll need a supersonic finish here. Dave thinks the golden ball's been locked away safely now. I would imagine so. 32 though. And Tarun, who's batting 10. He has been giving us some spectacular stuff today. I've loved the way that Joseph has led the side. A lot of good feeling, a lot of kind of energy about Royals. But Sarcelle, he'll be hoping that they're the ones finishing the day with all the energy and the excitement to at least split their games here on day 7. They're saying to take us home though. I like that. Push for 1. He says, all right, over to you. Hit 5 sixes and we've got a golden ball. Joseph knows his limitations. So now, yeah, only back-to-back sixes will take this game any further. Maximo a bust now for the Royals. He's going to get pinged for a wide. I'm not so sure about that, but keeps the game alive at least. Now he can win it with 5 sixes. Mariatas. Really in as an opening bowler. Wouldn't have expected to be in this situation. Well, it won't be 6, it won't even be 4 actually. I like that field placing for the lower order as well. A lot of balls kind of squeezed behind the wicket. Yeah, Anton, the umpire, certainly he captured people's imagination, didn't he? 494 then. They'll take 4 points out of 8 today. Kind of keeps them in that kind of 50-50 zone. That's not a bad shot from Joseph. He'll get a single there. Hussain just trying to save his figures a little bit after his first over. It was a little bit expensive for his liking. I think he bowled the 3rd, it went for 16. But he did take a wicket. He's the one that kind of started the run of wickets. Every over since then has had at least 1 wicket. Now Mariatas is going to go high and he'll go long. Maximo shows he can do it. Yeah, but when you need 5 in a row, it's a bit like getting the lottery numbers. You need to get them all lining up. And yeah, they're not going to be able to do this in the end. Just in advance, I want to invite everyone, if you are watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket. Some of the best bits of today and, of course, all of the other days will be on there. Don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. 2 to go on the day. Mariatas tries it on again. And they smartly just hold on to it, just a single. So last ball of day 7. I want to say big thanks to everyone out there as well. It's been great to take you through the weekend, but Rico Full will be back in the house tomorrow. We're taking a little mini break, but I'll be back on Thursday. Rico and I will take you through the final stages of this ECS and then into the international weekend. That's the end of the day, and it will be 20 runs the margin in the end. 5:35, last game of week 1 is CSPT Sarcelle, 129. Royal 94, 109. And yeah, it certainly was a chase where Royals got the jump. But Sarcelles, in the end, they were just too good and just continued to take wickets at regular intervals. When the first wicket fell in the third, plenty more were to come. We had one in the fourth, two in the fifth, one in the sixth, one in the seventh, one in the eighth, one in the ninth. And really, from there, it's very difficult to win ball games if you can't get partnerships going. Super Kings up first against Mitri. Mitri hoping to play their way up into the 5. Super Kings, they'll want to try and register a win in this ECS. Paris Zalmi will be on the park as well. They have won a game, and the Night Riders will also feature Day 8, featuring Rico Full. Coming your way tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Well, let's roll the music and have a look at the final stages of today. 130 even, and they were kind of right on the pace early on. Had a bit of help from extras and a few lucky edges, but yeah, 13 off the first, 13 off the second, and then 16 off the third. 42 for 1. A pretty good place after that power play. And they needed a bit of a turning point because, yeah, Jabba, you see, he has also joined the unlucky list here. But it was a good catch that started off, and yeah, a few comments about the fielding of Sarcelles as well. I think the fielding was really key to them just changing the narrative in this game. They probably won't win any beauty contests, but they kind of tended to hold catches when they needed to. They kept attacking, didn't they? You can see that for a while. Even Theron looked pretty good. He lost Alistin here. He stepped away. It wasn't a wise choice and paid the ultimate price. You can see Sarcelles just throwing themselves around. This one was probably a 50-50, but I can understand what the umpire's saying there. I think the replays backed him up. That's hitting in line. I think going on to hit the stumps. Interesting bowler, isn't he, Asad Mohammed? Bit of a licorice all sorts. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's not. But no one seems to be able to time him up. We saw Steven Theron go after popping one in the helmet the ball before. Again, catching on full display. I think Sufyan Ali was good with a couple of important snares. And it looked like Regan might be able to pull them out, but then he just had to go out, run out, due to miscommunication with his partner, with Kumar. And to Luxon's credit, he kind of continued on and kind of kept his team in the contest. He had an important role in getting them to at least to that point total where they wouldn't lose their bonus point. But it just got a little bit too steep in the end. Again, you see there's multiple people chasing the ball. This was the biggest moment, I think, towards the end where Shahab Bashir, he robs Royals of the Maximo. There's the bat flip. Not quite in elation as you might get in the Major League Baseball. Kumar 26 off 10. In the end, Zahir just kind of had to hold his bottle, had more than 30 to play with, and with 8 wickets down, it was all academic. In the end, 20 runs the margin between CSPT Sarcelles and Royal 94 in the last match of the week. 26 for Kumar, and he showed a good range of strokes, didn't he, during his innings. 24 Steven Theron, but just kind of got out at a critical time, and the wickets just kept falling regularly, didn't they? Almost every over from the third onwards until the ninth. There was at least 1 wicket. In fact, there was even 2 in that 5th over. 2 wickets apiece for Asad Mohammed and Umar Askar. And apart from that, Bashir, Jabbar Ali and Zahir Hussain with 1 each. But yeah, real team effort there from Sarcelles. It's not fancy, but it does the job. 20 runs the margin. They get 3 points out of match 35. We're just touching on that again. I want to thank everyone for your company on what's been a super Sunday of action. Rico Full will be back in the studio tomorrow. We'll be in the Cube, and we'll see Super Kings versus Mitri to get us going. Zalmi will be on deck as well. The Night Riders will also feature. Join Rico, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. I'll be taking a little bit of a mini break, but yeah, I'll be back on Thursday, back on deck at that magnificent cricket ground to take you through the final stages. But for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you stay happy, stay safe. Hope you had a great weekend. But week 2 is just around the corner. Join us then, because we are rapidly skating downhill to the conclusion of our French fantastic bonanza of cricket.
Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of everyone here. Hope you have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow right here. Here's some of the best bits of Day 7. Tomorrow, Rico Mack with more European Cricket Series. From me, for now, it's hasta mañana.